Hi everybody, welcome very much to the channel. I'm here today to do a watch along, a watch party of the North America International Championship in Pokémon VGC. It's gonna be day 2, so thank you very much for being here, your support is greatly appreciated. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings and emotions and a whole bunch of individuality, creativity and responsibility as well. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a like and subscribe. You can also join me on Discord at Ezosu Gaming, and I'm here checking the results from yesterday. We had some good results and whatnot. Actually we can see team lists in RK9. I thought we couldn't. I can see results though so far, which is a bit sad because the organizers have hidden the things for so far. I would like to see like who has 9 wins or like the most amount of wins and whatnot. Welcome everybody, welcome. Let's have a good stream today. I want to see how far Wolf did it with his team and whatnot. That could be interesting. Okay, here we go. Welcome everybody. No. Because yeah, let me show you what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this over here, not this, this. Hello? Okay, I'm looking at this, which is the website where we have the pairings and whatnot. And if you pay attention, once we click here on tournament pairings, yeah, we can see who is with good results or not. Welcome. Spirit Builder is like in 42 minutes. We're gonna be watching the NIC, it's gonna be in 10 minutes, you know. But I want you guys to update me on Discord, how you guys doing and whatnot. So, live roster, can we see results here? First name, Aaron, okay, no. Search. Bro, I have no idea who, I mean, we had some, I think, was Lorsi playing? Medina, I like him, he's a good player. How is he doing? Victor Medina, what was his team? Oh, he's running Delphox and Sneasler. Let me put this bigger to you. Yeah, I wanted to do some matches before the official stream started, but I guess we have no time so far. We'll have time to play matches, don't worry, while we wait for sets to be over. If you enjoy football, later tonight I'll also be doing some football watch-along for the World Cup 2026, it's been pretty cool. Alright, Mega Delphox with Sneasler, with Mega Floette, Instinct, King Eben, Sinistcha. I like this team a lot. I was also looking at VGC in Victory Road, but they also don't have any information so far about the NYC. This is just stream details about the NYC. Like, I wanted to see the teams and whatnot. Oh, this was made back in April 1st. What, you guys don't have more recent stuff here? Hello? 10 June. 11 June. 12 June. Okay. Also, there were some changes to the team. Oh, okay, I'm curious. Can you tell me? Can you tell me all about it? Yeah, so can't see much about the event so far. Let me see. Wolf Gleek, of course. I watched a match yesterday from him. But we can see the classification right now, right? Aaron is not in the match. James back. Is he in the match? Is he here? Oh, he is. James usually has some cool teams. Chomp, Basque, King Gambit. Oh, he's running single Mega Charizard. And that's it, he's going pretty simple with it. Chonky Chomp. Mystic Water, Adamant Legion, Black Gases, King Gambit. Yep, he's doing pretty chill. Nothing crazy. Wait, what happened? Low battery. No! Low battery on my remotes, hold on. On Cini, Strength Sap over Trick Room, I like that. On Gardy, Calm Mind over Aura Sphere. Oh, 27 HP, 12 defense, 20 special attack, 7 speed, modest. Okay. So you'll building it a bit more bulky. Is it to survive anything specific? I'll just put my Joy-Cons charging on the Switch real quick. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I just thought about two players that I want to check out. The two Ugartes, Joe and Gabriel. Gabriel is from Brazil. Brasil! Vamos Brasil! Puxa Brasil! And, yeah, that's the team Torviv. Wait, Torviv? Oh, is that in-game name? Sure. Okay. So, then Ugarte. No, I think Gabriel is Agati. But okay. Ugarte. It's Joe Ugarte is here. He's here. Okay. He's running Rotom. Oh, he's running his Sand team. Megatitar. Yeah, that's a bit, I think, underwhelming. You can even see the moves, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's a bit underwhelming to go to NYC with a team that he built for very, very, very early format, but maybe it's working out, I don't know. 7 speed, so it cannot speed Jolly Scarf Chomp under Trick Room? Wait, under Trick Room? It will always outspeed Scarf Chomp under Trick Room. And now we just made as bulky as possible while still having a special attack stat. And outspeeding Chomp. Okay. I guess you misspelled that, because you always outspeed Jolly Scarf Chomp under Trick Room, because you're gonna be slower than it, right? It's probably the last time I'll run a team without Mega Barb. Bro, I don't think Mega Barb is coming to MB. I think they're gonna do, like, they're gonna bring some Pokemon, they're not gonna go crazy. Yeah, Tailwind, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. That makes more sense. I don't think they'll introduce all the new Megas at once in MB. So, I think Mega Barb is not coming in. Then Agati. Gabriel Agati, one of my favorite players as well. Oh, he's using Mega Gengar with Como. Is it Perish? It is. It is Perish. With a Zoomeril! What? I like that, okay. So this is Agati, this is Joe, this is James, this is... I forgot. This is Medina? Okay, any other players? Oh, Tang! Justin Tang? Okay. Here we go, let's see. Justin Tang. With Cini, King Gambito, Schnizzler, Floetchi. Oh, he's running Mega Delphox. A lot of Mega Delphoxes, I like that. It's like, I want to use Charizard, but I don't want to be a bot type of choice, you know what I'm saying? If they want to add the new Rock Mega from ZA for MB, Mega Barb is their only choice. That's right, you are totally correct on that one, yeah. You are totally correct on that one. Okay. What I'm gonna do is, this is day 2, to start in 3 minutes. Here, in the start of the stream, of day one, they will show like players to watch and whatnot. Zachary Reed, Justin Tang, we already checked on that. I'm not really a fan of Zachary Reed, I don't know. Leaderboards in NA 10. Oh, Paul Chua! Is he in this tournament? Oh, it's Lorsi as well? I really like those guys. Chua. Oh. Wait. Is he not participating? I guess he's not participating. Paul Chua. Yeah, he's not participating. Well, yeah, okay. Imagine if in MB they ban the top 10 most used mons in the ladder. They'll not do that. It's too. They will do that later on. I think it's too early for that. Because then the format is gonna get kinda. I mean, they can add new Pokemon and then the format will change. So yeah, if they introduce enough number of Pokemons, they can do that. And finally, we can rest from Charizard. Why, bro? Playing ladder is becoming, especially because like I'm not super high on the ladder, of course, but I'm higher than usual. And it's just so annoying. It's just Charizard every 3 matches is 2 Charizard matches. It's super annoying. I'm so tired of that. So Chua is not here. Is Lorsi here on NYC? Lorsi is. He also likes Mega Delphox with setup. It is Mega Delphox with setup. Let's go. Oops. It is, I like that. It is also Delphox with setup, that's pretty sweet. I knew it. Funny how Mega Metagross both beats Zard Y and Fluet. True. It still takes super effective damage from a fire type attack, but I'm pretty sure it's faster than a rock type attack. Oh, Colin! Wait. The guy from the battle room is Colin Hare or something. I really like him as well. Is he participating? Colin? He is! Her name Battle Room, yeah. So let's see, what team is he rocking? No! The Battle Room guy is going bot mode! Cole, we have to send some disrespect to Colin. He's always bro, the last tournament we watched in America, he went with this super crazy team. Right? What was the... It was Indianapolis, correct? It was Indianapolis, VG. No way, Colin is going bot mode. I can't even beat Meta turn 1 because of clear body. Meta growth is gonna become a problem itself. Right? Because then you're gonna need something to counter it. So let's see, Colin in Indianapolis, he was running something different. Yeah, he was running Frostlass, Palafin, and Dragonite. He was like, man, fuck this shit, I'm going cookie cutter mode. Understandable. It's like the last tournament before Worlds, you know. Maybe you really want to get points or win the tournament so you can qualify for Worlds. Understandable, bro. Understandable. He's already being super... It's gonna start in 30 minutes! Damn it. Yeah, he's always being super creative and whatnot, and now he wants to go for some wins, you know? It's actually a mon that I love, so I won't mind that. Bro, but then if it becomes super annoying, you will not love it. If it starts to dominate, but I'm pretty sure they'll find answers to it. Because Mega Charizard White's not the problem itself. I think the problem is actually how good Garchomp pairs with Charizard Y, and then it's so hard to cover for both. Okay, let me see other players that we enjoy. Oh yeah, Marco Silva. I don't remember what team is he using, Marco. in here. Caldura Silva, yeah. Basic stuff, we don't care about that. Is Eduardo Cunha participating here? No. He became a father, I don't know if he's participating, you know, in the events. Eduardo Cunha is third in Europe, so I guess he already has the qualification for World guaranteed. Victor Medina, really like him. Oh, Michael Kelsch! Is he participating here? No, he's not. Kelsch. Yeah, he's not participating here. Check the server. Mega Metagross when it gets into champs. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. They really have to prepare well the metagame for Metagross. Otherwise, it's gonna be even worse than Charizard Y. It's gonna be insane if they don't prepare for it. Eric Rios, I also like him. Is he here? He is, Eric Rios. What is he using? More Charizard Slop. Yeah, more Charizard Slop. Roberto Parente. David Fazio. David Career. I remember he went to the finals of an online tournament in Sword and Shield versus Wolfie. Is he also doing Charizard Slop? He's not participating here. Mega Metagross even beats another broken Pseudomons. Baxcalibur. Is Mega Baxcalibur broken? I don't know. How good can it be? Then from Gabriel Lagati, already checked. I don't know the other players. I don't know a lot of people from Latin America. Yeah. A lot of Brazilian people, of course. I want to see Brazil represented. Brazil, Brazil, Brazil! It has 170 plus attack. Okay, but Dragon Ice is not great. Japan! Oh, Shohei! He's participating here. Shohei Kimura. Kimura! He's world champion. Yep. Joey Kimura. Joey. No! It's more Charizard Slop! Bro, can we stop this? Oh, I like Ko Tsukide as well. Let's check. Is he running Charizard Slop? Ko Tsukide. Yeah. Please don't be. It's Charizard Slop. Oh my god. Oh my. Everybody. No. We have some Mega Delphox teams. And we saw a player with Mega Gengar, I think. The rest is Charizard Slop. Yeah, it's not great, but there's been rising singles and a little bit of doubles in Scarlet and Violet. Wait. Mega? Maxcalibur? No, just not. Yeah, I remember Maxcalibur being kind of good in certain tournaments of Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, I remember that. I do remember that. But it was very passerby, you know. Shomohonami. That name is not new to me. Okay. So I think I checked all the players we wanted to check. And can we see like what players were going 9 and something? 5-2, 5-2. Oh, interesting. James Parley. Round Swiss 9. Okay. Because we can see the results so far. Kotsuki there. Oh, Charizard Slop versus Charizard Slop. I meant base. Oh, Max actually Ubers, if I know correct. Okay, that's crazy. Of course, because Mega is not available and it's hard and valid. I want to see the results of those guys. Are they 7-0, 5-2, 5-1, 6-1? They're 8-0! Damn! That's strong, brother. So it was 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday. Yeah, okay. It was 8 rounds of Swiss. 24 minutes for the show to start. We've seen a bunch of Charizard Slop pairings. Please stand by. Okay. This is Floette Charizard, Mega Delphox, Charizard Slop, Joe Ugarte coming in with Sand, the most unique team we've seen so far. Mega Gengar, nice. Mega Delphox, Charizard Slop. I think from the, yeah, now it's just Charizard Slop. Charizard Slop. That's nope. Yeah, so much Charizard Slop, bro. Unbelievable. So much Charizard Slop. Let's go, Charizard. No! Stop, bro. I'm tired of the Charizard Slop, man. I'm tired. Fucking hell, bro. Okay, let's wait for the stream to start. Be the change you want to see in life. Exactly, infinitely. At this point, just fuck around on ladder. Yeah. Make me stop. Well, I can't. You have to stop yourself. Oh, bruh. That's why so many people are running Lycanroc. His Charizard is too annoying. That's a team from Indianapolis. I don't know why, but I guess I'm on YouTube for today instead of Twitch. Bro, you do you. It's easier because you can see the chat of the other guys on YouTube as well. You know. Just watch, Mega Bart's gonna pop off. Bro, actually Mega Bart will be a great way to counter Mega Charizard Y, right? To balance a little bit the ladder. Right? Because it's so annoying. Oh! Mousehold with Talonflame, with Meowscarada, with Shieldyorn, with... Bro, so... Yeah, we didn't see any Glumoras at NYC. That was a bit weird. Okay, Charizard looks great. Into everything but Glumora. Meganium looks kinda bad here. So we want... Sinichar? Whimsichar? No, I guess with Milo Char. Okay. Nere Sini. Schnizzler. Let's go. How saddening I have to see Cole chatting. Right, so sad, so sad. Harley, have you been watching the World Cup? You were here last night on the USA match, but have you seen more than that? I'm playing, bro. Don't take it too hard. I know. I mean, hopefully Cole knows as well. Okay, here, Scald, into Protect. But then what? Because they no Scald into Sneasel. No, because then Sneasler into Protect, and then we switch Cine on the next turn. Okay, I think the game is too loud, at least for me. Yeah, this is much better. Maybe it's not good for you, maybe it's too low for you, let me know. Oh, they're already talking about it. Well, I don't wanna talk about it. I mean, not really, I've only seen glimpses of... Bro! What? Typical England fan. Typical England fan. Only cares about their own team. That's why you guys are hated. No, Arlie, I didn't mean that. I was reacting like to Esso saying Bard Y beats Zard Y. Maybe the delusional, but 8 speed versus 100 speed. I mean, yeah, the solar beam. Oh, hello? Bro! What? Bro, my game just disappeared. What the fuck? Oh, I'm here. Shit. So Melodic took some... Oh, it was Mega Glumora. Okay. Scald again, switch to Cine. I'm back. Bard will always lose to Zard Y because of Solar Beam, yeah. I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, Harley's British, what do you expect, yeah. But I've been South Africa game, Canada and COT USA game, where they went 2-0 up. Bro, for me the best game so far was South Korea versus Czechia. Canada versus Bosnia was pretty good too. Bosnia versus... It was like the defense masterclass from Bosnia, and Canada showed some good stuff. Then I fell asleep. Yeah, it was very late.
We have an amazing competition. This is the final stretch. So one final Worlds invite. We know every single team that will be at our World Championships except for one, and there are so many great teams still in the hunt right now. I think what's most exciting are we have great teams that have already qualified for Worlds here, and we have so many teams unqualified that are beating them. So all of these grassroots teams, teams that didn't get to play in our league, teams that don't get to show up to a ton of these tournaments are here. They are showing out, and it's really exciting. It's anybody's game right now, which I think is very cool. Let's talk a little bit about Go.
Well, the cool thing that we have, Spragos, is that for every international
Nice Protect.
this season, we have a limited meta.
We die? Oh no, yes! That's so good! 2 HP survival, and we take priority from the... Oh, it's a knockout! Perfect. Which then, either stacking Rock Time, stacking Zard Y weak, Mons, Clef, your Repo down.
Galarian Weezing. I don't know if you see those in your games at all, but we have them. We have all of these Pokemon that
Mouse
like farm animals. You have Miltank as well. Yeah, we have these being meta in our games, so we have that going for us.
I do love that. First off, every time I hear about Go, as someone who plays it very casually,
I want to sack the Milo.
The meta is like Grumpig and Shadow Poliwag and things like that. I always love hearing about a Go meta, and I also love that it's very...
If not good in doubles, yeah.
Right now,
for sure.
That's pretty great. Tell me about TCG. Does anyone play Dragapult currently?
There's a couple of people in the room, maybe more than 3,000.
Oh, fuck.
Not that many, you know, but 35% of the room showing up with Dragapult EX as, you know, to be expected. It is the most dominant deck in the format, and it has been since the rotation happened a few months back. It's play Dragapult or beat Dragapult, and the latter is a lot more difficult. You've got Phantom Dive, which spreads damage, players playing Crushing Hammer to try and gain that extra energy advantage against their opponents, and the weakness, well, Dragapult is not weak to anything in the Pokemon TCG. That's the specialty that Dragon-type Pokemon currently have. All of those things combined, a lot for these trainers to overcome, but there are a few decks out in the field that do have the potential to take it down. I've seen a little bit of Crustle action. We have 2 of our 9-0 players are playing Crustle, a deck that fares pretty well into Dragon.
Crustle is strong in TCG? That's crazy. Crustle is very fun to use in Pokemon Unite as well.
Battle, so to say. What decks you get paired against will be very important for these trainers.
Sand plus light screen is huge, special defense buff to it. True. And that's especially true to T-Tar. Sand plus light screen, it's crazy. They protect, that's fine.
Thousands of players. You could run into a ton of Dragapults, but if you aim
Oh,
to
that's
counter it
perfect.
and don't run into them, you could have a rough run in the tournament, right?
Absolutely.
Wait, I didn't Mega.
Pokemon, you
Eh,
you
doesn't
gotta play
matter.
great, but we always say to have a deep run, you have to have good variance on your side. You have to hit the right matchups. Your deck has to function the way it does in practice.
I was
and in
distracted
testing.
looking at the side
If it
stream.
doesn't, you're going to find yourself like a lot of our players so close to that finish line.
Now, we want to talk a little bit about some impactful moments from day one. Maybe a cool thing that stood out. All of our games, I know, have a ton of amazing moments, especially in these early stages where you get to see a lot of diverse competition. But I want to hear a big moment from each game.
I know at least in singles it's gonna be
Champions is the
broken.
name of the
The Hippo down?
Yeah, we're looking
Or,
for Pokemon
Barb.
Champions champion. Make
Barb,
sure,
I
make
guess.
sure to get it right over there. But talking about impactful moment from yesterday, we'll talk about a champion that is popping off in Champions. There's two world champions I got to focus on, but I want to talk about Wolf
Cheesecake and
this
Wolf,
match
yeah.
in particular because
Wolfie.
he's coming off a second place in the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Did it with a crazy Pokemon. He swapped it up, and we get to see a couple of very different picks on his team. The Toxapex and the Mamoswine. Toxapex put in a lot of work in the first couple of games.
I'm faster than the Basque Legion, which is great.
In this game number 3, the Hydreigon with the Draco Meteor, Oko's this Garchomp, then you get a double
I can see
KO.
Barry will not help out
Lucky
Cine, thank you.
Between the two of them, going up against Alex Underhill, but a dominant game 3 to secure this win and keep on his winning ways. It
You
was
could also
awesome.
pull
Yeah.
off absolute shenanigans with Cine plus Shell Smash Barb, because Ardwai can't Oko either in one hit, and Cine can just direct Solar Beam. Yeah.
Super annoying.
Can we pick
You
up the
get
knockout on
multiple
this fish
knockout
right now?
over time. Toxapex is so
Ah, it's Sash.
kind of take down.
No, wait, it's not.
Toxics all over the board.
Oh, but they have Aqua Jet.
Pokemon. It's a strategy that we don't necessarily see within Pokemon.
Bro, they survived one.
And
Oh my,
that
I hate
back-to-back tournaments
1% survival
champion that
without
we
Sash.
see very unorthodox
GG.
picks, but how skillfully he can pilot them and take them to the top. And with only
Yeah.
a couple of more wins that he needs to secure a top in stop cut, I cannot wait to see how he's going to play today to try and secure that.
Magmar.
Obviously,
Magmar
a
will
lot of
follow
people
me,
have their
you know?
eyes on Wolfie all the time, you know, such an exciting player and clearly the truth. You know, there are some people who might question the biggest Pokemon YouTuber and a former world champion, and he shows up and wins time and time again with a unique strategy.
Yeah, that's true. Wolfie wins with unique strategies. That's the big thing. It's not just abusing the meta.
At this point with Pokemon Champions, but to be able to kind of dig deep within this meta, find picks that nobody else is really using, and be able to pilot them to the top, just shows such mastery of a meta that is still like a game that's just so new, right? And I cannot wait to see how he fares going into May.
I want to talk a little bit about Unite now. We had some pretty exciting moments in day one. Again, in our group stages, there's always such diverse competition, a lot of strategies being thrown at these teams that you wouldn't expect.
I love to play Pokemon Unite. They completely ruined the game. The game had so much potential. The game could be so good. They totally ruined it. With very slow updates and changes, a weird monetization. Then recently they changed how you can win Pokemon. It was super stupid. With also resisting grass and can draw in Sleep Powder. Hard loses to Garchomp, however, yeah. Garchomp is really good to support Charizard though. That's one of the problems.
Charizard would take you up into the air, and then Charizard would take you up into the air, and then another Charizard would take you right up into the air. It was brutal, it was hilarious, and it gave them the game.
How many matches did I miss? 0.
Pretty amazing. They are moving on to
It has not started yet.
They're undefeated in their groups, and they have a shot at that final World Championship spot heading to Worlds in San Francisco.
Oh,
It's great to
Snizzler,
watch. I love
Whimsy.
when a team does something
Okay,
unique,
that's really good for us.
crazy, and at the same time,
I
it
can't set
really,
up
really
in front of the
those are
Whimsy,
some of my
right?
favorite things to watch. Tell me a little bit about
So I'll just Dragon
And
Claw over
Go,
there.
I picked a moment here that is kind of
Ice Beam
representative
over there. Maybe I should have doubled up into the Whimsy, that's fine.
You see here in this tournament, and this trainer, Golf Professor in particular, is his username. he is making a play called a sacrificial catch in this moment here. It's where you're like waiting, is he going to do it, yes or no? And he does. So basically in Pokemon Go, you're tapping your screen until you have the energy for a charge deck, which you see the train
Cole is going to participate in the Skypillar tournament. I want updates on the Discord chat, my bro. No fake out. Oh, just Dire Claw there. That's fine.
By the way, is that possible? Yeah, very cool to see trainers all over the world come here and get far in this tournament using the plays that they need to do rather than just having your fire type Pokemon on a grass type Pokemon here.
That, by the way, is a story I hear time and time again at these events. I do think possibly a hack to making it to day 2 or Champions.
Yeah, now I want to Dragon Dance and knock out Whimsicott, so no Arcor comes through. Spear Pillar, yeah, Sky Pillar. I'm on the VGC stream. No, this is a League of Legends stream, bae. This is a League of Legends stream.
Where the 2 grand finalists for VGC didn't have their flights booked either.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not push this as the strategy, all right?
It's like a good luck charm.
No. Book your flights as if you're gonna win.
Nice. Don't sleep, please.
I was gonna say
Perfect.
that's not champion mentality right there. You gotta assume you're going all the way to Sunday to go play some Pokemon.
That's true. I think that's a good strategy. Tell me about TCG. What happened?
Well, to no one's surprise, we have to continue to talk about Dragapult because it truly is that serious. But there's plenty of ways to go about playing Dragapult.
You'll be in chat when it happens. Nice.
Has been this
I want to know how you doing.
Version. Its ability allows you to attach energy cards from your
Chomp.
pile to your Pokemon, accelerating more into play and flooding.
How many turns of Tailwind here? 2 or 4. Okay.
Allowing you to skip the stages of evolution.
I'll level protect here.
That air balloon and phantom diving early in the game.
I'll presumably be the only Hungarian rep in the tourney. Maybe not. Maybe not.
That requires a little bit more setup. Phantom Dive combined with the consistency of your cloak, and then later in the game, setting up cool plays with Monkey Dory out of nowhere. This card has shaped the format completely in terms of how you can spread damage, how you can make these huge swing turns, and setting up a checkmate scenario, pushing up this one prize Pokemon, not getting greedy, not taking a prize card,
Dragon Claw.
ensuring that next turn the game would be closed out. Led to an epic situation.
I think I survive a Dragon Claw.
Had to flip for confusion and it was a tails.
Right. I can even go for another Dragon Dance. Bring Cini. To make sure we survive. Because it might be a Bunbury or something.
Pheasantipity, not the EX, the baby Pokemon. It's got an ability where every turn you attack it, you have to flip a coin. And if heads, you prevent that damage done to the Pokemon. Threw a bunch of energies, tried to make a comeback.
Nice,
Slowly
Cini.
but surely kept flipping heads to buy time. And
Yeah,
Cynthia's
nice survival.
Photoshop, it wanted to go out with a bang, swinging for 260 damage on the last coin flip and flipped tails to hit through the Pheasantipity in a game that was
Okay,
so
no more
massive.
Tailwind.
Fernando
So now I want to
almost
Dragon Claw the Chomp and Life Do.
in that spot.
I don't have Life
Tried to
Do.
attack with that Pokemon, and
I
if
want
that
Life Do
coin flip
on
went
the Cini.
wrong, could have
Big
seen
C.
victory out. It's those
DM's Big C. Ah,
moments sometimes in Pokemon that can make or break your tournament.
How many did they hit in a row?
we didn't see that
Well,
crit
there
chart.
was a lot. There was 2 or 3 in a row, and then they flip tails once, and this deck plays a lot of ways to heal your Pokemon. So then you'd heal it back to 0. And then they try to hit it again, and then flip heads a couple more times. And it does have an attack on it, does 30 damage for each energy card. So while you're buying time and blocking the damage, you start to slowly attach those energy cards, and who knows, that Pheasantipity becomes a very cruel threat quickly.
Sounds pretty amazing. I know everyone at home is waiting for us to talk about what you get just for watching.
Is it
our
Insane
game.
in the back?
And
No,
we
it's
do have
Charizard,
some
right?
treats for you. Sierra, the game is Champions?
Pokemon Champions, yeah, and if you want to be a Pokemon champion,
So I want Trick Room.
Pokemon Champions, well, you gotta have champion-worthy Pokemon. Maybe it's not the Charizard we see out in the field, but what beats fire? Water, surely, right? So you can go ahead and redeem to get a Blastoise in-game. Mega Blastoise, the amount of damage you can do, especially with the full
I could just
HP
Dire
water
Claw.
spout, is amazing. You can
Pretty
shell
sure we
down
survive
and get
one.
those healthy little boosts to try and push on forward. And of course, Cherish Ball is the coolest Pokeball in the game. I do not make the rules. Make sure you get this while you can.
Amazing. Let's take a look at what you get just for watching.
I'll reach
over
powder
on
in case
Pokemon
they
channel.
weather
Give
ball.
yourself a little sticker to let everybody know that you are watching live, and a platinum boost emblem of none other than Blastoise. A little bit of a theme going on, it looks like. You get a Blastoise, we get a Blastoise. Everybody gets a Blastoise just for watching, so make sure you head on
They
over
protect.
to Pokemon Unite Twitch
Sure.
to check that out. How's Go doing?
For Pokemon Go, you don't get a Blastoise. You get a Seeking instead, inspired by the victory of Batman at EUIC. It already has the legacy.
Okay, I think now I switch. I'll sack the Milo, and then that can give us extra healing with the Cine coming back in on the later turn.
For like your mythical Pokemon, so make sure that you don't miss out on this. I already did this yesterday to make sure, because I really need these things.
I gotta say, I always love when the drops are linked to something really cool that happened at an event. We see that kind of time and time again with these games. I think that's really unique and very cool.
Nice.
Let's talk about TCG.
Perfect.
Rewards for tuning into the stream this weekend for the trading card game, each depending on how long you watch.
Oh,
the
nice.
stream.
Since dodges the heat wave.
Pokemon
Perfect.
TCG Live. We've got 4 booster packs if you tune in for 30 minutes. Those special illustration rare cards for 45, and then a nice little leather jacket. So no Blastoise theme. You see a little bit of the deck box.
GG.
Going on. We've
Good
got
win,
a
good
little
win.
bit going there, but
Come on, when the match is
really looking
starting.
forward to using that leather jacket in game.
Amazing. We are going to be starting our show here very soon. Make sure you are watching all of our broadcasts, of course. Make sure you're coming back here for Championship Sunday. It's going to be very exciting. The last international competition of the season.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
I am very hyped about it. Are all you guys ready here in New Orleans?
I'm ready, bro. Bring it. Come on. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Before I can start it. Is that right? Is it about 25 seconds? All right, we have 25 seconds. Let's be
25
completely
seconds.
Silent. Can you imagine?
How many Pokemon can you name in 20 seconds?
Okay,
Blastoise,
Blastoise. We got Blastoise.
Okay.
Mega Blastoise.
Blastoise, Mega Blastoise.
How many Charizards were in that one Unite match?
Blastoise. Blastoise. And we're done. Let's get our show started.
Finally. I'm disappointed with Bosnia's performance. No. They played really well. I just think they did... what they did wrong was being too defensive, like South Africa was, you know, like too defensive, I think. They didn't need to. Canada wasn't that strong of a team, right? I don't think they needed to be super defensive. I think they changed tactic. Yeah, I think they're still doing well. Here we go. Oh, they went for Trick Room. Okay, I can just encore them again. America was good, man. They have some decent... Yeah, America was good. America was good. The manager helped out. But like I was saying yesterday, I think Paraguay conceding that goal very early kind of perturbed them a little bit. Because I think Paraguay are better than what they showed yesterday, but... not good enough. Weather ball over there. Into... no, I don't want to knock it out. Right, I want it to reverse Trick Room for me. So I'll just Solar. Encore. Let's go, finally! Today, big day! Morocco, Brazil! We're gonna watch this. I think I'm watching Qatar, Switzerland with my girlfriend in the living room. She said she wanted to watch the matches with me. Oh, nice! Okay. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Good switch from them, actually. I can't wait to see some crazy plays today. Bro, I can't wait just to see some plays. We've been live for an hour almost. Hello, hello.
Day 2 of the Pokémon North America International Championships.
We saw
3 turns of Trick Room, that's totally fine.
this stage and out on the floor yesterday. The field has narrowed, and the trainers that still remain have another day of intense matches ahead of them.
Yeah, we can't wait to showcase some of those battles right here on
Ah, that's Zoinks. He's a Unite commentator. I really like them. Unite had great
The
commentators.
question on everyone's mind is, who is gonna make it to Championship Sunday?
In Pokemon Unite, DreamHack Esports, Deep Cross Gaming, and Fulcrum have yet to earn their World Champions invite, and they might be able to do so in this event.
In Pokemon Go, this season's LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, EUIC champion, Pokémon, reigning world champion, Beelzeboy, reigning NAIC champion, It's Acton, all made it to top cut from the winner's side of the bracket.
Wow, and in the Pokemon TCG, Dragapult has dominated the meta, as we thought.
Weatherbolt and Sylveon in case they bring the Cine. Fake out on the T-Tar. Get in the ball. I think as a when is off stream is trying his cat to train like Pokemon. No. When something other than Charizard to win, yeah bro, so many Charizards. Enough is enough, bro. Enough is enough.
At 9-0, but reigning NAIC champion Federico Camporesi is still very much in
Oh!
8-1.
There's a knockout on the Meganium.
Competitors, it is time to lock in for your next
Fuck.
wave of battles here in day 2.
That's GG.
And for those in the audience here and at home, time to grab a snack, get comfy, and cheer on your favorite trainers.
All right, NAIC,
What is this new tournament again? It's North American International Championships.
Let's get this party started.
I should have died at Claw the Sylveon there. And protect. No, I already had protected. Can you increase the volume a little bit, please? Photo? Bro, are you deaf? It's almost in the maximum.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North
Oh,
America
nice burn.
International Championships. We're back in the Big Easy, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of NAIC champion. Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming completed their IC sweep after a tense
All right.
4-game set against Revelation.
Scald over there.
Best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
Luminosity was super hated in the Unite
Battled tirelessly
realm.
through the losers bracket,
Oh, nice
resetting the
knockoff.
bracket in the grand finals and winning
Pokemon
his
is like
second
football, bringing all
NAIC
nations together. It is, it is. Totally it is.
Your 2025 North America International Champions!
But football does it much better.
Short in the past finals,
Football does it
Isaiah
much
Bradley
better.
pulled it all together to claim his first NAIC trophy in the Masters division.
Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American
Cine.
International Champion.
And Federico Camporesi claimed yet another champion title for Italy in an exciting 3-game match against teammate Marco Silva.
My Cinis will be the healthiest motherfucker with citrus, match, and strength sap. Bro, that motherfucker is never going down. That motherfucker is never going down.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships.
Okay, are we having some matches now? 55 minutes, bro.
let the games begin indeed. Welcome
Oh, cool
everyone
dress,
to
Serena.
Pokémon
Serena
VGC here
dresser
at NAIC.
stepped in for this weekend. She's looking great.
Trainers made their way through phase 1, kicked off phase 2, and of course today is going to be the climb to see who makes their way to top cut and will compete on Championship Sunday. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Lee Provost. We're so ready for today. It's going to be an epic battle.
Yeah, what a great start. We've had that brilliant run in with the recap show, and then to hype us up to get into day 2. I think, yeah, I'm very excited to see our players who will rise to the top and make their way into Championship Sunday, because the action yesterday was incredible and it's only going to get better as
I didn't watch much from yesterday, bro.
We had to talk about some of that.
I called her Serena again, didn't I? For this. It's Sierra. Sierra means a group. It's Serra. It means a group of mountains in Portuguese. Yeah, Serena is from Pokémon X, brother. Wake up, asshole, wake up. It's already 3 p.m., bro. Wake up.
With a very interesting team.
Yeah, I mean, I think out of all the teams that we featured yesterday, this
Let
is
me
probably
close the
the most
door.
unique
Of
one,
course,
right?
Wolfie,
With
the
this
most
top spec,
famous,
the
great
mouse
team.
line.
Of
Didn't
course.
get to see. Hopefully we get a little showcase of that at some point today. High Dragon as well was so impactful, but the Toxapex is so disruptive, right? It's a tank. It takes hits so well, and against the really common threats in this format, the Charizard.
Fuck, Momo was here.
I'm going to really struggle against this
She's
Pokemon
not.
and allow it the room to get those all-important infestations off to trap opponents, chip opponents each and every turn that is active.
Come on, bro.
On top of that, you've got to worry about the Toxic that just chips away each and every turn when that is set. Really unique team.
What are those matches?
So the field is really
We've been
not
waiting
kind of
for.
set up to deal with it that well.
And I mean, if we're not going for the, slow mode with the Toxapex, why not just do big damage? Hydreigon, a perfect example of that. Draco Meteor, I mean, we take 1 KO. Draco Meteor, not as impressive.
How many Charizards will be seeing today? Sierra Dawn is great. Can't fault her casting. No, she's awesome. And I remember when she was a streamer as well, back in Sword and Shield. She was like streaming on Twitch and whatnot. Then she became a caster.
Yeah, and
That's my
I
dream
think
as well,
saw
bro.
how much of a high-level player will fall in
Ezo.
that match as well, conditioning
Casting
out
in
the
Europe, you
game,
know what I'm saying?
the Garchomp in game 3, and then switching it up and saying, okay, well, this is the time I'm going to bring my High Dragon, not bringing it in games 1 and 2, and really catching Alex on the back foot there and just locking that game up. So sweet, simple, and straightforward.
And not the only case of innovative team building that we got to see from a phenomenal player. Let's talk about Dawei C, because Dawei is someone that's known within this North American circuit for some of these, off-the-wall picks that she'll bring out. And we got to see Cerulege, and this Cerulege put in so much work. You get bulk ups, you get defense, attack, and all of this heal with big damage.
Yeah, I saw Dawei in
Come on.
Indy running the Cerulege and loved it as soon as I saw it. So I'm really happy that they brought it back to this event as well and having so much success with it. And I think it's a good showcase to say, bring things that you're comfortable with into these big events that you know and you have that confidence in these Pokemon to kind of carry you all the way and deeper into these tournaments. And against Justin Tang, I mean, how much higher of a class trainer do you want to go against to kind of prove yourself? Taking that, it was a real back and forward kind of chess sort of game as well. But
We'll see more King Eng-Pt and Zard. Yes, King Eng-Pt was 70% usage, which is crazy.
And sometimes when we get these innovative team buildings, it's a Pokemon for a particular matchup. But we put it on broadcast, we don't get to see it showcased. But Cerulege
Crazy,
stealing
crazy.
the show, I think, was just so
70%,
cool.
bro.
And Dawei
It's
currently
like
sitting at
everybody has a...
one record. So,
Everybody has a King
Pokemon,
Eng-Pt,
yeah, it's
almost.
Okay, that's only one loss. And Dawei has just been so renowned for incredible runs over North America. So again, I cannot wait to see how that shakes up. But we have one more match that we wanted to feature going into today, which is our other undefeated trainer and
Ooh.
our other Pokemon World
Oh.
Champion. Let's talk about
It's
Ghost
cool.
yeah, I mean,
Nice.
Cole came off the back of a top 8 finish in Japan Nationals last weekend, coming straight into this event. Had a great warm-up, full NAIC, and just making a slight tweak to the team that they use.
I'm watching a video of some fans of Scotland going down a slide in Boston while playing a bagpipe.
Against the wall, and a lot of times, but Cole just so precise with their move decisions with game.
That cop slide meme, you know.
Like the Venusaur that was so threatening under the sun, especially when your main mega, that your
World Cup vibes, bro.
was kind of helping it out with that chlorophyll.
And to be able
That's
to go
so
for the
funny.
tournaments, like just like first weekend, getting that 7th place to then into NAIC is so impressive. The World's invitation has already been locked up, but of course you have traveled far and wide. You want to take this run going, maybe become NAIC champion, and with someone with such high skill.
Oh, Justin is at 8-1.
So yeah,
That's crazy.
these are some of our phase 2 players, and so many really stacked names on this.
Wolf went through, Eric
One
Rios went
guy
through,
third
Justin Tag went through.
to
Oh,
showing
Alex
third
Gomez
in
is participating. He went
the
through.
multi-re-
Dawe went through. Colin went through. Awesome.
Gomez, like,
Shoei
third
Kimura also went
American
through.
rated
Beautiful.
NAIC champion.
Yeah, I mean, the roster
Nice.
here is just incredible. The talent that we see right across
Do we
the
have
top of the
pairings
board
already?
is amazing. And what we've got to look forward to today.
Oh,
is
yes.
throughout as we get
Okay,
deeper into the
okay.
tournament. I mean, just to mention, Colin
Wolf
Hyle,
Glick is
one of the players I
9-0.
love watching
Wolf is
from the
9-0.
America region.
He's winning
Coming into
everything.
This format has been really, really good and having a great start to this event. And I think he could have a really deep run in this tournament as well. Maybe hasn't had that like big finish recently, like with an IC win, but definitely one of the players to keep an eye on. I think capable of doing it. But yeah, Federico still keeping themselves in the mix as well at current.
Joe Ugarte went
Can they
6-3.
do it again? That's a big question. Federico definitely possible.
I don't
but
think he can.
look at
It
the
depends on
talent
how many rounds of
here.
Swiss you have, but I don't think he can go through.
I mean, I feel like we could spend ages talking about each one of these players and each of their accomplishments.
It was funny, it was just a Scottish fan going down a slide in Boston while playing a bagpipe. He didn't go through? Who? Why King Gambit doesn't learn Final Gambit? Because the name King Gambit, it's wrong. Because the inspiration for King Gambit design in Japanese is not the same inspiration for the name in English, you know. So Joe Ugarte didn't went through.
Really kind of washed up on the shores
Lorsi?
of New Orleans and really making a big impact this weekend. For good reason, that team is very solid. It's built so well, and that Lycan Rock a real good deterrent against those Charizard Wise.
Okay, not showing up here.
Are in abundance out in the field, and
Agati?
today too, they must have had a lot of success against those.
What the
Octopops
fuck? Also not-
yesterday.
wait.
Charizard though still sitting pretty high in the stats
okay.
as well, so not as high as probably what I would.
Let's see,
thought it
Colin.
would've been, but still high enough. But the two
He went
standout megas,
8-1.
I would say,
Good.
out Frozlass,
Good.
Scovillain coming into this one, really
Alex?
making an impact and going to cause all sorts of
No.
problems for the remaining teams in the tournament.
He went 8-1 as well.
They
Nice.
really will. But before we start getting into today's tournament, of
Tang
course, our
8
thoughts
went
and what we
8-1
kind
as
of
well.
thought going
Nice.
into all of this. This is teams
What
who
other
we
players?
bring, and I feel like you can see the players that are like, you know what? I could take this. I could win.
Does it matter
Picking
if
up
it's wrong?
top
It would be funny.
Pokemon, and then you can see that I'm just looking to have fun at this tournament. I think
Bro, you're missing the
team is fun,
point.
and that is what I care about. I would not
I like
be,
it.
I certainly
Because you have to
wouldn't be-
understand who
I
makes
wouldn't be
them.
Nana no look.
The moves and everything are the Japanese.
There might be. Is
So
there,
if
haven't
the
looked specifically into
inspiration for the Pokemon has nothing to do with Final Gambit in Japanese, they will not give it Final Gambit. That's the whole reason. You know, it's funny only on an English name perspective, but everywhere else in the world it doesn't make sense. You know.
Japan Nationals last week, and I really liked the
And it's on like, why is it funny? King Gambit learns Final Gambit because they have both F Gambit in the name. What?
But haven't seen any of that really. But I do like the other choices. I think Lensden tried and true to their heart with the Mega Tyranitar like yourself. And I
So
think a
can
really
we
good pick as
see?
well with the,
I want to
the
see
Xehanort
how.
as well, which I do like.
What
I
was the
like
result
this
of
one. Like, any
Lorsi?
rock type you can tag on, and it gives Charizard a hard time.
And you have you know the same weather. You got snow. You're sharing that.
Final
with
Gambit
your
to
friends.
Ninja. That's
the,
crazy.
The Mega Charizard X team, they made quite a
Now
splash
here we
last
can
week as
see
well.
the.
Yeah, but okay, we're
The
so
results.
close to getting started, guys. We're so close, but of course we have to get into our Swiss standings again. 9-0.
So I guess
fantastic.
Lorsi and
8-1
whatnot wasn't able
also
to go through.
great, but you're looking to get as many wins as possible because top cut is what you have.
Yeah,
your
it went
sight
4-2,
on set
which is still
at.
possible.
So, no slacking now.
No, and I think if you're at the better end of these records, of course, you've got an advantage going into the tournament, but anyone progressing with that X and 2 record...
He's already not on round 9.
You still got a chance. You just got to give it your all each and every round. Take every round as it comes. Sure,
Yeah,
players
he went
will be doing that exactly, but
5-3.
yeah, these players
Also,
here
Joe
will
Ugarte still has a chance to go through.
in the driving seat
Okay.
today. and hopefully to carry that confidence and the ability to go
Breaker of
further in the
Focus
tournament
Sashes.
on.
And of course, sitting at
That's the title.
undefeateds, we
Then
had
let's
to
see,
showcase
Agati.
them first. So going on broadcast
He also
for our
went
very
5-3.
first match,
Okay.
starting off day 2 of NAIC, Wolf Flip
Eric
going up
Rios.
against Coast Kide.
7-1 is still in. Harley wants to mingle with the caster Sierra.
Yeah, and what a
Sure.
way to start, you know, you start as you
He
meet
can do whatever he
tomorrow.
wants,
This is
brother.
the best way to start day 2 here, but we
Oh,
can't just
wait.
concentrate just on that match. We're going to be featuring that. Of course,
Oh, we're gonna start with
amazing
Wolfie
match
immediately.
here
Let's
going
get
on this round.
it.
Well, Emilio versus Sean
Let's
here
get
with one of
it.
those players
Finally,
who
bro.
will be out of the
1 hour
tournament
and almost 10 minutes without no
on.
match.
So,
Come on,
yeah,
man.
really, really tough matchup for both of those trainers.
There's so many fantastic matchups here, but we can't showcase them all. While we're getting ready for the match, one last final thing, of course, if you want to be a Pokemon champion, you need to have championship-worthy Pokemon. Your opportunity, watch for 60 minutes, and you can earn a special Blastoise. The Cherith Ball 2 is absolutely amazing. Do not miss your opportunity to get this. These drops are so awesome. You need more and more Pokemon. And of course, how to earn the Twitch drops. Take a screenshot. There's a lot of text here, but I believe in you guys. I'm sure you can figure it out. Long story short, rewards.pokemon.com. But how about we start getting started with today?
Yes,
Let's go.
I'll never say anything of the sort. I have no clue what Cole is on about.
Who has come off that top 8?
Me neither, me
and has
neither.
Had such good form yesterday. Both undefeated trainers in the tournament. One of them will still be undefeated after this match. Which one will it be? Well, we're going to decide in this Swiss round 10 coming up next.
And to talk about the teams, because we have certainly talked about the accomplishments, as said, some very different team building coming out from Wolf, but this is like his bread and butter, right? We got to see that Toxapex on full display yesterday, and then the Hydreigon for the fast mode. But the Mamoswine is also a really big piece of this puzzle, and one that I hope to see going.
Here we go, finally.
I would love to see the Mamoswine. I think it gives a lot of issues to the Garchomp in particular, and with that focus sash that it's got as well, it's got that little layer of security against those big threatening attacks from the Charizard, the Basculegion, the Kingambit.
So we have Charizard Slop versus not so much Charizard Slop. You know?
You've got Pokemon like the Charizard, Hydreigon, the Incineroar, the Toxapex that all resist everything that the Charizard is going to throw out. So it makes it difficult for Cole to kind of bring that Pokemon as eloquently as they would normally do. So you're looking at probably the flow out there as the option, but the protect the Queen almost is going to be the Hydreigon. It is important in Peace for Wolf. Needs to really have that active to deal with a lot of those threats. Get around the fairy threats as well. You've got nice toxic support, like a poison type support with the Sneasler, that immediate threat. You've got the Toxapex that can soak up damage and give the Hydreigon a little bit of room, but to deal with that Basculegion that could be a little bit threatening. You have the Intimidate from the Incineroar, but the Hydreigon with that choice.
I may or may not have told him I thought Sierra was good looking. She is good looking. Especially this weekend, her dresser is on point. Yeah, this is still Charizard Slop, but it's less Charizard Slop. Imagine, Wolfie made the original draw, and the other players are AI, trying to reproduce the draw. You know what I'm saying?
7th place over at the Japan National Championships, and this is the same team that he used. It is tried, it is true.
Final game, it's not a bad move.
Some of the top Pokemon we have here in MA.
For example, Choice Scarf Lucario can really benefit from that. And Nearly Ape was doing really well in Scarlet and Violet with that as well. It's just really great to remove a threat out of the field. This is Charizard Slop. Immediately. This is Charizard Slop. Charizard is modest. Sickle, got a lock in, bro. Got those ice check, boy. Nah. But aren't you guys participating in a tourney? I want updates. I want to know how you guys doing immediately after you finish your sets. Bro, talking about me like a damn dog. You know what I just remembered? When Bay made Cole lose his mind with the Milotic. That was really funny.
Have that fake out pressure though. Have to be careful about keeping Pokemon in after you faked out because of the Encore threat, but a way to stop that immediate Tailwind enabling then you've got ways to do that. And then can you punish while you've got that fake up pressure next to you? That's the big
Bro,
question
come
for
on,
Wolf,
bro.
because
I can't believe we are 1 hour and 10 minutes waiting for the first match. They really need to improve this. They need to improve this. I know this is all show, it's North American International, but I'm here to watch the fucking matches. I'm not here to talk about Unite and talk about Pokemon Go. You know what I'm saying? Because you already wait a lot in between sets. If they keep doing like this game will never, at least the streams will never be as big as they can be, because everybody just drops. Let's go, let's go. Arlo decided his ability was Wimp Out. Here we go. I want to see the Mamoswine. We haven't seen the Mamoswine yet. Garchomp Floetchi versus Hydreigon Char. Okay. Dangerous. Yeah. Garchomp is a good coverage for the lead of Wolfie. I'm sure Char won't. I'm sure Garchomp wouldn't click Earthquake because there was a Flying type and the Pokemon would Levitate over there, unless Ko can read the future and predict the switch of Toxapex and click Earthquake there, which would be crazy. No, because that also would attack his Floetchi. Mega Flowey, great coverage here from Wolfie, protecting from Mega Flowey as well. Here we go, let's go Wolfie. Let's go Wolfie. Let's go Wolfie. Oh, Protection, eh? Okay, Ko was afraid of the Choice Scarf. Oh, okay, Ko was afraid of Choice Scarf Draco Meteor. Dazzle Salazzle. No problem.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you do not want to be losing a crucial Pokemon on turn 1, so Protect make a lot of sense. And the Toxapex coming in.
Toxapex is chilling. Toxapex is eating good today.
You soak up the hit, and you get a lot of recovery back.
Yeah, and it's a great position for Wolf to be in now, right? You've got the Toxapex on the field, you've got that wide guard that gives that Charizard perfect protection because, yeah, the Garchomp, it has Rock Slide, but not really going to be able to click that as easily. The Floette as well, not hitting for super effective damage, so not on the greatest spot. It's going to make Core have to really readjust.
Wide guard? Oh! So no Dazzling Gleam and no Rock Slide. Really good play. Dragon, nice read! He reads that, goes for a Dragon Claw. Heat Wave! Okay, good damage, good damage. Ah, nice! Ko completely ignoring the wide guard. Good play, bro, good play. Well done, Ko.
Straight through that wide guard. The Dragon Claw very good onto it. Now with combination of that Moonblast, this Charizard is threatened of a knockout the next turn. The Wolf has to try and readjust from this point forward. Now Cole could go for an Earthquake here, maybe scout the Charizard switching out. Wolf has the play where they could just protect it and maybe enable that Toxapex to trap something on the field and then make that switch to something a little bit more preferable. But the damage onto the Floette already very valuable onto that Garchomp as well. But Cole feels in a bit more of an advantageous situation right now with this Garchomp pressuring that knockout straight onto the Charizard this next turn.
The amount of damage that can do, and looking at the other Pokemon to maybe try and swap into that if you're not wanting it to hit, doesn't necessarily feel too positive. So of course,
okay, I think this Protect is very obvious. I think Ko will read that. Oh, also Protect on the Flowey. Nice. He didn't read the Protect on the chart. Infestation into the Protect as well. Ko is playing well. This is being difficult for Wolfie, no doubt. It's being difficult.
But you don't easily want to switch it out either into something else that could lead to your detriment, right? You're using the Garchomp now as that leverage. Maybe would have been likely to see an Earthquake then, but no one to fall prey because of that wide guard pressure. You're still in the same scenario here, but now there's no guarantee of those protectors next turn, so it's likely we do see switches from that Charizard. The Floette's in a position where it can just sit on the field.
Meme or nothing burger turn. Yeah, it was. Nothing happened. Charizard comes back. Nice! Dropping the attack of the Garchomp is always good. Floette comes out. Ooh, Ko is really afraid. Yeah, because if you take Infestation, you can switch out. Nice. Wolf brought Instinct on the perfect turn, so it doesn't boost the King Gambit. Okay, now King Gambit can switch. And it's going to take damage every single turn. It's going to be minimal, though. But you know you can't switch. You know the enemy can switch, so it's way safer For you to... Whoa, wait, hey, it's actually good damage, what the hell? It's actually good damage, I wasn't expecting. And, yeah, you know, King Gambit can switch out, so if they protect, you know, okay, I can just launch an attack into that. No worries. I watched the last tournament of Scarlet and Violet, and one of Wolfie's friend was also using Toxapex. In restricted format with Miraidon, Calyrex, Koraidon, Ice Calyrex, and that thing went to the final. Yeah, that thing went to the final in a restricted format, think about it. Crazy stuff. Infestation is 1/6 or 1/20th. I don't know. Semi-trapping move feels like burn chip. Oh, okay. Fake out? Sure. Poison? Dragon Claw! No! That's no damage! I would infestate. I would infestate the Garchomp because he's stuck, intimidated as well. Because now Ko can switch. I think it would have been better to infestate and then Toxic. You know? Now I think Wolfie got this under control. After the infestation into the King Gambit, plus intimidate on the Garchomp, I think he's chilling. I think he's chilling. What do you mean? I don't know. You do know, because I told you. No, you said or. You said or. You said 1/16th or 1/20th. So it's a roll? You know, it's a roll? Or it's one or the other depending on... Right? I'm confused as well, bro. These British people, man. Oh, Insane avoids the rock slide. Nice. Now it's infestation. Into... Oh, -2. Please, Wolfie, click infestation. Please, Wolfie, click infestation. Well, yeah, because it's one of the two. Exactly. Okay. But it's a roll, or it depends on the maximum HP of the opponent? How does it work? I just don't... I don't remember which. Bruh. That's exactly what I was saying. I was like, it's one or the other. I don't know. Same as you. You also don't know, bro. Foda-se, caralho, pá. Olha este gajo. Filha da puta, mano. Foda-se. You know nothing, Harley. Bro, Bay, he's 8-1 against you. I think he knows a thing or two. Low kick! No! Charizard goes down! It works like burn. Sure. Toxapex. Oh, flinch on the rock slide. No way. Bro, King Gambit is already almost half HP just through fucking infestation. 9-1. So I think, Bay, I think Harley knows one thing or two. I think we need a rematch soon, because it's 1/8, not 1/16. Wait, no, 1/8? That's crazy. So it takes 8 turns to knock out. It's actually not 1/8. Yeah, this statement says otherwise. Bro, yeah, I don't think it's 1/8. I mean, in 4 turns, it did almost half HP, so I guess it is. I guess it is. 1/8 is crazy. Earth power! Let's go, Brazil! Today we have Brazil-Morocco on the World Cup. I'm so excited. I love the Brazil national team. Rock slide. I feel like it's doing fuck all. No, bro, if you think about it, in 4 turns, it did half HP. Another flinch.
Fortunate flinch, because you got to imagine Wolf's probably trying to get that infestation onto the Garchomp to kind of add up the stack chip damage each and every turn.
Double flinch is annoying, bro. Okay, maybe it was like 5 turns to do half HP. And it wasn't really half, it was a bit more. So maybe it's 1/12. Yo, go check the server. Infestation. Infestation inflicts damage on the first turn that traps the opponent, causing them to lose 1/8 of their maximum HP after each turn for 5. Oh, so after 5 turns it goes away?
those in battle.
That's crazy.
Yeah, now Wolves
Yeah, 1/8 of the target's maximum HP as damage per turn for 4 to 5. Ah, so it really goes away. Or after 4 or 5 turns it goes away. I didn't knew that. I thought it was permanent.
The High Dragon's so pressured here from that floor. It is
That's why Wolf went for Earth Power
enough to take down the floor.
into
You gotta imagine
the King Gambit there. Because he knew Infestation would end Earth Power. I mean, but with a Toxic, it should be the... Yeah, Moonblast, it's a knockout for sure. And then we have Insane with Fake Out. But there is still one Pokemon for Ko, which should be the Fish. And Fish is very good into Insane. Ah, but you can switch now. Okay.
Even though you've lost the High Dragon, the big hitter here, you've got your Incineroar to come in, you've got that Fake Out that you
So,
can go for this next turn to prevent you
5th,
from dodging
8th
from attacking
after 5 turns, yeah.
if you decide to.
Which is kinda crazy.
Real timer now, and this Toxapex feels like it's in a great position.
Garchomp is -2, keep that in mind.
Pokemon that's not
Insane.
that Cole's got in the back.
Now -3.
Especially that one Pokemon will have to do a lot
That's
more
crazy.
because this Garchomp
Maybe Ko just switches out the Garchomp to clean that? That's Gen 1 mechanics.
Yeah, you gotta feel
Bro,
like maybe Basculin
Infestation who didn't exist in Gen 1.
trying to do it. If you suspect maybe the Garchomp switches out here, there is the opportunity where you don't go for a Fake Out and maybe go for one of those dog type attacks.
How so it's Gen 1 mechanics? Infestation only was introduced in Gen 6, I think, or Gen 5. Gen 6, Gen 6.
Give it up. He's gonna just wait out, get as much damage as he can onto the field right now. You still have Light of Ruin active on the floor, so that's something that Wolf will be.
Oh, Light of Ruin is still available. I mean, yeah, it will be big damage. Fake Out, bye-bye. But now if it's the Fish, it's gonna be a big problem. Dragon Claw. Oh, it's -3. Wolf is chilling. Wolf is relaxing. Wolf is relaxing. Wolf is relaxing. Because the Garchomp is doing no damage at all. They can still crit. Whoa, big damn. The permanent trap is only a thing in Gen 1. But Infestation didn't exist in Gen 1. What do you mean?
This for Wolf, actually, because if Basculegion comes in, it's got to make a decision, right? If it goes for Last Respect, it's not doing as much damage into the Incineroar, right? So you go after the Toxapex, you probably get respectable damage into it. I don't think it's going to be enough to pick up a one-hit kill against it. So it gives the Toxapex room to get the Infestation, all that Toxic onto it, and then also room for Incineroar to get an attack off. Or do you go for the Wave Crash, maybe into Incineroar? That's
Yeah, it's the Fish.
very effective into the Toxapex. It kind of loses you the game here. So the Last Respect feels like the best option.
It has to be Last Respect, but Insane with Dark type attacks should clear it.
Last Respect, after, you know, it might be enough. A couple of them could be enough to get rid of it, and then you can start dealing with the Toxapex. You just feel like it's probably not got enough in the tank to deal with these two Pokemon.
Even its basket probably still loses. Yeah, is it scarfed? No, it's not scarfed. So it can choose 2 attacks. I will knock out the Insane first, but then you lose so much damage. No, I think it's totally possible. Yeah, you knock out the Insane now. Maybe now you take Poison. It was a crit, I don't think it was needed. Because it's Mystic Water, Adamant, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think it's still possible. Toxic, because Protect, Lefties. But it's 200 base power, adaptability, Last Respects, you know. It's still winnable, it's totally winnable. But now Wolf is gonna protect.
The Wave Crash recoil could be quite crucial here in this end game, but it's all about how well this Toxapex can take these Last Respects from this Basculegion. Remember, it is fully
It's tough for both. Ko is taking much more time to think about this. Look at the difference in between both players' timers. Big difference. It's like Wolfie has a more clear plan here. Depends on how much Toxapex takes from Last Respect. It's gonna be, I think it's like a 2-hit knockout. I think it's a 2-hit knockout. Of course, it depends on the build of Toxapex. I think it should be like max HP, and then max special defense? Not max, but a lot of special defense too. Let's see. Last Respect.
Here we go. Oh, it's not.
Told ya. Told ya. Told ya. Basculegion is a problem.
Wow.
Last Respect is so powerful, bro.
Knockout. That is just the power, the sheer power of that Last Respect. Cole probably knowing that the whole time is.
Yeah, I believe the same thing.
Saying, I'll just keep the Basket Legion in the back because the Toxapex otherwise is going to be very difficult.
Because I think Toxapex is there to really stay as long on the field as possible versus Charizard Y.
In that end situation, yeah, really difficult for Wolf because if you survive there, you get the infestation off the stack, the Baneful Bulk, and the next turn.
Did you see Wolf's face when it kills? No, I wasn't paying attention. Let me see. Live reaction.
That stack with. Here we go. Oh, it's stuck.
He's very surprised, yeah. He's very surprised. Oh, let's do some cogs, lads.
Perfectly, but obviously you've got to kind of leverage that in other areas.
He's very surprised here.
To force it back onto the field, in front of that King Gambit, in front of that.
He's very surprised. So we have Toxapex.
You probably didn't want to there, and then
versus Bass.
Cost of taking the flow out, which, you know, I think.
I guess it's max attack, right?
And lose the Incineroar in that trade-off, but that's not how it played out.
It's Mystic Water, right? Adaptability should be max attack, Adamant, Last Respect, with everybody fainted. Oh, it's 8. Oh! If it's, bro, look, 9 defense, it's an 18 chance to knockout. Yeah, I think Cole got really lucky because it's an 18% chance to knockout. 18% only. So Cole was really lucky. And like if it's no defense, it's a 50% chance to OHKO. Still. If it's bold of... Is it bold? I don't know. Big high roll, lucky fucker. Charizard. I hate when Charizard slow players get lucky, bro. God damn it. Ooh, okay, the Garchomp is at least intimidated here, but Rock Slide still does a lot of damage. Oh my god, yeah. Crazy stuff. Can somebody check the nature of the Toxapex, please, for me real quick? Real quick. By the way, click on that like button, subscribe to the channel, and check my YouTube channel dedicated to Pokémon Champions, as also Pokémon Trainer. Please, please, share the stream, share the channel, share the Discord. Probably is bold, yeah. I have a feeling his Toxapex is even bulkier on physical side than 8 defense. You think so? I don't know why I thought about being more specially bulky. Toxapexy. Toxapex, 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 Toxapex. Mega Flowy. Protectione. Wolf is not satisfied with game 1. W plug. What? Chill. That's -1 as well. Moonblast. No problem.
Yeah, wants to really go after that Charizard when the opportunity was there. Smart play from Wolf, not even Mega Evolving here, so preserving that for the right time to get the Sun onto the field. Now that Toxapex is threatening the Wide Guard again, so could go for this turn. It puts Core off using those spread attacks, of course, but Dragon Claw is going to be active, it is there. But unlike earlier, it is -1, so it isn't going to be hitting as hard. The Charizard probably...
But I'm super excited for Worlds. Worlds going to be epic.
So you've got a nice switch in to Incineroar here to drop another Intimidate onto that Garchomp. Then you have the Fake Out, and if the opportunity arises, you can get the infestation early onto that Float and put the timer on it to start removing and trying to get rid of it as quick as possible.
Okay, Mega Char right now. So I think Toxapex goes for Wide Guard, and I think Cole is gonna read that. He's gonna go Dragon Claw, Moonblast into the Zard. Oh no, just a Protect. Okay, Wide Guard from the Toxapex. No! Nice! That's no damage. Weather Ball into the Protect. Cole is playing really well. Infestation into the Protect. Ay ay ay! Ay ay ay! Cole is ruling this really well, bro.
See how valuable that Intimidate was. Charizard taking it very comfortably here, and like we said, Cole not wanting to go for that Rock Slide because of the Wide Guard threat, but just going and getting really no value from that turn, not ideal. But that floor target is open this time around. Could you maybe
I can't wait for the new format.
expecting the Garchomp to
Bro,
see
you
well?
still haven't figured out the old format. You still, you know, I hate when people are always begging for a new format, but they still haven't fully explored the old format.
Weather ball into that slot, especially if you catch something on a switch.
Because that's the whole point of Pokemon, is exploring the format. And then it's like, nah, I want new format, and you didn't even explore this one we're currently in.
Kingambit gets in safely. Rock Slide, of course. Charizard would have been threatened if it did want to go on the offensive, but Toxapex will be taking that little bit of chip damage. Will we get the
Infestation?
No,
Again into the Kingambit.
Infestation to lock this Kingambit down.
Yeah, it's a really nice trap there, making the Kingambit a pretty easy target this next turn. You do have to contend with the Sucker Punch from the
Nice.
Kingambit, and that combined with the Dragon Claw Rock Slide from the Garchomp will do
What is left to
something
explore here?
damage.
Personally, yes, I haven't made it to Master Ball. Yeah, Master Ball rank 4, and then you stop playing, and I like, how many different Megas have you used? How many different archetypes have you used? You know? How many different items have you experimented? Because this is all personal, you know? I've used a lot of Megas, I use a lot of different stuff, you know? Bro picked up the biggest stray, I'm actually dead.
Leverage this Toxapex to maybe go for the infestation into that Garchomp.
Because I still feel I have so much to explore in the format. I don't want the new format right now, because I still feel there are so many things I haven't used yet. Like, I barely used Talonflame. I barely used Mega Gardy. I didn't use Charizard Y, I didn't use Floette. I barely used Delphox, I barely used Frostlass. I didn't use Trick Room much, I didn't use Crab, didn't use Camerupt. I barely used Garchomp, barely used Hydreigon for an example, you know. There are so many things to explore yet. You know, for me personally, you know. For example, have you used Focus Sash Max Speed Kingambit? No. Have you used Dragon Dance Mega T-Tar? No. You know, have you used Mega Charizard X? Probably not. Have you used Mega Manectric? Probably not. Have you used, I don't know, have you used Max Special Defense Sneasler? No. You know, gotta explore, bro. Gotta explore. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm probably weren't tricking Mega Mawile. If they don't nerf it, because they might nerf it, right? As soon as you use them all, I already know how most of the stuff works. Do you? I don't think you do. I think you do, but I don't think you do. Sucker Punch into the Insane, still alive. Dragon Claw, nice. I have used Charizard X. On the ladder, I used Floette, Guard, Crab, D-Knight, Frostlass, Starmie, Manectric, Lopunny. Bro, I haven't used Lopunny, I haven't used Kangaskhan. And like, I used Starmie for one team, that doesn't mean I fully have explored it, you know. I haven't used Blastoise, I haven't used Mega Venu, I haven't used Mega Aerodactyl, I haven't used, you know, there are so many things to still explore, you know. But you guys do you. If you want to consume slop at the fastest pace possible, that's what you guys do. But then don't complain that the game feels dead if you don't explore what you have in front of you. You know. I barely use Mega Glamore as well. And I can say I used Shard X because I beat him using like 3 times, but that wasn't on ladder. That's my point. That wasn't on ladder. You know. I haven't used Mega Gengar, I haven't used Mega Golurk, I haven't used Mega Shandy, I used once Mega Medi, I used once Mega Kaimeko, you know, so, bro, there is so much to explore, so much. I used Starmie's on, no, but one, you made it, one of the teams were you making it, so technically I only made one team with it, you know what I'm saying?
The bigger threat is that low kick as well, especially
White Guard?
It's hard, right? So you want to make sure you get rid of that threat. The Garchomp's weakened by those Intimidators, so it's probably not in the
Earth Power?
Earth Power seems like the smartest choice. Get rid of that
Nice.
threat. The Hydreigon is
Off ladder, Mega Caesar and Lucario.
turn against the Garchomp.
I haven't used Mega Lucario. I've used Mega Caesar, but not a lot. Not a lot. Private Battles is honestly better practice than ladder. Bro, we're not talking about practice. We're talking about you exploring the format. And the format is currently either you go on tournaments, which you didn't, or you go on ladder, you know. You as in Bay, not you Harley.
is to kind of keep and preserve that High Dragon, to deal with that Basket Legion, because it feels like Cole's probably went with a similar game plan to that game 1, but you can't allow yourself to be in a position where
It's way better for Wolfie though.
active against your Toxapex is a win for this.
A bit more under control, but I want to see the Memo Swine, but I guess... I guess I understand. Versus a Charizard it's very hard to justify it, but Go is simping on that Floette, so maybe you can bring the Memo. I don't know, I think Memo is very specific. Okay, now Hydreigon is dangerous, Incin is knocked out, King-Gambit is knocked out on the other side. Are we witnessing a Wolfie loss? It's okay, this is not elimination round, Wolfie can lose 1 game, I think Wolfie can lose 2 games. Yeah, I didn't use Mega Blastoise as well, I'm not interested in Mega Aggron at all, I didn't use it, but I'm not interested. I dare to say I used a bunch of Megas. Yeah, you did. I mean, me too, bro. I used Mega Slowbro as well. But have you really explored them? Like, did you use them in 1 day and that's it? Or you really use them, you know? Because exploring a format is not just, oh, I used Mega Slowbro. See? Now you have to, like, explore it really. Big knockout here. Wolfie's not enjoying this.
Yeah, it is gone, but...
Because I'm pretty sure there is still the Basket Legion in the back once again. But we know that the Basket Legion was extremely lucky to knock out the Toxapex on the last game. And I can say, I fucking hate Mega Arrow, it's so weak. Yeah. Mega Arrow, I don't think Mega Arrow is weak. I don't think Mega Arrow actually is weak. It's not the best, but it's not weak at all, I think. By a big amount, the Mega I used the most was Mega Charizard X and Mega Meganium.
So that's fine. You want to force that Basket Legion out as long as you got the Sun active.
That's not you? Wait. Or do I hear wrong? I don't know, I was talking to Cold now. I don't know, bro, you're hearing voices. Double protect here for Wolf. Because Floette can still do a lot of damage with Light of Ruin. Yeah, double protect. Well done.
Yeah, it's probably a smart bin for Bunker here. You could go for the
Dragon Claw.
Why risk taking any extra damage than you need to, right?
Light of Ruin. Blip. Nice. I thought you said earlier something about not being me. Because I said you didn't went into tournaments while I was responding to your message, but I meant that Bay didn't participate in tournaments, not you, because you obviously did. Okay, now it's a bit easier for Wolf if it's the Basque. You can Solar Beam that slot. But wait, is the Charizard faster than the Basque? Yeah, because I don't think, because it's not Scarfed Basque. So unless it says like 0 speed investment from Wolfie and a lot of speed investment from Basque. Solar Beam should pick the knockout. I mean, it depends on how much special attack the Charizard has and how much HP the Basque has. Right. Tournament in 12 minutes! Let's go! It's okay, Grandpa, let's get you to bed. Harley's already listening things that don't exist.
Yeah, and that's what I would worry about. I think the Light of Ruin, the Acrojet combination into the Charizard.
Let's see. Weather Ball! But wait! If the Basque knocks out the Charizard, it's gonna be... No, because Wolfie must know the call. Wolfie must know that Ko was really lucky last game. Yeah.
Or even into the Charizard, also enough. So now Charizard
Toxic?
down. Only one Pokemon for both of these trainers. Of course, Toxic into the Basque Legion to start dealing that damage, but this is going to be fully boosted.
Wolfie knows that Ko was lucky, but it doesn't matter. 2 last respects will pick the knockout. I don't think Toxapex can do this, lads.
Yeah, I think it will be. The Toxapex has taken a little bit. It's not full health.
I don't think Toxapex can do this, lads. We saw his Zard faster than Alex's.
Make sure that you can get up to
Ko. Faster than Ko? Oh, Alex like yesterday? Ah.
past this turn. You get the leftovers. We're back up with gold.
Bro, but you have the worst stakes.
Make sure that stacks
Listen,
up
to
good.
truly explore everything a format has to offer will take years. It's always best to know everything generally works and your matchups into them. Bro. Bro. Yeah, but now what? But now what? Now Wolf needs multiple protect.
You have the toxic, you have the infestation, and you have a toxic that can protect on this next
Yesterday, yeah. Bountiful Banka, yeah. Damn, that's a lot of damage. I think Wolf needs an extra protect. Like, he protects now? No, maybe it's enough. Maybe it's enough.
Probably feels like 2 ticks of that toxic and the infestation to get it.
damage that stacks up.
Bountiful Banka.
Nothing will happen to the toxic
Maybe it's
on
enough.
this turn. How much damage will be happening to this Basque Legion? We have the infestation. We have the toxic. We'll have to see how much it brings it down to, but I think we're pushing for the double. That's going to be the first.
Wolfie needs a double protect. Wolfie needs a double protect.
We have to go ahead and hit the double protect.
Ah.
Will it land? If it does, Wolf will tie this up. We'll go to a game 3.
It's a 1-in-3.
It's so bad when you need to win with a double. No, it's just double, just double. You don't need the triple, you don't need the triple.
If you fail, Basque Legion gets the hit, secures the win.
Oh, yes! Yes! Bro, it's so, like, mentally it's so hard when you need a double protect to win, but you actually got it. Nice. Chances are better because infestation. Let's go, let's go. But I think Wolfie needs to protect better his Charizard. Last game, the end game was also Basque versus Toxapex. Now it's also Basque versus Toxapex. I don't think you want that, right? I don't think you want that. I think Wolf needs to protect a bit better the rest of the team to make sure that the Toxapex is not 1v1ing the Basque. But it's still, it was weird because the Basque Legion did a lot of damage, so I guess it's really not a lot of defense investment, because last respects here 50% chance to Oko, so it was really close, the damage. So I think maybe Wolfie doesn't have a lot of defense investment, right? Because it's like 50% chance to Oko, and that was really close. If Wolf had more investment like this, it's a guaranteed 2-hit knockout, it's not even a chance to knock out. Maybe it's not bold, maybe it's like plus special defense or something.
But that was still a match that was on the
Guaranteed Oko. You really need to be bold here, or at least have 18 defense investment. Have you guys confirmed the nature of the Toxapex? He has enough defense to live it fully. Yes, but the amount of HP that it survived was very low. So I don't think it has a lot of defense investment, that's my point, you know. Let's go, let's go. Well done, Wolfie. Well done, bro. Now we need a better control in the last. Probably bold with enough to only just make it a 2-hit knockout. Okay, okay.
So well, and just making all the right reads at the right time and getting themselves into positions where they should be locking this game up, but Wolf closing that door each and every round. I still believe the High Dragon in the end game is the key to this.
One more match for these two trainers, these two world champions, to see who can remain undefeated here at
Here we go.
NAIC.
Garchomp Fluet again, versus Char and Insane. Okay, so high roll on that Basque is probably 99.7%. The Toxapex survived at 5 HP, so maybe he got a high roll again.
Still the protecting game too. Does Wolf change it up here? Get that immediate damage onto the field when you've got that fake out support next to you. It might be very useful to do that, especially knowing that
considering his reaction in the first game is probably bulkier. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Good read. Good read.
Going on into this too, again, it kind of seems that we're just not getting through these Pokemon fast enough. So if you get a really powerful hit to be starting off this map that can just be so crucial. Of course, this Garchomp, it has been something that hasn't been able to have the most impact in the later stages of the game with those Intimidates that have been stacking up. So could have maybe gone for a swap, but instead sticking in, do some damage now. But it seems like Wolf has the
Watch him do it again.
No swaps. It'll be Charizard with that Mega
Double
Evolution.
protect again. It's gonna be the same end game. That's too stressful.
Both or a Weather Ball. We'll find out after this.
Yeah, it's the same leads for the game too,
Yeah, be more inclined to say that
which is really good because you make it less dangerous for the Charizard by nerfing the attack of the Garchomp. Fake out? Yeah. Well done. No protect from Flowey? No. I can see a Weather Ball. Yeah! Oh! Big damage, but not enough. Moonblast into the Char. Okay.
Yeah, that's a really
But now the Garchomp can attack.
There is an option here to try and get the damage onto that floor, because once that piece falls, if you've got the Hydreigon in the back, it can come in a lot freer. It doesn't have to worry about that fairy threat anymore. It will have an easier time against this Garchomp, the potential Basculegion and the Kingambit that you would expect to cause board, but they might have changed things up. Now you're going to have that position where Charizard probably wants to protect against the Garchomp threat, so you might see that Incineroar switch out to the Toxapex, get itself onto the field, but a super swift change up here from Cole.
Whimsicott instead, so Garchomp is off the field. Whimsicott comes out. Foxbeck
Nice.
also gonna go ahead.
Oh, Cold Block Whimsy.
Free adjustment.
Oh, he now can Anchor to protect. Nice read. Ay, that's big damage. Because now Anchor, yeah, you just Anchor the Charizard protect. It's really annoying.
You also have Tailwind. It's something that Core has had under their belt that is going to give them a bit more of an advantage against the faster, speedier things on Wolf's side. So you can levitate, put everything ahead of the threats on Wolf's side and start really being a bit more impactful from your end.
Well, even the right here, right now, Whimsicott switching in. Charizard protected to make sure that it didn't take damage on that last turn. So that Encore threat is very imminent, right? You have to worry that if Charizard is going to get locked down, do you make the switch now? But that's also going to be a Pokemon on a switch in that can take so much damage from that Floette.
Yeah, and it's likely if Wolf has kept the same forwards, you know, you're going to have to bring in the Incineroar. You can't bring in Hydreigon in front of two very
Yeah, you have to switch because Anchor.
Easier for Cole to maybe pick
Insane
up
again.
and get some real useful damage here. Light of Ring could be something that you utilize into this Incineroar that's just
Yeah,
at the
nice,
field.
nice.
Encore, Incineroar,
Nice, nice switch from Wolfie there, really good.
But of course,
Moonblast.
this is the name of the game.
Oosh. Ay, ay, ay. Big damage.
With the citrus berry, but sitting at
We're all on the edge of our seats here, bro. Yeah, it's a crazy match. Oh! Okay, Wolfie locks in the Floette.
definitely going to be on a timer and even more
Okay,
so thanks
okay.
to Infestation.
Yeah, really nice.
Ko is also a really good player. I also like Ko, but he's using very slop team. So, I don't like that.
You can go into the floor at this turn, prevent any big damage from that Pokemon in particular, and then try and get the Infestation onto the Whimsicott as well, and then you're dealing with these Pokemon a little bit better, and Toxapex isn't immediately threatened from either of these. The on-call threat onto the Toxapex, do you mind if it locks you into Infestation? Probably not right now. And also, do you leave the Whimsicott in a vulnerable position where its sash could be broken pretty easily from a fake out and it's not able to support this Floette? But I think the more immediate threat is that Floette. That's where the target of that fake out is probably coming. But you've taken a lot of damage. You've got the Fairy Aura boost as well to consider from the Moonblast from the Whimsicott. So you can't really expect Incineroar to just sit here and take nothing. There is the trade that you could maybe take with that Incineroar Moonblast from that Whimsicott.
Nice break. No, it's oh, into the Floette. That should be a knockout. Ooh, even with Fairy Aura, because it's not Fairy Feather. Nice, nice. You break the focus. Okay, and you knock out the Floette, I think, with Infestation. That sounded so funny. I mean, at the end of the day, the best teams are those with the strongest Pokemon on them, and these players are here to win. Yeah, yeah, totally. Totally. But I can still have my opinion, you know? And I think it's way more valuable to win with a team like Wolfie. But at the end of the day, what is valuable is winning. It doesn't matter how you win. It's like football. You can play like Arsenal and park the bus, or you can play like PSG and be super offensive. What matters is winning. In general, but for people that are involved, for fans, and for other players as well. How you win is also important, especially for the fans. Especially for the fans, how you win is important, you know. For the players and the teams. Hey, you just gotta win, bro. I don't care. We want to create. Yeah, exactly. Base correct is joining my side here. It's like with the fans, we want to see something different. We want to see creativity because we watch football, we watch esports to be inspired, to get excited, right? Because in the end of the day, anybody will win because it's a tournament, right? One person will win in the end of the day. So we want that to be special. We want that to inspire us as much as possible.
This one can be dangerous. You're sitting across from a fairy type and a dragon type, but on course, smart little swap. Dragon Claw could have been dangerous, but will just hit into the Incineroar instead to secure
Nice knockout.
KO.
So like you gotta try again some money from it. Like some of these guys, Pokémon to their job. Yeah. Yes. That's what I said. From their perspective, they wanna win. But Wolf has been playing for so long, and he's won so much. I think for Wolf himself, imagine if he goes with the Charizard Slop team, I think it wouldn't feel special for him. I don't think it will feel special for him, you know. Because it's like, he already did that so much, played the best team. And he won his world title by using a different team. By using a team that countered the best team. So, and he won a regional with Parrish, you know what I'm saying? In Scarlet and Violet, so I think that's why a lot of people like Wolfie. It's not because he wins all the time, because he doesn't. A lot of people win as well, but he wins with style. Oh, that's dangerous. Oh yeah, At least the flood's already out, so the Hydreigon is available. That rock slide into the Charizard is rough. Put the Garchomp ahead out of harm's way and get that all-important rock slide onto the Charizard. 2v3. This Hydreigon in a lot of trouble now. The Tailwind's there. It's an easy move. Yeah, the Tailwind is there. GG. I think Wolfie loses this. Deal with 3 remaining Pokemon on Cole's side.
Toxapex, it barely got the victory up against 2, right? Toxapex can do so much.
You can do it, Cole. You can do it.
We got to see before. These Pokemon are not toxic. They're not infestation. You're not getting that damage over time. And
the Charizard switch was bad. The Charizard switch was bad. I have to rewatch that play. What was the idea of Wolfie there?
But I think this battle is just a little too much for it. Dragon Claw will be the first hit. You still have a lot of damage to do into this Pokemon. It'll be the first piece of the puzzle, but I just don't think that there is enough that this thing can do.
No, and I think you're in that position now. If you are Corway, you can just continue Dragon Claw, or you could even Earthquake, because the Whimsicott's not going to go down to an Earthquake. So you're pretty free to go for that if you don't suspect a Wide Guard to come out. And even to prevent the Wide Guard, you can Encore it now into the Toxic and just have that free Earthquake to close this game up at this cost of your Whimsicott. But that's fine because it closes the matchup and makes your run still undefeated in this tournament. Really looking difficult.
Oh, Encore?
Alright, protect for the Garchomp. Already taking some damage, don't want any more. And Encore to lock this Toxapex down even more.
Toxapex got this. Light work. I would love to see that. I would love to see it. It will be so epic.
Garchomp stays safe, and yeah, you don't have those alternating protects to get recovery back.
No, and that's the problem, I think. You want that Baneful Bunker, you want to take as much time to get those recovery turns in as possible, but not going to be
Earthquake should pick the knockout, or Earthquake Moonblast should pick the knockout.
Or you've got the immediate threat of the Earthquake here, which combined with the Moonblast might just be enough onto this single target Toxapex.
Moonblast brings it down to about half of its
health. A crit, really? What? Yeah, GG. No, it's not.
Like you've said, Sierra, because it
but now you can't protect, so
to make use of these Toxics, it is just a sitting target now. Able to take that Earthquake pretty well as a consolation.
Just gotta eat 3 Earthquakes and probably a last respect. Aye. That's rough.
It has been the game changer for them in this match. And
easy, you got that, yeah. You got this, Toxapex.
And now Toxapex, 25 HP. It is locked into only Toxic. Garchomp only one hit away from being able to close this
GG.
one out. Whimsicott first. It'll be that Moonblast. Not enough, but the follow-up from this Garchomp will be good to finally put this Toxapex to...
Okay, so let's see.
Toxic does so much,
When
but
the-
it just doesn't have that same...
When the Charizard came, so it was...
Hydreigon because you instantly
Wait.
forward on the Just
Look at two is RPG Pokemon. You
from Kono
Charizard can get it. Sure enough. Feeling a little bit look
set up
Wait.
with that active. Alright with that was Wolf.
and the Charizard driving so much into that whip.
Also,
Yeah,
he let it
this is a nice
in.
spot for the Hydreigon because you instantly
What was the idea here of Wolfie letting the Charizard in? Unfortunate. This is probably the team he built his own around to beat it. Huh, I see. It all comes down to this play,
the knockout on
where the Whimsy goes Tailwind, and Chump goes Rock Slide.
the Garchomp, but you are going to have to take a trade because if you take down the Whimsicott in the sun,
We look at or the Guardius Walk, maybe not
Because Hydreigon switches into Toxapex, so I guess Wolfie thought Dragon Claw or Moonblast were coming into Hydreigon. Yeah, because then it's Tailwind Rock Slide.
Sure enough, Tailwind. You're staring across two speedy Pokemon. You want to make sure your Garchomp can get a hit in.
Yeah.
Well, it can, and it will be that Rock Slide.
I don't know, it was so weird though. It was so weird to not protect the Charizard. Was it a protect last turn?
KO, so
No,
it could have been a risky split.
it was so weird though.
So well how Ko was going to be playing out this turn. I mean, Charizard driving so much into that Whimsicott.
yeah, no, this is
I think Wolfie thought that it was a double up into the Hydreigon. So no Tailwind. Then the Charizard moves first to knock out the Chomp. Right? Then Whimsy... But the thing is, Moonblast should pick the knockout on the Hydreigon. No, because no Fairy Aura. Because he brings the Toxapex to absorb the attacks, I think. There's still no schedule? Really? For the tournament?
a nice spot for the Hydreigon because you instantly pressure the knockout onto the Garchomp, but you are going to have to take a trade because this Whimsicott will probably likely pick up the Hydreigon. But
Wolfie didn't want the Hydreigon to go down. He really thought the Moonblast was coming out, but even if it is Moonblast, imagine Moonblast and Rock Slide, Charizard will move first and the Garchomp, but it can't pick a knockout. So I think not protecting the Charizard was a bit weird.
Are you alright with that with Wolf? Because if you take down the Garchomp, the Charizard's kind of protected, right, from anything the Garchomp threatens you with, and you take down the Whimsicott that threatens your Hydreigon, and then you're left with Cole's last Pokemon, which is likely the Basculegion, and then you've got the Charizard in the sun that's just set up with that active Solar Beam once again.
I mean, something we look at too is maybe just switch up of the speed and Whimsicott go ahead and speed for the Garchomp to maybe not be quite as threatened. But Hydreigon feeling a little bit of that pressure. Will the swap Toxapex comes back out on
Yeah,
the field.
Tailwind Rock
Sure enough,
Slide. Damn. The Toxapex switch is not too bad. I think not protecting the Charizard is bad. I mean, but you can't protect it because there is the Whimsicott there. Hey Blaze, long time no see, bro. How you doing? Yeah, you can't protect in front of the Whimsy. And Wolfie was really afraid of losing because you could switch the Charizard out into the Toxapex. But Wolfie was really afraid of the Moonblast. It was a tough... Yeah, the Whimsicott was such a good choice. Because it in this specific circumstance, it threats the knockout on the Hydreigon. And it threats the Encore on the Charizard. But you can only do one. You can only do one at a time. So I guess... Because the thing is, you can protect Charizard. And then next turn... Encore. I guess Wolfie was really afraid of current turn Moonblast, next turn Encore, because you theoretically could protect the Charizard, knock out the Garchomp, Whimsicott goes Tailwind, Garchomp goes Rock Slide, which still could flinch the Hydreigon, but imagine you knock it out, and then you can switch the Charizard out into... but no, because then the Hydreigon just staying there, weak to a Moonblast. Nah, it was really good, the Whimsicott here. Really, really good. GG's. GG's.
Were you nervous to have to face off against another former world champion, Wolf Blick?
対戦相手も、世界大会の優勝経験ある選手だったんですけれども、緊張とか特になかったですか？
対戦で緊張はあんまりしないんですけど、相当強敵だと思ってたので、どうにか勝とうと考えてました。
So I didn't get nervous about it, but he's a very good player, so I tried to do my best to win.
Well, you did win. Congratulations.
Nice dress as well.
In that game too, that double protect. What was going through your mind at the end of that game?
ゲーム2で2連
ゲーム2で
時の心情はどうでしたか？
もう2連で決められたらもう負けなのは分かってたので、もう1個前のターンからもし決められたことを考えて、その3試合目のことを考えてたので、3試合目いっちゃったかみたいな、ちょっとがっかりした感じでした。
So he knows that 2 protects goes, he lost his game 2, so he starts thinking for 3rd game.
Yeah.
When 2 protects going on, and always, and the fact 2 protects is success, so he's already go minds to go game 3.
Yeah.
That was a really hype moment. Did you expect to play against a Toxapex at this tournament?
この大会が始まるまではもう夢にも全く考えてなかったので、もうオルフが使ってるのを見て結構驚きましたね。
So I haven't expected with gaming with Toxapex, and I very amazed that Wolf using a Toxapex in this tournament.
You had firm control over the match though, knowing you needed to have that Basculegion at the end. So how did you preserve Basculegion to finish the games?
イライトでゲームを終わらせることを、結構目的としてプレイしてたと思うんですけれども、そちらどういう感じで、思考してたかっていうのを聞きたいそうです。
ゲームの序盤とか中盤でドヒドイデを削ろうとしても、絶対に回復されちゃったり回復されるのが分かってたので、もうとにかくドヒドイデ以外のポケモンを倒してから最後にライトで倒そうってのをずっと考えてました。
So I couldn't knock out Toxapex during game, so I tried to knock out other 3 Pokemons during game, and I tried to be 1-on-1 with Vaskovich and Toxapex, so he can win the game.
But you got that rock slide on the Charizard, and so was that the moment you knew you had won game 3?
リザードンに最後岩なだれ直撃させた時にその瞬間勝ったなって思ったりしましたか？
そうです。順当にいけば勝ちだなと思って、あのターンが一番重要なターンだったので、あそこの勝負に勝つたのが大きかったです。
That was the most important turn that he did it rock slide to Charizard Y. So I got almost win, but I need to do my best for other turns to win that game.
There was a delay?
So you're already qualified for Worlds. Do you think you can win NAIC now?
Oh, in the tournament?
I couldn't hear that.
I said, Cole, you're already qualified for Worlds. Do you think you can win NAIC?
もう世界大会の出場決まってるんですけれども、この NIC も勝つつもりでいます。
もちろん勝つつもりで、トロフィーが欲しいので、そこまで、優勝まで目指したいと思います。
So he won a trophy, so he want to be the champion for this tournament.
That's excellent. Ko, any final shout outs to people supporting you?
何か観戦している人に言いたいことがあれば。
このままトップカット目指して、そして優勝まで目指して頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Please cheer me for I will be a champion for this tournament.
Congratulations once again on your undefeated record. Thank you for speaking with me. And now we're going to go to Scott's thoughts for more analysis on this incredible match.
Thank you, Rosemary. I got Lee with me. You enjoyed that match so much. Want to talk about it a little bit more?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Scott. Yeah, I mean, what an incredible game to kick off day 2, right?
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a good game.
Style.
No, I mean, I feel like the matches all weekend have been incredible, but you can really see why both those players were undefeated going. This match could easily have gone either way. On one side of the field, we have kind of a team to beat in this tournament, right? That 6 Pokemon combination we've seen so much of. And then on Wolf's side, I mean, he's maybe a little more conventional than is normal for Wolf, but still a really cool team. A lot to talk about in this one, so I'm going to jump into the teams a little bit quickly here. I think one thing to keep in mind before we go too much deeper here is just kind of the strategy of Wolf's team is so different than most of the teams we see in this format. While we do see some setup-based teams, in general, it's a very damage trading-based format, right? Where typically most of the Pokemon on these teams are going to do a lot of damage. You can try to score quick knockouts, and getting ahead in the game and the Pokemon count tends to be really important. Wolf's not really doing that, right? This is a completely different style. You kind of see that throughout the course of the game too. We're like, well, I'll make some weird-looking trades, but Wolf doesn't have burst damage on this team, really, right? Even the Charizard is maybe not the Charizard you used to see on the other side of the field. As it's a lot more about positioning. It's really important for him to conserve resources and not to take bad trades. Yeah, exactly that. I think with the speedier Charizard, it's just not got the impact that the modest stat alignment boosting Charizards would have. It's still doing good damage, but it's more about getting that initial damage off to set up the Toxapex in particular for those late game scenarios where you've got that infestation, you've got the trap locked, you've got the toxic as well, and that tick down, and then you've got all the supporting pieces around it, and then the pressure piece with the Hydreigon. But it's hard.
It's Rock Lee.
Those positions, especially in front of those Mega Floettes that we're seeing so frequently in this format.
Yeah, and Lee, I'm so glad you said that, because I think that's the other thing on this team that I was going to point out too, is just that typically when you see these heavily positional based teams, you see a lot more protects, right? Typically in Perish Trap, for instance, that's the one team archetype where Incineroar is often taught protect, because it's so important to be able to have that pivoting tool available where you can protect the one slot, bring in the appropriate teammate. Wolf, in every game in this series, brought 2 Pokemon that couldn't protect in both the Incineroar and the Hydreigon. I think this made it a really challenging set for Wolf to play, and while we've seen that combination of Pokemon be really strong into other trainers, I think Ko was just doing such a great job of kind of keeping the pace that it became a bit of a liability, especially as Charizard in particular was so important to protect, and it was difficult for Wolf to keep the right partner next to Charizard throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, and those pin positions as well, like you say, I think it just made it, like you mentioned, a bit easier to kind of just get that really important damage. I think we saw it in Game 3 where the Incineroar had to come in. You couldn't bring the Hydreigon, and then you got that. Ko was able to get that really valuable Moonblast off, and I think those interactions with Wolf's team, if you can exploit those, that's where you can start to gain that momentum against them.
I'm going to not say too much about Ko's team there. We've seen it a few times over the course of the weekend. There's a few details that I think are important we can get to once they show up in the match. One thing I was just going to say is I think Garchomp was sort of the Pokemon to watch in this match. It's super important for both players, both managing Garchomp's health, but I think especially its attack stat. In Game 1 and Game 2, when Wolf kept it close, he did such a great job of reducing Garchomp's attack and making it disadvantageous for it to switch out so he could kind of control the damage from it a little bit. Part of why I think Game 3 gets a little bit crazy and Ko kind of runs away with it is just Garchomp gets to come in so much better of a position, and then it really does just check Wolf's team really well.
Yeah, it was such a thorn for Wolf to deal with, and it was just, he didn't, like you've mentioned before, without that burst damage, you just don't have a way to really deal with it quite effectively. And I think it was always protected so well by the Floette in those scenarios where you had to take the Hydreigon out of harm's way if you were Wolf, because you knew you needed it later on to deal with the King Gambit threat. And I guess Wolf would have probably ideally liked it there for that.
Let's go. You can do it, Cole. First set. You can do it. Yeah, don't worry, guys. Wolfie is still in the tournament. Just his first loss.
Kind of a fun new feature at Pokemon
He can still go through.
Really, both of them were noteworthy. I got to shout Wolf out as well. Evan and I were making fun of him a little bit in Indianapolis with his really the worst Steelix title. He didn't quite get to Toxapex Professor, but he got decent Toxapex Tamer, so that's pretty good. Maybe put a little more practice in before this tournament. Maybe that'll help him out. Eventually win. And then the flex on Ko's side of the field.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's the title for doing very well at the PJCS last weekend. I think titles just went in the game Thursday, so he was ready to update that profile, intimidate all of his opponents, and maybe that intimidation factor has helped him a little bit in this tournament. They want to jump ahead to the second turn here as Wolf has cycled Toxapex into the game. It's the only game where he leads Toxapex instead of Incineroar, and I think it leads us to a situation where Wolf puts himself in sort of a tough spot, where he protects Charizard as Toxapex switches into battle in order to stay as safe as possible. And I think the tricky thing about that is it makes it a little bit easier to predict him, where if Charizard hadn't protected the previous turn, I think it's a little bit harder to read what Wolf might want to do, right? Like, oh, well, Charizard could protect, allowing Toxapex to go for an Infestation or a Toxic, but because Charizard's protect isn't available, this wide guard is a little bit telegraphed.
Yeah, and that opened the door for that Dragon Claw into it, and it was so pivotal, that damage, right? And the double up into it was almost handed because of that protect, right? So that puts Wolf on the back foot straight away, and I think the damage taken here is so significant, and the ability to get any further forward in this match for Wolf, and it was almost kind of telegraphed from this point on how Core had to play things out. That one moment where, yeah, there was that lapse where there was the opportunity, Core really just taking it with both hands.
Yeah, I think in the same way that Garchomp's HP and stats were really important for Wolf to break through on Ko's side of the field, his own Charizard is very important for Ko to break through. Getting all his damage is really important. Much later in the game, it's going to cause Charizard to be in KO range for that low kick from Kingambit, and I think that was really the decisive feeling play in this game. Not such a big deal, but I think worth noting too. I don't know, it really mattered where, you know, Garchomp could have been infested a couple of different times at the poor Toxapex flinching. It wound up being that Ko felt like it was the right move not to switch Garchomp out of battle anyway, so I don't think it actually impacted the game, but certainly a bummer if you're Wolf, and causes him to have a little fewer options because you just want to keep at least attempting infestation into that slot.
Yeah, the flinches are unfortunate, but I think you've got to give credit to Ko here as well, just for going for those options as well, just to be like, well, I have an option to potentially prevent this Toxapex from progressing this match back into Wolf's court. So if I can go for it, I will go for it, and yeah, it did pay off in those scenarios.
I want to come in this endgame too. So we get the first iteration of Basculegion versus Toxapex and Incineroar. There was a big critical hit there. It did not matter if you were wondering. That item on the Basculegion makes a big difference there, where I think it could have gone either way without the Mystic Water, but because Mystic Water's on there, even with the Drought, that's how powerful Basculegion is. That's always a KO, so always going to get that one. And then I wanted to check Toxapex's HP as well because I missed it live. But yeah, so I do think, on the other hand, as we learned in Game 2, there's a pretty good chance that Toxapex could have survived this last respects, but not what ends up happening, and we wind up in a Game 2 where Ko has the advantage. Critically in this game, though, the lead's a little bit different this time. Wolf goes for his strategy for both Game 2 and for Game 3, where instead of the Toxapex, or not Toxapex, but Hydreigon leading out the battle, it's the Incineroar, which makes a big difference. Ends up switching out of battle immediately here once again, but the Intimidate onto the Garchomp really helps because it prevents Wolf from getting, or having to take the risk of getting burned down the way he did in that first game, where at least if Garchomp attacks, Charizard's not going to do quite so much damage as it did the first time.
Yeah, we saw the damage from the Dragon Claw from the Garchomp into that Charizard, and it was so low impact. It was kind of like,
good luck, Cole. You can do it. You can do it.
For me to be able to get some damage back onto your side of the field. So way better way of kind of adjusting how you're approaching this game from Wolf, in a lot more methodical way about dealing with these threats in particular.
I think the next play that I'm really excited about in the second game, Ko in the middle of both Game 2 and Game 3 just had like some really great reads that put him way ahead in the game. Wound up not being enough thanks to an eventual baneful bunker in this one, but it's a really great read where Charizard's threatened. Both players understand how important Charizard is, so Wolf tries to get it out of dodge and bring this Incineroar in, and things just go horribly wrong, where he gives the Defiant boost to Kingambit, which would not have been such a big deal if it was the Sucker Punch that seemed like Kingambit was threatening, but calls the switch, gets the Dragon Claw, gets the low kick, and it's just devastating for Wolf.
Yeah, and you think in that scenario, if the Charizard just stayed in there, maybe calling it, it's really, like you say, really hard to keep the Charizard there because of how important it is, but you keep it in that scenario and you get the Kingambit. I think that puts you so far ahead in this game, especially when you take in the turn as well to get the Toxic onto the Garchomp. But I think also the thing to think about here is if you keep in the Charizard in play, you probably are taking a turn to Wide Guard rather than Toxic.
Game 1, nice, let's go, Cole. Game 1 won, really good, bro.
Yeah, and I think that's a great
really good
out here too, where this is a really difficult set for Wolf, where It's I don't know if I would necessarily say it's a team disadvantage, but I think co-piloting this team is very different than other players piloting this team, and it just always felt like he was the back foot on this set, and I think he had to make a lot of really difficult decisions while he was under pressure. Even though this looks a little bad where, Incineroar takes a terrible trade here, he does get to a position where, even though he's not as likely to win the game as Ko was, he's still got himself to a pretty good percent to win in the end, and I think this is a big part of it, right, where the damage onto Garchomp ends up mattering a lot from Toxic as it adds up over time. Jumping ahead a little bit as poor Incineroar is defeated there. I think this is the other interesting play for me in Wolf this game. Hydreigon obviously being threatened by this float on the other side of the field, opts to sacrifice it instead of going for a switch. These choices are just so hard in Pokemon, right? Where it's like, hey, I have to take a bad trade, so which bad trade is the correct one for me? I don't know if this necessarily put Wolf in a position where he was more likely to win than lose, but it did give him, or maintain him odds that at least he was reasonably likely to win the game, and that's all he could do here. I thought it was a very difficult call.
Yeah, it's so difficult because I think it wasn't wrong to sack off the Hydreigon. Obviously, in the end game, I think it would have been easier to have the Hydreigon than the Charizard against the Basculegion. But I think being able to get that initial damage onto Float was so all important here, and just being able to start that chip away at the sacrifice to then know that you've got the Charizard to come in. And because the Garchomp had been so weakened at that point as well, Charizard felt a lot stronger than it would have done in other scenarios where the Garchomp hadn't had those intimidates.
Yeah, and it really matters for this end game. I think this is a lot of fun checking this out. So, I mean, the trainers now, I think if they were to look back at the match, would know this for sure. I don't know if they did in the moment, but we could have mentioned, Wolf's Charizard's a little bit different than other Charizards. It's not like all the other reindeer, and because of it, its Solar Beam isn't quite as powerful as other Solar Beams are. I think Wolf realized this in the moment, but Solar Beam never KOs this Basculegion, right?
Yeah,
He's
I guess.
far from picking up this knockout because of how his Charizard is trained. So, not like a super great option. You'd need a critical hit in that slot in order to win the game. So, we see Wolf play this a little bit differently, and I think it looked a little odd in the moment where he takes a Weather Ball on this Float, which I think could be critical for the next game, kind of at least understanding exactly how much damage that does, despite, again, Wolf's Charizard not being the most powerful of attackers, but the last respects to come down.
Yeah, very, very strong, the Basculegion there.
Really avoids perhaps a situation where a 2v1 could have been allowed if he'd gone for the Solar Beam instead.
Yeah, I think that the understanding that Wolf has of the threats in front of him, I think, really shone through here in the decision-making to go after that Float. Just say, okay, well, if I go for it, then at least Toxapex is safe, and I'm going to be in that position where I can go for the Baneful Bunker the next turn, get that all-important Toxic onto the Basculegion, start the chip, and then have that full health to be able to take what everyone, I think, expected to be very close, if not a knockout from the last respects.
Yeah, I think the Basculegion was the key in the matchup.
Yeah, and I guess, managing it too, maintaining Toxapex's HP is very important, right? This is a very physically defensive Toxapex. It tends to be how that Pokemon gets used in VGC, where, maybe in some singles format, you can be a little more specially defensive. But in this case, Toxapex tends to be very physically oriented. Yeah, it does take that well. I think at full health, it always takes the last respects, but it was weakened a little bit in that first game, allowing the KO to happen. But I think we all wanted to see a third game between these players, so probably no one too upset about it. And I think the first turn of this game is really interesting. Wolf in both Game 1 and Game 2 had led Charizard next to a support Pokemon, immediately protected Charizard and cycled. And sometimes in a best-of-3 set, when you're doing that, you're kind of conditioning your opponent a little bit, right? It's like, hey, I'm showing you that this is what I think the right way to play this matchup is, and now I'm going to do something else.
Yeah, and really taking advantage of the position here with that fake out, because I think Wolf never really taken advantage of the fake out previously to get damage on the opposite side of the field, and this is the time when Wolf was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go for it now and take advantage of this Float that is so open now with that Weather Ball, and that is really valuable damage. And you feel like Wolf's in that position now where they can start to get some momentum early on in the game, which felt like they were clawing at in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think at this point it felt really good for Wolf, right? Where even though, again, this Charizard's not the sort of Pokemon that's scoring a lot of one-hit knockouts, it does get a lot of really important damage on this Float. Puts Wolf in a pretty good position, but it winds up being, I think, turn 4 where things start getting really interesting here. Toxapex going to flee as it did over the course of the game. Again, kind of we learned in that second game, maintaining Toxapex's HP is very important. So has to dodge an Encore here, which would have put it in a pretty difficult position, as we saw much later in the game. And then Dragon Claw going to pick up this Incineroar. I think it had previously switched in, took a bunch of damage. And I think this turn is just very critical because, again, the previous games, Garchomp's HP and its attack side was controlled so well by the Incineroar. This time being forced to sacrifice it because it's so low on HP and because Encore is being threatened in the other slot. I had to let it go. And now Garchomp from this point in the battle is just...
Send Force boosted high horsepower feels amazing. Yes, it's super powerful.
these combination of Pokemon. Ooh, look at this scary Hydreigon here. Probably going to need to knock that one out, aren't you? And I think he was hoping either for a Dragon Claw into that slot or perhaps a Tailwind and a Protect in order to get into a safer position. Instead, though, we see something else, and I think this is the game-winning move for Ko in Game 3.
Yeah, and I think going back to those first few turns as well, I think the emphasis from Wolf getting that damage onto the floor, you were thinking, okay, you're in a great spot, because once this falls, a Hydreigon, I think I mentioned it during the match, a Hydreigon feels almost free here, but then you see the Whimsicott as well, and that dynamic completely changes. And yeah, like you say, this turn, how
let's just hope this doesn't stop for Wolfie. Nah, I think he'll be able to hold on. It was a difficult matchup, but the thing is that Ko's team is very, very common, so this difficult matchup probably will show up again, but like Wolf is also preparing for this, right?
Much like in Game 2, you kind of just see the weakness of that Pokemon not being able to protect, right? Not that Toxapex is the sort of Pokemon that's going to score a big knockout and bail it out during the Protect anyway, but forced to just take the Moonblast. And with 3 Pokemon remaining, it takes a little while. Toxapex likes to stall it out a little bit, but just no way Wolf is going to come back from here.
No, unfortunately not. And I think just credit to Ko with how well they adapted in that Game 3, because it completely, I think, just flipped the matchup on its head. I mean, King Gambit, I mentioned it, I don't think it really brought too much to the party. It was a bit disruptive. It was very valuable in the few turns where it went for the low kick. It put pressure on the Incineroar, caught the Charizard as well with a knockout, but otherwise I think the value was all about that Whimsicott and the Tailwind and the advantage that it puts, particularly like you mentioned, the Garchomp into that scenario where it is able to just close things up a lot easier.
Yeah, and a great switch up too, right? We're talking beginning of the game.
First set is won. Well done, Cole. You the best.
Kind of co-locks it in because of his own
you the best, bro.
Game 3, mixing things up a little bit. Lee, thanks for joining me. I think it was a great set. Hope the rest of today is just as good. But hey, you don't want to listen to us talk any longer. We're going to shoot you back to the casters to enjoy another great round of action.
Thank you very much, Lee and Scott. And Smile, you're on camera, and you have a bunch of badges as well. Good luck in the Elite Four, by the way. Hope it goes out. I hope it goes well for you.
Congratulations. All of your Pokemon are going to be listening to you today as you have all 8 badges. You can get by that pesky trainer who's trying to keep you from the Elite Four, and you are just 5 battles away from becoming our next Kanto Pokemon League champion. So best of luck out there in the field.
Let's go, let's go.
Best of luck to all of our
Wolf is in second, so it's okay. A lot of 9-1s. Colin is 8-2, Justin is 8-2. Oh, they lost right now. Okay.
Kosakide just winning on stream over Wolfclick last round, so he is the only remaining undefeated trainer.
Yeah, Ko is the only undefeated right now.
We could just wrap the tournament up because he already told us in the winter interview that he's going to walk away as NAIC champion, but there's obviously a lot of great contenders still remaining here in New Orleans.
For sure, and the nice thing about
his team was manhandled by T-Tar. Okay, it doesn't matter, we need to win.
That we recognize both from the tournament yesterday, who we featured on stream, and honestly throughout the 2026 season. What I'm really excited about, though, is that we're going to be able to feature somebody we haven't necessarily seen here this weekend. Up next with Daniel Quick versus Francisco Piopero. Daniel Quick, not somebody that we've seen yet on stream this weekend, so really excited to see him here. Francisco Piopero, of course, no stranger to the international circuit.
Daniel Quick versus Piopero.
Here this well. I mean, Toller Webb versus Christopher Hahn. That's going to be an incredible match over down on the floor. Federico Camporesi versus Wolf Glick, of course.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier.
It doesn't get easier.
Wolf going against another IC champion here in Fede. A lot of big names, and there's only a couple of rounds left in Swiss, Gabby. So at this point,
and it wasn't optimized at all. It happens on those grassroots tournaments. It happens.
That around 11 has compared to say round 3, it really does get to you. As we get over to this stage for Daniel Quick and Francesco Piopero, Australia and Italy, truly an international affair here at NAIC.
Yeah, both these trainers, of course, running some of those teams we've seen run away with the competition here this weekend. Though a little bit of a switch up here, as Daniel Quick will be the one running the team that Italy made famous last weekend in Turin.
Here we go. Second match. Frostlass Villain versus Charizard Slop.
a lot
Nice.
of people were expecting to see coming into this tournament. So if anybody can figure out how to beat the team that Italy made famous, I would assume...
Come on, first last Scovillain, beat the Charizard slot.
Of course, we'll have to see if Daniel Quek made any adjustments to this set that has really risen in popularity.
Come on, Quek, you can do it, Daniel. You can do it, Daniel.
Core as your Mega Evolution. Scovillain around roughly 19% usage in phase 2. Lycanroc Dusk form making the top 12 at 15% usage. And Daniel has, you're using this team as a Charizard counter, and your opponent happens to have Charizard.
Yeah, you usually want to try and position that Scovillain so that it can land those burns on the physical attackers that quite frankly dominate those Charizard teams, whereas Frostlass is there to deal those big hits with Blizzard that can hit, you know, the Garchomp, the Aerodactyl super effectively, of course control the weather, take away the sunlight from Charizard, and take away those power-up boosts to those powerful fire-type attacks. You know, you also can bring that Lycanroc, Accelerock, a priority.
Yeah, Lycanroc, great versus the Charizard. That's what we need.
There's really no way you can train it. There's like a chance. Don't trade your Charizard that way. It's really not worth it. And of course, this team also just has a lot of natural bulk that makes it very hard to take it down.
Yeah, now we take a look at Francesco Pero side, a more traditional core here in Regulation MA for Pokemon Champions. Francesco deciding, I don't want to have 3 Mega Evolutions on my team, so I'll swap the Mega Floette that's usually on these Charizard cores.
Sylveon instead of the Floette, yeah.
Which still does massive fairy damage.
But some unique twists here that I think were brought specifically for this tournament. You have that Jolly Garchomp that typically runs the max possible speed investment to try and outspeed the competition. You have Wide Guard on Aerodactyl instead of Protect, so you can stop Rock Slides or other spread moves from the opponent. And Sylveon, I think the most curious thing to me, has Yawn, which will allow you to slow down the pace of your opponent by forcing them to either switch or just go to sleep after a turn.
The one thing that I think Daniel might be licking his chops over is that there are 4 pretty strong physical attackers on Francesco's team. So with Mega Scovillain's Spicy Spray ability, it doesn't even have to be a contact move. It could be a Rock Slide. It could be any type of attack you can redirect in and have a poor Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Basculegion, and Kingambit. Any of them getting burned can be really detrimental for Francesco's plans.
Exactly, but the other side of that is that if Charizard can land any fire type attack into that Scovillain, you know, we saw the stat alignment for that Pokemon being bold. That is going to be boosting the physical defense of that Pokemon. It's very unlikely that it would be able to take a Weather Ball boosted by the sunlight. You know, Heat Wave, of course, if it misses, that's
Here we go.
one thing. If it does land, there's a chance it could take
Second match of the day.
So really, Daniel has to be very careful about how he positions that Pokemon if it's the Mega he decides to bring in this game number 1.
Daniel Quek and Francesco Pero both 9-1 as we start.
Here we go.
Round 11 at NAIC.
Frostlass Basque versus Sylveon Charizard. All right.
And Frostlass
We are on it.
Mega you typically see in Game 1 scenarios against Charizard. When it's led against a Charizard like this, you have to be careful about the timing of the Mega Evolution, as Frostlass is just naturally faster than Charizard, so it will Mega Evolve first, it will be able to set the snow up first, which means Charizard Mega Evolving second will immediately override that weather with the sunlight. So there is a little bit of a guessing game here. Both these Pokemon have Protect available to them, so of course these trainers could opt to just not Mega Evolve for a turn.
Oh yeah, this is actually good for Daniel because Frostlass before Mega is slower than Charizard. So Charizard will Mega first, bring the sun, and then Frostlass will Mega and bring the snow, overwriting the sun.
Very important matchup. Not an elimination match, as both these trainers only have 1 loss so far, but you certainly want to get that 10th.
Oh, they protected.
Will just protect, like you mentioned, Gabby, not activating.
Okay, Solar Beam. Lucky it was Heat Wave. Daniel took a risk there. Heat Wave Hyper Voice. No burn, please. Nice. Wave Crash. Will pick the knockout. No. Because it's not Mystic Water, maybe it's not Adamant. I wasn't paying attention, sorry guys. Ooh, Yawn on the Sylveon. Interesting.
If you want to hit me again, you're going to sleep.
that Basculegion did so much work.
I guess you can just Blizzard now and pick up the knockout on the chart.
It's okay for Daniel to take a bit of a passive play moving forwards, as that Charizard is certainly within knockout range from a Shadow Ball and possibly even a Blizzard.
No, a Blizzard should pick the knockout on the chart for sure.
Of that Pokemon means it would be neutral, and with the Mega Evolution setting up the snow, would mean it's guaranteed to hit. Of course, you do leave yourself open to Sylveon going for a second yawn in that position, but assuming that Daniel has something like the King Gambit or otherwise...
Winning at least one match made me feel good, bro. You done great. Bro, I went 5-3 in the Grand Champions Festival. You know what I'm saying? It was awesome for me as well. Lycanroc. Great switch from Francisco Pero. He totally read Daniel's intention. And then you can bring the Charizard later to rewrite the weather. Well played, well played. Usually, Lycanroc's run close combat. Is this the case here? Freeze on the Sylveon! Ooh! Well done, well done.
The nice thing about Pokemon Champions is that Sylveon is guaranteed to thaw after a couple of turns.
Yeah, that's true. And Sylveon might thaw on the next turn. It's just guaranteed on the future turns. Right now they can still thaw, which is really good. You know.
Now Lycanroc and Frostlass are very threatened by the presence of King Gambit. That was a great switch from Francesco, recognizing that there really is nothing the Frostlass can do to threaten that Pokemon. So switching it in on a very safe turn, Daniel has to respond to that Pokemon. So it's
Sucker Punch into the Lyca. Okay, big damage, yeah. Sylveon, what you knocking out here? The King Gambit? Yeah, nice. Chocolberry shouldn't matter. Chocolberry shouldn't matter here. It's still so weird, right? Why does Lycanroc can learn close combat? It's so weird, like, can you imagine Lycanroc using close combat? Nice! Sylveon Freeze is really good. Garchomp is a problem because you can bring Char to the other slot and take the Blizzard away, or the guaranteed hit of Blizzard away.
Onto the field, that Garchomp is still going to be threatened by a Blizzard. Sylveon is still currently frozen, but should thaw soon. And if it can land a yawn on the field, that process could go to sleep eventually, but really there's nothing forcing that Pokemon off the field this turn.
Yeah, the only thing that would force it would be the Charizard in the back, but Mega Frostlass is an inherently faster Pokemon than Charizard and Sylveon and Garchomp, excuse me, all three.
Ooh, okay, detect on the Sylveon.
Does thaw with the Sylveon just to detect, effectively the same thing as protect. So not going to take any damage this turn. However, a Blizzard in the snow, always accurate.
Nice. No Charizard. Ooh, of course. It was weird from Francesco to not bring the Charizard right now. He was afraid of a rock type attack. GG. He had to bring the Charizard there to make sure the Blizzard was not guaranteed. Oh, I love the shirt of Daniel. For Weather Wars, being fast is not good. Yeah, honestly, I thought we'd see at least one Mega Chomp at this tournament. Maybe there was, but we didn't see it because it wasn't featured on the stream.
Honestly, it's just naturally faster than the Sylveon anyway, meant that there was no possibility to navigate to that end game.
Yeah, taking a look at the replay from Game 1. That swap into Lycanroc on the turn Charizard swapped out was
Lycanroc was really good.
Massive, because that meant Lycanroc was ready to click close combat on the King Gambit. That it was trying to just have a Blizzard, or trying to tank a Blizzard on the switching as a resisted hit, and then have to
a very good coverage play from Daniel.
Exactly.
Bringing the Lycanroc there to cover the resistance of the King Gambit.
Look at the stat distribution of a Lycanroc. It doesn't necessarily read bulky with its low defenses, but with that Focus Sash and its very high speed stat, it can guarantee take 2 hits. So as long as you know that it's going to be faster than the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field and have enough health to take that second hit, you are going to be in a relatively safe position. But that does mean that Francisco can exploit that a little bit, because if your first hit does enough damage to bring it down into knockout range from a Sucker Punch, then all of a sudden that Lycanroc's bulk essentially disappears.
I do wonder if Mega
In this format, Mega Chomp has a lot of potential? I don't think so. Why do you think so? Because I think the biggest problem for Mega Chomp is it gets slower. And one of the main reasons to use Chomp is its good speed.
True, but then you have to wonder about Rock Slide's accuracy, whereas at least if you set up the Sunlight, you're forcing Daniel to worry about his accuracy. It's a tough game to play, but it does look like Francisco has opted into...
Lycanroc Frostlass! Nice lead, no Charizard. That is a Sucker Punch Rock Slide. Close combat from Lycanroc shouldn't pick the knockout, because it's not stab. No same type attack bonus there.
A Pokemon adjustment from Francisco doesn't necessarily mean it's the Mega Evolution adjustment. One of the cool things about these Charizard Aerodactyl teams is that you don't have to Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl in order
Yeah,
to get
you don't have to Mega the Aerodactyl, that's true. You can still use Mega Charizard, even if you bring the Aerodactyl here.
Francisco's side of the field to naturally outspeed the Frostlass. Unfortunately, with that Lycanroc standing next to the Frostlass, you do have to worry again about that priority Accelerock. You have to worry about a Rock Slide as well going into that spot. But you've given yourself the opportunity now to at least try to get the speed.
Okay, Frosty.
Aerodactyl is naturally faster than Mega Frostlass, so that means Francesco did not Mega Evolve.
Sucker Punch Rock Slide.
In this game could be saving for the Charizard Y in the back. Rock Slide double.
No Sucker Punch though. It's gonna be a Kowtow or Iron Head or a Low Kick. Ooh! The flinch. Because Blizzard plus Close Combat will pick the knockout. Oh man, that's flinch. Now it's Kowtow. Yeah, bye bye Frosty. Oh bro, that's so annoying. That's so annoying.
How critical that Blizzard was in game number 2. With Frostlass out of the way for Daniel, this Aerodactyl suddenly feels a little more comfortable. You still have to worry about the Accelerock. You still have to worry about whatever Daniel has in the back of the party.
Basculegion.
Francisco has, let's say, maybe the Garchomp in the back. All of a sudden, that Pokemon's biggest counter is gone.
Now with Basculegion hitting the field for Daniel, this is a citrus berry or bulky bask, as we like to call it. Not
bulky bask, yeah.
Version, so can definitely take a couple
chunky bask.
Better than the scarf berry.
Typically, these citrus berry Basculegion are trained to take a Sucker Punch from a King.
That's true. Max HP usually on the Bask or some defensive investment to take the Sucker.
Try and opt for here is go straight for the Kowtow Cleave into that Pokemon. Daniel, of course, could protect, maybe count on the Lycanroc getting knocked out this turn, and wait a turn to start going for Last Respects to get that extra power. You could try and Wave Crash as well to pick up the knockout in that Aerodactyl and what would appear
King Gambito comes out. Chomp Chomp comes in. Okay. Bask. Accelerock. Nice. Nice play from Francesco. And now Tailwind. Okay, I think Francesco's already faster than everything. Maybe not than the Leica. Bye-bye.
Gladly trading your Aerodactyl from this Wave Crash, knocking it out. So now Francesco can put either the King Gambit back on the field under Tailwind,
yeah, or the Charizard.
Potential Mega Charizard Y in the back.
I think it's the Charizard, yeah, right now. No, because then you take damage from that Accelerock. So you want to get rid of the Lycanroc first? Yeah.
I think King Gambit is exactly where it wants to be.
Sucker Punch into Bask.
Only at a little bit of health left, but thanks to that Tailwind, and thanks to, let's just say, this assumption that this Basculegion is going to be on the bulkier side, it should be able to outspeed under Tailwind, and it should be able, as a result, to guarantee a...
Yes, people are not running fast Chomp, but it's still fast. If you go Mega Chomp, it's gonna be slow, slower than things you don't want it to be slower. And then you can use Citrus Berry. You know, you can use Haban Berry, you can use Roselli Berry, because it's Mega. That's another problem of Mega Chomp. A guy in my tourney wishes for Wolfie to lose. What? Wolfie has some haters because he's like, oh, it survives 1 HP! No! Wait!
That's a bulky fist right there. Rock doesn't even KO King Gambit. That hangs on with 11 HP as well. The Dragon Claw after Lycanrock's defensive drops from close combat is enough to ensure the KO. And for Daniel,
nice.
Ooh.
Big damage! And if for some reason Last Respects doesn't make contact, so you don't take rough skin damage. Yeah. Some people hate on Wolf because they think he's too much. It's just like weak spirits and weak minds. When they see a stronger spirit and a stronger mind, they hate because they want to be like them, but they feel stuck. They feel like they can't be it, so they are mad at the thing that they want to become because they don't believe in themselves. He says only because he's Italian. What? Dumbass. Dumbass motherfucker.
King Gambit does swap in here as Daniel's final Pokemon here in Game 2. Significantly healthier than Francesco's King Gambit, but Francesco still does have 2 turns of Tailwind.
You do have to wonder, I mean, we saw how much the Wave Crash did under the sun against that Charizard in game number 1. I think a double up with the Sucker Punch.
King Gambit versus King Gambit, but there is still win on Francesco's side, so... Oh, and that's rough, because that's last Pokemon for Daniel. So... Heatwave just wins. Wait, double protect? He's not though? No, the guy is Italian. The guy that hates him. He also said he doesn't want a new Wolfie team on ladder, which is fair. No, it's not. Wolfie teams are not a problem. Because Wolfie teams are tailored for Wolfie. Like, I never had a problem against Wolfie's team on the ladder. The only real YouTuber problem that we had was the Iron team with Sableye Arch. Bay, not Wolfie, but yeah. Yeah, Bay sometimes takes some time. Double protect! Okay, okay. Wait! What is the plan of Daniel to go for double protect? Weather Ball.
In the sun, which it does not particularly enjoy doing. One-hit KO. Daniel Quack down to his
good game, bro. Good game.
It is a great Pokemon in Live Basculegion. Appreciates being the last one on the team.
There is no tailwind now, but Sucker Punch will pick the knockout. You can Aqua Jet.
He's got a lot of health to get through.
I can see what Daniel is going for there. You go for the double protect.
Right.
You stall out the remainder of Tailwind, and then you have this natural speed back on your side.
Then you can Aqua Jet. I say fair because honestly people just pick up the team, don't understand the Mon's niche and get mad. Yeah, and then you win. Then you play against that and you win.
It's just unfortunate that
Solar.
in that position you're essentially relying on 2 1-of-3 rolls, and the odds of that succeeding is just very low.
Daniel also does learn some information there. I believe that Aqua Jet in the sun did a little over 40 damage. Don't want to do math live on the stream exactly for an exact number, but if he needs to know in game 3 how much damage can Aqua Jet do to this particular...
Yeah, that's true. Back in the day, the Pokemon Company didn't allow for sponsors in shirts, but now they do, which is cool.
Great information indeed for Francisco and for Daniel, like you were mentioning. But let's go back to this game number 2, because the turn that really changed things was when that Garchomp was able to get on the field for free, and really just how much work this King Gambit was allowed to do for Francisco when it was just sitting on the field at such low health for so long.
Yeah, and see the last respects here.
Big damage there. Not good enough.
Knocked out at that point. Big 150 base power, an incredibly powerful move there. There's the Weather Ball into King Gambit. He would have needed a double protect, which would have been even more impressive than the double baneful bunker we saw last round. So now with the adjustments we talked
1-1
about before game 2, Mega Aerodactyl.
Game 3, here we go.
For Francesco. Now Daniel is the one that's on the back foot, right? He's the one that might need to make an adjustment in his lead, potentially his Mega Evolution of choice. How should Daniel handle this?
Well, if you look at the Pokemon that he brought to that matchup, I still think they were the right Pokemon to play because that Frostlass has so much pressure against
it was unlucky, the Rock Slide flinch on turn 1, yeah.
Of the King Gambit that I think scared Daniel a little bit and forced his Pokemon to switch around maybe a little bit more than he would have liked. So I do think you continue to bring that Mega Frostlass because of the board pressure it brings, but maybe take a page from Francisco's book and save it a little bit later on in the match. Maybe try to draw out his own King Gambit a little bit sooner and find an earlier knockout against it. You certainly have some of the tools available to you to pick up the KO with that close combat. Like
Here we go, game 3, everybody.
Chip damage is down.
Round 2 begins soon. I believe in you, Cole. You can do it.
Stick with how he was playing. You know, the Aerodactyl Tailwind was so influential. I'm so glad to see him lead it once again.
Okay.
King Gambit for Francesco with Mega, or will be Mega
It's
Frostlass.
same lead. Yeah, it's the same lead. Same leads.
For later, since it's somewhat of an auto win button into Charizard, and Charizard's not on the field, so Lycanroc maybe has to go for this close combat now. But we saw last time by itself.
But you can also go in the Night Tailwind, but then you take 2 Sucker Punches.
Just because you lead a Pokemon doesn't necessarily mean it has to stay on the field. Remember, as you know, these Pokemon can all potentially switch here. Francisco, though, I think ultimately has the better positioning in this lead, as King Gambit and Aerodactyl can immediately go on the offense against Frostlass and Lycanroc and be pretty comfortable with it. You know, that Aerodactyl will still be the fastest Pokemon on the field. Accelerock does threaten super effective damage into that, but given its relatively low base power, I don't think it would be enough for the one-hit KO. So you would need.
Here we go, Mega Frosty.
Knockout into it.
Lovely.
Frostlass Mega evolving here for Daniel. Last game, it was flinched by Rockslide. That stopped it from clicking Blizzard, doing chip
Sucker
damage
Punch,
into King Gambit,
same play.
and now brings it down to a third of its
Ooh.
HP already. If it's a Rockslide follow-up, that lands into both. Frostlass is KO'd before it ever clicks a button in game 3. Daniel down his Mega from the start. Now Lycanroc
Bruh.
is broken and Francesco with the flinch. He's popping off.
You can see how happy Francesco
Bruh.
was with that turn as he was able to eliminate one of Daniel's most powerful Pokemon
Bruh.
essentially for free.
Bruh.
That's the power of a fast Rock Slide user in VGC. Time and time again, we've seen it open doors for trainers that just otherwise would not have existed. Now, without that Sucker Punch connecting with the Frostlass, we know that, especially with the defense boost from
Damn
KO,
it.
that would not have been enough to pick up the KO onto that Mega Frostlass overall. So, you know, definitely not the most comfortable
GG easy,
play
yeah.
for Francisco
Next.
to make, but
Next.
getting
GG
the
easy.
defense of those 2 into
Next.
that Pokemon, and with the flinch on top of it, worked out very well for him. Daniel does have
And
some
that's why players call this skill. Click Rock Slide, click Heat Wave.
Without any speed control on the field just yet, and without the ability to protect on Francisco's
I mean, last game he Sucker Punched the Lycanroc. This time around he Sucker Punched the Frosty.
wide open to do whatever it wants.
Just like it did in game 2, clicking Tailwind, clicking Rock Slides. Aerodactyl is in a very comfortable position right now. Since this Bastion Legion is not choice, Scarf is not going to be outspeeding. It cannot stop Francesco from clicking the Tailwind. It is a bulky Bastion Legion. We saw Sucker Punch would not be able to one-hit KO, but
King Eng-Pt-Esp
doesn't want to take any damage from a Sucker Punch this turn. Aerodactyl does click the Tailwind, and we'll see if he's going to follow up with a Sucker Punch into that slot. That would fail. No, it's the low kick into Lycanroc. Really safe play for Francesco because you weren't really threatened.
Francesco is destroying Daniel on game 3. But it's so annoying because game 3 only happened because he was so lucky with a flinch on game 2. Game 2, turn 1.
Now he can't really switch. He can't necessarily play
You know.
defensively in this position, as with the full remaining turns of Tailwind, there's only so many times you can protect. And with Francisco does not have
You all
any
know what they
pressure to
do.
switch, does not have
What?
any pressure to really
The Zard Y
anything
players?
except go on the offense here. Daniel is slowly losing his outs in this matchup.
King Gambit will protect, keeping himself safe from a potential low kick on the other side here. Aerodactyl with the Rock Slide has Tailwind on his side for the next 3 turns. He's going to be moving super fast. Does not do a lot of damage.
No,
but Francesco could get a
Low
really
kick, nice.
important flinch
Nice from
on
Daniel.
This turn has gone 2 so far. Might as well make
Bruh.
it 3. Regulation Rock Slide. for Francesco.
Regulation rock slide. Regulation rock slide, yeah.
From him with this lead. I mean, these two Pokemon together cover so many threats in the Regulation MA metagame overall. Being able to use Sucker Punch as a priority attack is so good. Rock Slide is incredible. And Aerodactyl's just going to keep doing what it does best.
Eng-Pt tried to go for the same double protected, failed in game 2, does not get it this time, so low kick is not going to be able to hang on.
Bro, it's so sad.
Has the Choppleberry on
Daniel was playing really good. She got so unlucky. Another flip, bro.
30% chance has been a 100% flinch rate.
Sometimes this just happens in Pokemon.
It sure
and
does.
I really hope for Daniel's sake this is just Basculegion getting
We
all
could say the same thing about Wolf game 3.
for the day even.
Why? I don't remember. He didn't got flinch there, did he?
Celebrating as he is 10-1 here at Naic.
I know, yeah. He only got to game 3 because he got lucky on game 2. Yes, yes. But it's different. Double protect is not as perturbing as a flinch, right? Well, I have to go to the bathroom, guys, and grab a snack real quick. I haven't eaten anything yet, so I'll go and be back in a second.
It was the damage onto the Mega Frostlass that started things off. You know, yes, the Lycanroc was flinched by this Rock Slide, but we know that with the Choppleberry, a close combat would not have been enough to pick up the KO onto the King Gambit. Though, yes, that damage would have certainly helped bring Daniel back into the game.
And that pop-off, Francesco knows how difficult this matchup is. Daniel Quek, one of the best players remaining in the tournament, also a 9-1 record, so having a phenomenal performance just wasn't enough, even despite the Rock Slide flinches. Just really good calls of Francesco to condition Daniel in game 2, only going for the Rock Slide damage on Frostlass. Does get the beneficial flinch, obviously, but Daniel then anticipates game 3. He's just going for the flinch again, and now you can combine Sucker Punch plus Rock Slide, knock it out before it even attacks.
Exactly. It's one of those strategies that I think it's more, the flinch is nice, but at the end of the day, it was Sucker Punch plus damage. Sucker Punch plus damage, because that King Gambit was set up so that Sucker Punch did, what was it, like 60 to 70% of the damage, and then the Aerodactyl just did the rest.
Yeah, really impressive game, and really nice adjustments from Francesco to be able to adjust, bringing Aerodactyl in games 2 and 3 when he didn't bring it in game 1. Because sometimes you can view that as a little simple, okay, lost game 1 without Aerodactyl, won game 2 and 3 with Aerodactyl. VGC's not as simple as we would like to showcase it there. He still had to make different decisions on top of the Aerodactyl adjustment.
Yeah, and never Mega Evolved in those final 2 games, or the final game as well. Just was able to use Tailwind alone with Aerodactyl to really make a difference.
Yeah, presumably Charizard was the 4th Pokemon in that game, right? So still getting another victory, even though it's not even getting on the field. That's how strong this team is. You brought up right at the beginning, Gabby, of the set. Daniel using the Italian Lycanroc Charizard counter team against an Italian, not as successful as he'd hoped.
I mean, that's one of the things I think a lot of people need to do to learn how to play with these teams is you just have to use them yourself. I mean, I don't know how you prepare for tournaments like this, Joe, but I like to try and pick up teams and just play with them. You know, see how they work, see how they feel. And we'll have to ask Francisco if that was his strategy coming into this tournament as he's ready for an interview.
Thank you so much. I am here with Francesco, who's just coming off. I mean, that game 3 was crazy. We got to talk about that one first, because you get into game 3 of the set. You're trying to make your way into Top Cut. You need a couple more wins. How do you feel going into that game 3?
Going into game 3, I think the most important thing in this matchup was guessing what it would lead into me. And I think after the game 2, where I tried to read my opponent, maybe go for an Aurora Veil, so that's why I didn't go for a Sucker Punch in the game 2. And knowing I flinched the Frostlass, I think it led him to do the same, because it was like probably thinking, oh, if he didn't get the flinch, I should have won the set. So in game 3, I kind of, set up the situation, because the events led me to do that. I don't know what my opponent had selected into game 2. Maybe he went for an Aurora Veil, but I was pretty sure he would go for an aggressive play in game 3, and I tried to intercept that, and it did well. After that, I mean, the Rock Slide flinches were nice, but it were only like closing the game better for me, but I think losing the Frostlass game 1 was pretty game ending for him, because my Garchomp is looking very, very strong into the rest of his team. So
And I want to talk about your team and going into this matchup, because we saw a lot of, like from Daniel's team, the Lycanroc kind of pop up at Turin, right? And that was kind of one of the counters supposed to be into like your team. So when you got to see the team sheets, have you been super well practiced into the team, or you think it's going to be a tricky one?
The team is definitely very, very scary. It's been like the only team I obviously don't want to face. But eventually, like joining this tournament, there was a round where I was facing Lycanroc, and on my right there was a Lycanroc full mirror. On my left there was a Lycanroc, and on my right next to the Lycanroc mirror there was my friend Fede playing against Lycanroc. So at that point I was like, I am in the wolf's den, and I have to get out of here quickly. I faced 3 in my run. I was able to beat the 2 after losing to the first one, which was very important for me because I lost to it in Turin, but I think I was very, very close to beating it in Turin. So I knew it was possible, and well, proving it twice here is very nice and makes me very confident going forward for the tournament.
I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, moving on forward, so close to top cut, that's what everyone has their sights on. You said you're feeling confident, like you're gonna win?
I mean, I can't say it for certain. I have to play my sets well, and in this game, nobody can say he's going to win. I mean, you can believe it, but it's not really what's actually is going to happen because everybody wants to win. So if you think you're strong, you have to prove you're strong. So I'm here, and I will play set by set today and see where it will bring me. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I want to make sure you get rested up before your next one. Before I let you go, any shout-outs?
Yes, I want to shout out my friend Shohei Kimura, who is rooming with me, that helped me a lot practice again this matchup. And also a special shout out to my friend Flavio Pado, that also helped me a ton and is helping me a ton during this tournament and in this matchup in particular. And I also want to thank my team, Team Aqua, who has been a major helper in achieving this tournament because coming here was not easy for me. And also my family, my brother Luigi, my brother Andrea, and my parents. They let me play, and they said at home they weren't like very fond of the idea of me going to America alone, but I told them that I had an opportunity, and I thanked them for letting me come here and prove my worth. So thank you very much.
And it's definitely an opportunity you've been showing up for so far. Thank you. Best of luck going on forward. As for us, before we get into the next round, of course, we need to know a little bit more of Scott's thoughts.
Well, thank you, Sierra. Honestly, my mind's a little blank after watching some of the craziness we saw in that match, but we'll do our best to analyze it anyway. I got Joe over here with me. Let's have a little fun.
I'm happy. I'm honored to have entered your twisted dimensions on the other side here.
Yeah, this time you were
Hi everybody, I'm back.
the long sprint between
Got some
guests.
food,
Last time I went to your place,
some snacks. I was really, really hungry, bro. Ah, damn.
Someone might as well use it, right?
Yeah, this match was just
matchup in this format, where
Daniel being super unlucky. Poor Daniel.
I've been talking about a little bit more when we get to the slides that the team's on them, but I'm becoming a Lycanroc hater. But this seemed like a dream matchup for Lycanroc.
He's becoming a Lycanroc hater. Why?
Charizard, but also you've got Aerodactyl there, another Pokemon that he really doesn't want to be hit with rock-type moves.
Why is he a Charizard hater? Wolfie won his match. Welcome back, guys.
Lycanroc dominated this matchup.
And you also potentially one-hit KO King Gambit with close combat if it's not holding one particular held item that would stop you from OHKOing it.
Yeah, so I'm sure that's what's going to happen in this match, right? I don't remember, it's been a few minutes. Yeah, so anyway, not a whole lot to talk in the team preview. We've seen this. I think that itself is what we're talking about, right? And we got a little bit in the interview there too, but this is the team that everyone should know at this point, right? It was very powerful.
Wolfie beat Federico Camporezzi.
Italy, I think because of that, it was kind of the main team everyone was trying. As you could probably tell, watching.
It's going to be Wolfie versus Alex. Two big content creators. Trick Room, easy. Just kill the choreograph.
A little bit different. The most powerful Pokemon are really powerful. I think they really cooked at this team. I'm not so sure about the Lycanroc part, right? Where it's like Charizard's such an important matchup that you really need to tech for it. But, we'll see. The thing to keep in mind, too, is I know during the game, I think the casters are a little surprised with some of the damage calcs. These Pokemon are typically trained to be very defensive, right? I guess that's sort of an
Joe is
interesting element
6'5".
about net decking this
Yeah.
game is like, well, you don't have to train them the same way, but I think the default assumption is that Frostlass in particular and Basket Legion as well, they're going to take hits pretty well.
Yeah, and the Basket Legion, if it hangs on through a sucker
Eric
punch
Cruz
at
is
3, 4,
9-2.
5 HP,
He can
that's
still
whatever.
do
When
it.
it hangs on with exactly 1 HP, it's a lot cooler. But I
Colin, 9-2. He can still do. Giovanni Shiska is out. 8-3.
Air quotes for anyone. It's that Charizard is so good that it makes this team good. Basket
Shoei,
Legion is so good
9-2
that
as well.
makes King Gambit good, right? So that's why it's truly a counter meta team.
Yeah, like I get it, right? Where it's like, hey, it's the one Pokemon with a
Go.
already boosted rock
Still
type move, why not
undefeated.
go for it?
That's crazy.
It looks good. It looks really good. And like I felt like on the ladder, it actually felt like pretty strong. But it just to me, it seems like it's kind of falling apart in the best of 3 tournament level, where everyone's so good right now, they're not getting anything for free. Other side of the field, like, I do think it's a little bit interesting, where like the mean thing to say about teams like this is like, oh, that's Zard slop. But I think it's becoming a little bit like the Big Six, where like the Big Six was like 11
Zard
different
slop.
Pokemon. Like
Zard
just
slop, yeah.
2 members of a team that like are not there in the high usage version of this roster, so like it's a variant of Charizard.
Yeah, and especially the Sylveon, right? I love Yawn Sylveon. I've loved Yawn for years because it's really a punishing move. It's not as amazing right up front like a Spore from Amoonguss, but you're really punishing your opponent. Are you willing to trade being forced to be asleep this turn for doing more damage this turn?
How is he doing?
And I think the way that Francesco team is written out here, you don't need Hyper Beam Sylveon because the rest of the crew is doing massive damage too. Might as well slot in the Yawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Sylveon's a little bit more of a finisher, right? You're just kind of softening things up or finishing off softened up targets, and we don't wind up.
That's rough, buddy.
We're so close to seeing Yawn be impactful in this game, but I do think it's
James is out.
format too,
Just in tank still 9-2. Well done. Marcus Silva also 9-2. They still on it.
And because of that, it's really tough to make safe switches. So you're just like, okay, either you're gonna fall asleep, which like is horrible even with sleep's duration being reduced in Champions, or you're gonna have to switch something in that like probably isn't gonna take my attacks very well. Those outcomes are both great for you.
And most of the Pokemon are trained defensively to always endure in a hit while at 100% HP, right? So even if it's Blizzard chip damage doing 15% or Hyper Voice doing 20%, your damage calculations you built your team around are no
Eric
longer
Rios.
available.
Yeah, well, there's
Mark Silva, just in tank. Shoei Kimura. Colin. Great run for Colin.
Obviously, things are eventually going to go a little bit wonky.
That way, still in. Nice. Theo team still in.
Guarantees weather control. I think Gabby was talking a little bit. You're kind of like the mind games there. He gets
Brendan Zhang. That's Aaron's brother, I think. No. Actually, I don't know. Shumo Onami is still here as well. Oh wait, so I know. Okay, so they're the only ones that still have a chance to go through. They got Trick Room up. It's okay, you cannot play it.
Both of them out, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, the Charizard, by being knocked down so low from Wave Crash, it's essentially never attacking again. Francesco did not bring Aerodactyl. You have no access to Tailwind. Mega Frostlass inherently outspeeds it. You have Aqua Jet from Basket Legion. You have Excel Rock from the Lycan Rock. So even though Charizard's on the field, still is not fainted. Effectively, he only has 3 Pokemon left after turn 1.
Yeah, this Pokemon is a walking drought, right?
James is out.
Snow off once. And
Joe is out.
Had this match played a different way, and I think you're bringing Charizard this match. You kind of just understand, like, hey, Charizard's not going to be very strong here.
I think this player is out as well.
Wolf match yesterday, where it's the one Mega, so it's coming, but
Justin's still in.
Not going to win the game. What is going to win the game?
Lorsi is out.
Yeah, Frostlass was really good. I think it's
Colin is still here. Marco Fieri is still here. I know this guy. Is he
Mega now did come all 3 games here as your primary.
Medina?
It does flip some of these matchups.
I don't remember.
I think it's important in this matchup, right? Where you almost never want to bring Scovillain into Charizard, which is a tough matchup where you can't burn it. You're
So Medina is still out. It's also out, I think. Medina. Yeah, he's out. He's out.
It's the big freeze at Sylveon. It's gonna stay.
He's out. He's out.
Fully frozen? Question mark here. Stay frozen.
I mean, for example, Marcos is still in as well. He's 9-2. Samuel Pereira, Karim, Camporezi, Daniel Yu, Daniel Koik, Toller Web, maybe not.
like maybe not like super impactful, but at least forces a
Right.
cycle. I think Hyper Voice would have been huge there, kind of making both these Pokemon get weakened to a controllable level. We eventually see
Giovanni
that
Shiske is
Sucker
out.
Punch does like
Zulnega.
of Frostlash's HP, so maybe Hyper
Okay.
Voice is enough that you're checking it.
Good tourney, Mero.
Instead,
Good
we're in
tourney.
a situation where Frostlash is like relatively unthreatened here without Sylveon to help. You just have so many options.
And Sucker Punch, I think, did like 70% to Lycanroc as well throughout this series. So if he was able to land a Hyper Voice into it, that potentially KOs Lycanroc before it ever gets to close combat.
Yeah, like almost for sure, right? Instead, this big damage the other direction, which is going to put both these Pokemon into KO range of nearly anything. Close combat to come down, but hey, we've been hit with Blizzard twice. Who cares about the Chople Berry? And it's kind of a switch he had no choice but to make. Either you sacrifice Charizard there, which is awful, also awful on the previous turn, or you can well, I'm going to take the Blizzard but then what? I think it was also a great switch on the other side. Force switch, of course, with the Yawn, where you're not going to leave Basket Legion in. But getting Lycanroc in there for free looks really good. Sylveon stays frozen. And, this game continues.
What's this?
But it's over, right? Where it's like, well, you got Garchomp who can't survive Blizzard. You got Charizard who can no longer survive Blizzard because it's got.
Ah, you can see everything here.
Yeah, and at this point,
Le potato chip that GitHub.
what he thinks are the best plays. It has to be
Alright, so
unoptimal
English
or
side
suboptimal
stream is getting
situations because
Shohei
Charizard can't ever come back
versus
in,
Eric
and he has to
Rios
say, what is the best thing for me if Sylveon thaws, and what is the best thing for me if Sylveon does not thaw, so just in a really tough spot.
They quickly wind up in a situation
English side stream.
Did I qualify for Worlds then? No, I did not try to qualify.
I made a great adjustment here with this Aerodactyl.
Yeah, I loved it. We were
What side stream? I want to watch that.
Curious about Champions Elo. What does it mean that peak is 300 lower than last season? I think people are just playing the game a little bit less, and because it's like
type can never hurt.
Yeah, I think in general, like, people are grinding. Like, season 1, everyone was playing all the time, and it's because, like, especially the Japanese players, like, they kept pushing the bar higher and higher and higher, which meant other people wanted to keep playing to catch up to it, but now...
both Focus Sash and this Aerodactyl-like version of Aerodactyl coming back, but Aerodactyl's like, hey, I saw what you did to my friends in that last game, and, I can play the Regulation MA game, too. I'm going to get lucky.
Yeah, just a little bit of rock slides here, and that's... Even in Francesco, it's obviously super beneficial for him to get the flinch, but it's still a great turn even if Frostlash gets to go for the Blizzard there, because you still got a lot of damage off.
Yeah, I think this would have been a great trade, much like the previous game, right? Like, I thought that Daniel's...
Finally I got some food, bro. I was so hungry. I want to see the side stream.
But maybe like a beneficial one at least. Just becomes a devastating trade.
Oh, he has a lead. Perfect. Aaron, you the goat. Aaron is the goat.
Francesco had Garchomp, right? Yeah. That was the really big here. So even if King Gambit does get knocked out on the turn from Blizzard plus close combat, okay, then you have Garchomp in Tailwind ready to...
Oh, bro, that's what I wanted earlier.
There's a few fun turns at least to this one.
No, Go is 11-0. He's not 9-0.
It's like, hey, what are all the weird things that could happen in one turn?
Yes, and
Oh, Charizard Slop from Alex, but with Farigiraf as well. That way with the Milo, with the Cini. I guess Wolfie's team is the least slop for Charizard. Then we have Scoville and Frosty, Scoville and Frosty, Scoville and Mega Aerodactyl. Oh wow.
Doesn't matter too much at the end, but
only one Mega Delphox over here, guys.
You gotta at least keep the game going. You never know.
I guess that was the result from day one.
Get playing to his out a little bit later. It goes for the double.
Mega D-Knight with Mega Frosty. With Ceruledge, I love it. Daniel Yu. I think he's still in. Yeah, he's 9-2. He lost to Don Check.
Still don't know if that's enough, but why not go for it, right? You don't get like an extra win for winning early, so he plays it out as well as he can. It doesn't happen here.
Mega T-Tar with Mega... Oh, that's Joe. No, it's not. It's somebody using Joe's team. Or close to it. Mega Vinu, Mega Lopunny.
So normal. Anyway,
Chase Lubert. I think they're already out.
A good chunk of damage, but you see the value of both the snow and the way that Frostlash is trained. But
yeah.
It doesn't really matter when Aerodactyl.
No, Chase.
And, yeah, this is a very devastating turn. But wait, I think
Libert. Yeah, they out. 7-4.
What if you flinched here on this turn when you go for close combat?
No, that'd be terrible.
No. I think also fantastic play from Francesco, not only for the damage, the Oko, and then the flinch, but he conditioned.
What is side stream? I want to watch side stream.
Only think Rock Slide side was going into Frost Blast, so he thought
Just need them to not have Trick Room.
as long as I
Okay.
don't flinch, I'm going to be able to respond. So he conditioned that behavior. So game 3, he can double and KO Frost Blast.
I think it's a great read, right? Yeah, well, hey, Frost is going to keep attacking into his potential sucker punch. Let's see how that goes. And then another great play here, reading the switch, getting that low kick off. And this game from here was basically over, but you know, why not add a little insult to injury? You know, I don't think winning 4-0 and like, I think literally almost taking, actually maybe literally taking no damage, that's just not enough. What if more nonsense? So see the protected King Gambit there. He's like, I'm not getting flinched. Basket Legion's like, I am gonna get flinched.
And you're in such a bad spot from Daniel's perspective. You're like, I have to break through the flinch. As long as I break through and don't get flinched, I'm gonna be
Someone said none of the 10-1 matches were optimal. I wish we could have watched a 9-2. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing about a 10-1, it's like you know whoever wins is guaranteed top cut, right? And I think like part of the goal of the broadcast is to feature people that will be good enough to be featured continuously once you make it to top cut as well. I think a 9-2 match totally acceptable. To
Nice
consider,
goal.
but it is, like,
Keep going. Champions
and like two of the biggest faces of the game. But yeah, normally we wouldn't stream the same player multiple times before top cut. You do it maybe one day 1, one day 2, but I think it's like an exception because it's specifically Wolf and Alex. Whack Donalds, thank you so much for the 10. You got to meet Fusli there, which was cool. Her videos got you to sign up. She had a team sheet error. Oh, RIP.
Oh, that sucks.
She's amazing though. Yeah, it's cool to see her competing. So I hope she had a great time. Yeah, like Alex Gomez also, guys, is like a huge,
Alex. He's a big content creator, yeah.
In Spain. Like I saw like he is one of the most subscribed to Twitch streamers from Spain in gaming, which is so sick. And of course, has won internationals, won NAIC, won not LAIC, it was London, UK, London Nationals in 2016, multiple regional titles, top 8, top 16 at Worlds. One of the most stacked resumes in the history of the game.
No, Alex got more than, he gets more than 1K viewers on a stream. That person doesn't know what you're talking about. Oh, what?
Is this an interview?
Much time, you know, like practicing the team, making sure that I was as prepared as I could be, since I'm really new to the game, and I'm really happy because I got to fight a lot of players with a lot of experience, and everyone is just so kind. Even after a win, even after a loss, everyone's like, yo, you did this really good. I'm really surprised by this play. It's so nice.
When did you start playing Pokemon Champions?
I started day 1, and Pokemon as a whole I started like pretty much in April, so like really new, and it's just because I find the game so cool. I actually watched a player that you guys probably know, a Wolf Blake or Wolfie VGC, and I watched it for years. I watched it back in Sword and Shield. I was like, huh, this game's pretty cool. And then I saw him in Gen 9. I was like, oh my god, this is cool. I'm seeing these like hour-plus long videos, and it's like, oh my god, this is amazing. I want to be a part of this.
Well, we're so glad to have you here. What team did you run yesterday, and what was your favorite part about the team?
For sure. I've been running Follette pretty much since the game started because like I love that little flower lady so much, and I ran like a balanced style team, which means I had some like really aggressive pieces like the other Charizard, like everyone knows Charizard, and I also had some more defensive pieces like Incineroar, the GOAT, Sinisha, and the goal of the team is you want to get a Calm Mind or you want to get your Charizard in a spot where you can start ripping damage.
All right, so you've also done a ton of other things here at NAIC. What have you done, and what has been your favorite activity?
For sure. Oh my gosh, my favorite thing is just like getting to meet so many different people that just absolutely love Pokemon. I love the people that are like, oh my god, it's an Espeon. I'm like, yeah, oh my god. And then there's like the pictures, there's so many kind of people. I love getting to see these like super cool talents as well play the game, and I'm like, oh my god, that play is genius, or oh my goodness, Rockside was insane here. It's just so much fun. I love the energy.
Do you think you'll come back next year if you can? Do you think you'll compete next year even?
Absolutely, without a doubt. You need to, if you're watching this stream, you need to be here. Sign up if you can. But sign up now.
If you want, locals are, of course, the first step to competing at these events. So check out the Pokemon website to find where you can play. Lily, thank you so much for your time. I love your energy. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
1000%. I want to shout out Chuppa and Olivia because those two, they are coaching me. They took me from a 0 to someone that can kind of understand things. I'm really beginning to understand things thanks to them. I really want to shout out so many of the members in Florida because, oh my goodness, they were so kind and, you know, helped me get into the game when I was just such a babby. And I want to thank all my friends because there's just so many great people that helped me be here.
All right, well, Lily, enjoy the rest of your event. Thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Gabby. We are back and ready.
Rosemary looks like a Greek citizen.
The second to last Swiss match that we will have
Finally.
before we determine our players making it into that single elimination Top Cup bracket. My name is Rosemary Kelly. I'm so excited to be joined once again by Lendul. And how excited are you to be so close to the end?
I'm excited. This is where it gets serious. People are punching
Yeah.
their tickets round after
Serious.
round into that top cut. You need
You lost, okay, cool. It happens. You win next time. You did well, bro. You did well.
5 players trying to vie for their chance.
Arnold is also playing, right? How is he doing?
And those are some pretty big heavy hitters. We saw Wolf already on stream. Did lose to Ko for Ko's undefeated record. Francesco Piopero, of course, once
Adrian Hurley
that last round on stream.
is also 10-1.
We've got Don Check, Adrian Hurley,
Adrian,
players from the US, hoping that they can also punch their ticket into that top cut. And one of Spain's greats,
Yeah.
Alex Gomez Berna,
He's using
vying for that.
Vinu, Mega Char, and Mega Dactyl. I like that.
2 losses still have hope alive. They just need to win both of their last 2 matches in order to get in.
It's going to be a star-studded roster,
not be part of the
I think,
regional
based
circuit,
on the
but it
names that
has
we
been a
see
part
here,
for the
and
last
there's
couple
even
of
more
years.
What's this?
outside of this top 16
maybe there was
that still
break from
have
22,
a hope
but, like,
of being able to make it.
no, it's
But with
there's
two
definitely been
Swiss
at least 3
rounds
indie
left,
regionals.
you
so
can't let up the
hopefully
gas
we'll continue
yet.
to be there.
We're going to be focusing in on
I would
Wolf Blink versus
imagine
Alex
that we go
Gomez
back in the
Berna as
future,
a win
even-
and into that illustrious top cut. But there are a ton of other matches.
Oh, it's gonna be Wolf versus Alex. That's insane. Eddie Krios versus Shohei. Wow, it's the content creators match right now. Love
I'm
it.
looking forward to watching this Wolf versus Alex match. Of course, the winner moves on to top cut. The loser won't be out of the tournament yet. They'll still have their chance to punch their ticket in the last round of the day. But you want to get it done quick when you can.
So excited though about Wolf versus Alex because these are two competitors that have a lot of history against each other. They've played so
Really?
many times on the international
Really?
stage, and they get a chance to battle it out here where this could be an IC Grand Finals.
You should
match.
look up the spear pillar standings. Okay, I will look them. Not right now, if that's okay.
And are trying to get
Please don't
one
cry.
step closer around. 4 players trying.
Piopero, don't check. What is he using? Don. He's using Scoville and Frostlass with Lycanroc. Okay. Adrian Hurley, just check there. Daniel Yu. Samuel Pereira from Spain, Espanha. That's a very common name in Portuguese as well. Daniel Pereira in Spear 3. Huh? Show all teams. Also, is Daniel Pereira not here, bro? What do you mean? It's Samuel. Wait, is Samuel? Oh, it's Samuel. I was looking for Daniel. Sorry, bro. Sorry, PC. It's, yeah, more charge slope.
Trying to 5 players trying to vie for their things. Mamoswine and Toxapex, 2 Pokemon.
Here we go, here we
We've
go!
seen a lot of the Toxapex. We haven't seen the Mamoswine at all yet.
Okay, so one of these players, if they win, they guarantee top cut. If the other loses, I think they still kinda guaranteed to go. It's very hard for them to miss it. It depends on their opposition and whoever they played against and whatnot.
If you don't have the right thing to check it down, we've seen Wolf win a couple of games that way. Earlier on in the day, we saw it though. If it's in the 1v1 that's not favorable for it, like against Basket Legion with last respects, it can just get overpowered. And so a lot of times the path to beating Toxapex is to beat all those partners around it.
But while Wolf managed to get that win versus Alex Underhill, that was going to be a very similar team to what Alex Gomez Berna is also running. So you know, at the very least, Wolf has experience against that same 6. But
Yeah, Wolf has experience, but it doesn't make easier. It doesn't make easier. It's still a tough matchup.
Than what Wolf faced versus Alex during yesterday's Swiss phase.
Right, I want to compare both to the round a couple rounds ago. There's no Basket Legion here. You don't have to worry about your opponent just preserving last respects until you've taken 3 KOs. But compared to Alex Underhill yesterday, a key difference on the Garchomp. It's missing Rock Slide, which makes the Charizard on Wolf's side a lot.
Oh, no Rock Slide on Garchomp. That's crazy.
Very key that it has
That's crazy.
Get that boosted, it's a real threat to play a similar role as Basculation.
No rock slide on Garchomp is crazy.
In a late game 1v1 versus the Toxapex, it can win that 1v1 with a boosted Stomping Tantrum with the soft sand on top.
But one of my favorite Pokemon to watch, Sylveon. This is a Pokemon that I think could do some pretty big things in this match. On stream, we've already seen Sylveon's Hyper Beams do some pretty good work against Pokemon you might not have expected to pick up KOs for.
Yeah, it can do so much damage, and if you're playing a little bit more passively, you can take the time. Your opponent is playing more passively, you can take the time with Sylveon to fire off those Hyper Beams. But while it can do a bunch of damage into Toxapex in the right situation, it also can get pretty easily walled. Wide Guard on Toxapex makes Hyper Voice a little bit harder to use, and of course all the fairy moves going to be resisted.
Well, it's gonna be good. It is. It's gonna be really good, guys. Lock in. Lock in.
You know, the key offense for Wolf, and is going to also resist all that fairy offense and be able to threaten down Sylveon very cleanly.
So the big players in this match for Wolf, we're looking at the Toxapex, the Hydreigon, Charizard, Incineroar, maybe Sneasler making an appearance. But for Alex, the key to victory may be trying to go through that Charizard, Aerodactyl with a Garchomp, Sylveon. I think Alex has a lot of different options to play around with this team of 6.
Oh, Neymar will not play versus Morocco today. Here we go. We are ready. The big content creators show off is here. Wolfie, American content creator. Alex, Español, American, Español content creator. Both on 10-1. They both can allow a loss. But I'm pretty sure they don't want to lose here. This is Mega Aerodactyl, or potentially can become Mega Aerodactyl. Of course, Hydreigon super struggling versus the Sylveon. Taking 4 times super effective damage.
Definitely a dangerous turn. Aerodactyl though doesn't have Protect, and so if you want to just immediately fire off a Draco Meteor,
Hydreigon comes back.
But no, Hydreigon too risky in front of Sylveon, going to escape in the back, get Toxapex out on the field.
Great defensive switch in front of this Sylveon and his Aerodactyl, but Aerodactyl is going to take this first turn to Mega Evolve, get a little bit of boost to its speed, and also be able to fire off some really powerful attacks. Charizard going to protect itself, preserving that Mega Evolution for a little bit later, but now Alex gets to go out on the offensive. Tailwind first from this Aerodactyl at speed, great to ensure that it happens, and Sylveon going to throw out a Hyper Voice.
There we go. Toxapex eats that easy. Well done, well done, well done. And now, okay, good protect on the Char. So I guess there will be a switch now because Char didn't Mega. You can Wide Guard and Solar Beam, right? Because you can stop the Rock Slide, but then what you gonna do with the Charizard? You have a good defensive play, but you have a good offensive play? I don't think so. I don't think there is a good offensive play here. Into the Aerodactyl, into the Sylveon, of course. Heat Wave, Weather Ball, whatever, right? Because Aerodactyl resists the fire type attacks and takes neutral from Solar Beam, so I don't know. Yeah, it's a switch. Well done. Insane dropping the attack of the Aerodactyl, that's always good. Dual Wing Bit. To go through the... wow, that's a crit. To go through the Wide Guard potential of Toxapex. Toxic. Oh, it's the Hyper Beam! Bye bye, Insane. Maybe without the crit it would survive. Maybe, right? Yeah. One thing I've been noticing on Wolfie's matches is like he's switching a lot. He's switching a lot and then he's taking too much damage while doing those switches. But that's his playstyle. From the time I can remember, Wolfie's best playstyle is position. Do some good switches. It's not even about doing grids and getting 3 knockouts in a row. It's about positioning and good switches. Now you can Wide Guard, but still, what you gonna do versus the Aerodactyl?
A little bit more safe for Charizard. And Sylveon can't switch out this turn, isn't infested yet, but with the recharge turn has to just sit on the field and recharge for now.
I love that you have to sacrifice this Incineroar, thinking about the greater good of the end game. This Charizard free and clear now to go for that Mega Evolution. You kind of forces Aerodactyl also into 2 moves that are not 100% accurate. Actually, none of the moves that this Aerodactyl have 100% accuracy, but Ice Fang and Dual Wing Beat. those two attacks, Charizard will take a lot better. Rockslide really off the table. It feels like with the threat of that wide guard ever present. So let's see.
Charizard is online. Here we go.
First things first, it's got a Mega Evolve. Get that Drown set. Get that Sun to help boost up all of its fire type attacks.
Wide guard, of course. It's very safe. Sylveon can't attack. Dual intimidate the dual wing beat too much. Nice. Nice wide guard. Okay. Okay. Heat wave.
Even though it is in the tailwind, so it's going to actually
good damage.
This heat wave first. Unless we see the recharge turn.
Nice.
When the recharge turn, there's the recharge.
Ah, so Sylveon is still slower than the Char.
At the end of the turn, of course, Sylveon.
Oh no, maybe the recharge is always happens last.
But I don't think we get a definitive answer on whether it would move before the Charizard or not. Alex kind of forced by checking that Wolf is actually going to click wide guard and not just let the rock slide through, but Wolf safe there does click the wide guard, keeps Charizard safe for the turn. Sylveon now has burnt that recharge turn, but also burnt a lot of its health point. If it is slower than the Charizard, then you can just outspeed and finish off the KO with Heat Wave. And if you're threatening just another wide guard plus another Heat Wave that picks up a KO, that's really significant. I think it's important to note that Alex has been so restrained in not switching out. Despite having, -1 on Aerodactyl,
Sylveon comes out into Chomp Chomp. Wide guard? Ooh, do we see a Toxic or something? Rock Slide, that's okay.
Rock Slide is going to be good since Toxapex doesn't try to wide guard twice, and the Garchomp gets in basically scot-free unless it gets trapped in with some
Recharge happens last, yeah. Okay. Ooh, Infestation. So Aerodactyl can't switch. It was a crit, lol.
Aerodactyl will take a little bit of damage and crucially be locked onto the
Garchomp does not have Rock Slide.
Threaten a KO there, then
so it will most likely go for a Dragon Claw into the Char.
For now, though, can just outspeed and go for a Tailwind in this next turn. Garchomp, like you say, comes in pretty safely, but unlike a lot of Garchomps, doesn't threaten this Charizard immediately nearly as much. No Rock Slide.
Dragon Claw still does good damage, but not that much.
So you can both Tailwind and Rock Slide at the same time and force a really passive turn from...
Yeah, the crit on the Infestation.
Or you can swing out on the offense with Dragon Claw. And
so much damage! Whoa!
Get as much damage into Charizard as possible. Though,
some good moments happening on the other games.
Talked about it being one of the few ways to actually beat Toxapex in the end game for Alex. Maybe part of the reason he was so hesitant to switch it in earlier on, but now on the field a little bit exposed, but not too much at risk from these Pokemon. But Toxapex can always lock you in and then show something like a Hydreigon or a Mamoswine a couple turns later. And
miss!
Just a dodge.
Dual Wing Beat miss. It was a double up. It was good, that was good. Weather Ball. No Solar Beam. That's resisted. Okay. Maybe Wolfie was afraid of a King Gambit switch? No, yeah. If you're not afraid of the King Gambit switch, you go Solar Beam Toxic. If you're afraid of the King Gambit switch, you go Weather Ball Toxic. Yeah. Because King Gambit is immune to poison, right? Bro, Aerodactyl is going down. Slowly but surely. Oh yeah. You can now... no, Dual Wing Beat plus Dragon Claw should be a knockout on the chart. Because you could Wide Guard and Heat Wave and maybe finish both. It did 5 more damage, that's crazy. Holy shit! 5 more damage, bro. Hey, slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. You know what I'm saying?
Force a protect in this situation, but if you're not threatening Toxapex in the meantime, Wolf may be okay with that. Like, we'll take passive turns, me protecting Charizard, switching Charizard in the future. If you're constantly taking damage over time from Toxapex in the meantime, at some point...
In Portuguese we say, grão a grão enche a galinha ao papo. Grain by grain, the chicken fills up its stomach. You know what I'm saying? Wide Guard, but Dual Wing Beat plus Dragon Claw should be enough. Oh, they go for Tailwind. Okay, so Dragon Claw, if it doesn't crit, it should be okay. Yeah. Heat Wave connects! Big damage.
Fires off that Heat Wave in response. Aerodactyl and Garchomp, they're going to be taking that residual damage at the turn from the Infestation and the Poison, respectively. quickly. Garchomp is barely able to hang on, but the Aerodactyl is out of here.
Nice.
I think that was actually a really strong turn for Wolf.
That's exactly what I was saying. My fear was dual wing beat from Dactyl, but that didn't happen, so it's pretty chill for Wolfie. Because if it was dual wing beat plus Dragon Claw, things would be different. But now Sylveon is faster, and it's Farig.
The damage problem to Toxapex becomes really serious.
Yeah, because Psychic into Toxapex will do a lot of damage. But Wolfie has Hydreigon, which Farig can touch. But then there is Sylveon on the back. Right.
Sylveon also damaged and poisoned. Starting to quickly look like Toxapex is going to be able.
I think Toxapex can just go for Toxic here into Farig and protect Charizard from Wolf's side.
Charizard's so low at this point, and you have the Tailwind pressure as well to be able to help with Sylveon in the end game. But yeah, how do you ever break Toxapex at this point?
I wonder if because you also have to worry about that Hydreigon with the Choice Scarf that's lurking in the back for Wolf, revealed at the very beginning of the game, but you know that that's the Pokemon that this Sylveon would love to be in front of. I'm kind of hoping that we see something really spicy on this turn. It's gonna be the Toxapex that ends up switching out those that had the
That can be dangerous, because it can be a now, okay. He sacks the Zard, but... Oh, the side roar! Saving the Garchomp from poison damage.
Roar is really clever as well because you want Garchomp to be able to outspeed and KO the Charizard before it can move, but you don't want Garchomp to go down from poison at the end of the turn.
What a play from Alex! What a play!
Garchomp off the field before the damage over time happens, but still it just is looking so impossible.
This is Scarfed Hydreigon. Is it faster than Tailwind Sylveon?
May be able to just pick up that KO. Despite the Tailwind, I would expect that the Choice Scarf Hydreigon will be faster.
I think so as well.
And again, where does the damage against Toxapex ever come from?
And if you're worried about the special attack output from the Farigiraf, you could also just go for a Snarl on this Hydreigon. May also make the
Now you have to knock out the Sylveon.
Hyper Voice from the Sylveon a little bit better.
You can't go for Snarl.
Into Farigiraf, really there's no damage against Toxapex, and so yeah, Farigiraf has to be preserved. Garchomp is just going to go down from poison at the end of this turn after switching in.
Locks in into Snarl. But the Sylveon will still get the knockout, no? What a play, I know. So good. But it's okay, because now you poison the Farig, Sylveon must recharge, and Sylveon is doing less damage to the Toxapex now, which was already being resisted. Oh, nice Infestation! Nice.
And well, there it goes down at the end of this turn. It definitely isn't surviving through its recharge turn, but yeah, it does go down here. Forced into the Hyper Beam because of the threat of Wide Guard. You can't just click Hyper Voice.
Now it's Chomp and Farig versus the Toxapex.
So eventually we get
No, it's just Farig, 1v1. Toxapex wins. Toxapex wins, I think. No. I think Farigiraf can't win this. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Holy shit.
It'll be a 3-hit KO.
Yes, because you are going to get the leftovers recovery at the end of the turn, and Wolf is
That's a lot of damage.
Rotating through Toxic, Baneful Bunker, Infestation. Try to get these additional damages to stack up at the end of the turn for residual.
Yeah, it's gonna be close.
I would click Infestation right now.
A little bit more than I expected there. A lot of times the Farigirafs that have decided to run Twin Beam are investing pretty heavily in special attack because you have to make sure you actually
does he though? I didn't expect so much damage from the Twin Beam. It was a lot of damage. Oh, and Farig has Citrus now. It's GG. It's GG. The role play, I think Wolfie just had to protect the Charizard there, protect Toxic, which was quite obvious. No. Yeah, me too. I totally I didn't expect Twin Beam to do so much damage. It's over. It's over. It's GG. Toxapex can't do this.
Should be enough damage. Yeah, we'll see the second Twin Beam now.
Yeah,
the infestation.
it's almost over.
Toxapex is going to be so low.
Toxapex pulled off an impressive massive victory in Game 2 versus Kotsukide, able to get 2 baneful bunkers back to back to secure that game and bring Wolf into a Game 3.
I don't think that's enough even, because of the citrus berry.
Bunker, multiple protects left in it in order to bring Wolf this victory, but Alex feels just a couple of turns away from being
Yeah, because now citrus.
Yeah, I think if Twin Beam had needed one more turn, if it had been a 4-hit KO, not a 3-hit KO.
Yeah, Wolfie would win if it was a 4-hit knockout.
Damage over times would have added up fast enough. But ultimately, the Furgraf being completely healthy going into this end of the game looks like it's going to be enough.
Unless double baneful bunker again, because Toxic does more and more damage, so it's not a flat amount.
Poison damage on top of that infestation. It's starting to stack up. Len, if this is a double baneful bunker,
Yes, yes, it is. If Wolfie can get a double baneful bunker, he wins.
The Toxic adds up so fast. We're seeing how often for Wolf it comes down to I need one more turn. And
One more turn.
Chance of one
It was the Toxic coming earlier to Furgraf while protecting the Charizard. Oh, no way! World champ difference, baby! World champ difference, Lou! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! World Cup difference, baby!
Razor's Edge. Wolf gets the
Damn!
needs it once again.
That's rough. Oh, the judge is talking about something to Alex. Wolfie is trying to understand what's going on.
Recovery on the Furgraf. Go from 100 to 0 with just those damage over times because Twin
Talking to
Beam
the judges.
is a 3-hit KO. Enough extra offense there to make Twin Beam a 2-hit
Oh my lordy.
about that. A little bit more luck from Alex's side to not have the double protect from Wolf's side, and you don't have to worry about that. But we got to that situation by Alex executing probably a game plan he was looking for. Got every KO.
Yeah, losing the Charizard here, I think it was bad for Wolf.
And left Toxapex on an island, but just not with quite enough damage against it.
Losing Hydreigon to Hyper Beam as well. Mine has a more aggressive moveset. This is why we don't run Toxapex in doubles. No, that's why you run it, right? That's why you do it.
Unfortunately, it went down for its troubles to put Alex in this position to get that 1v1, but Alex really was that close to being able to take the game.
You're absolutely right, because without the Roar play, Furgraf is stuck on the field against the Snarl. Has no way to protect against it, nothing to switch out to.
Yeah, the role play from Alex was really good. Really good, really, really good.
KO, and then we're not talking about needing a double protect. So that is the play that kind of put Alex in the advantaged position, but it wasn't 100% chance to win. It was a 66% chance to win, and Wolf got the other side of it. But
Wolf got it, bro. Wolf got it. It was so good.
Drawing board. Does Wolf still think he can execute on a Toxapex in the game, seeing how the damage plays out against Furgraf? Does he feel like he can get enough extra chip into Furgraf earlier or try to land a Snarl there? And for Alex, do you change anything about the game plan? No Charizard in that last game. Just
Hey,
focusing on Aerodactyl
when are you next live streaming FM today? After the Brazil game.
The other side stymieing the offense that Aerodactyl could actually out, the Intimidate weaken with the dual wing beat. It gets stuck on the field with Infestation. It probably didn't have as much impact as Alex would have liked, but it also did buy a lot of time, force Wolf's hand for many turns to keep Toxapex on the field, continue to wide guard in order to keep the Charizard safe. So from Alex's shoes, you have to be estimating the value of that compared to just the damage of being able to swing out with Charizard. Part of that recipe is that Wolf is one of the few players with the plus speed stat alignment on his own Charizard.
Plus speed stat alignment on Charizard.
I'm confident his Charizard will be slower, and a lot of times it feels bad to bring your own Charizard in, because if you start just, exchanging fire moves back and forth, you know you're eventually going to lose that race.
Sometimes the best defense is the best offense, though, so I wonder if Alex is going to switch things up to try to put a little bit more damage down at the very beginning of the game. Can he maybe find some ways where he isn't isn't letting his Aerodactyl fall into that wide guard trap? Try to get some of those single targets instead.
Yeah, if you can get more damage earlier. On the other hand, for Wolf, if he can get more value out of Incineroar to keep more flexibility to switch around, keep Intimidate around. Never was able to actually intimidate Garchomp in that last game because the Incineroar went down to Hyper Beam before Garchomp even hit the field, which meant that the Garchomp always had full power dragging.
Here we go.
If you can get Incineroar a little more value out of Incineroar.
Portugal have now arrived in Florida. Yeah, they arrived yesterday already. I know, in Florida. They staying in Miami Beach, yeah. We'll see. We haven't done the Gym Leader Challenge in season yet. Toxapex in doubles is well horrible. Bro! Are you not watching Cole? World Champion is using Toxapex. What you mean? Here we go, here we go.
So this time he's one turn faster, already has Toxapex on the field, but now there is a very good target for the Hydreigon on the other side, the Garchomp already sitting there. But of course it would have been easy for Garchomp to protect Aerodactyl to Tailwind, and then Hydreigon's under threat. So maybe you're still happy to have Toxapex on the other field.
It's the same leads as game 1, right?
Physical attackers on the field. This makes it very easy for Incineroar.
Oh, Alex is running the Focus Ash King Gambit.
You gotta watch out, Rock Slide and Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake.
Fast King Gambit. Interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it pretty quickly here though, because otherwise Charizard in a pretty difficult position. You don't want to spend too many turns with Toxapex wide guarding Rock Slide when you could be taking a lot of damage from Dragon Claw or Stomping Tantrum back.
So is Toxapex actually going to wide guard? Because this is the first step of the equation. You've got Incineroar in, that invaluable Intimidate onto both Aerodactyl
What's gonna happen here?
Aerodactyl Mega Evolve. Maybe that means this Charizard is once again sitting on the bench here.
Dual Wing Beat. Nice. No wild guard from Wolfie. No wild guard from Wolfie. That's really good. Stomping! That's pretty chill, actually. Toxic!
Knowing that I can't let this Toxapex get to the endgame with a full HP bar. I may as well try to whittle it away now.
I think the other thing to keep in mind, Alex feeling that it was very likely there to be a wide guard.
And you can't really protect in front of Stomping Tantrum, because then it will double its damage. Or fake out, you can't fake it out as well, because then it's gonna double its damage. So here I guess you just fake out the Aerodactyl? Or Infestation? Oh yeah, you have Regenerator! Switch in, regen some HP. Switch in, I mean switch out. Regen some HP.
Double up damage to KO in the future. For now, though, I think Incineroar gets in pretty safely, not having to take any super effective moves, getting that Intimidate down, now having Fake Out Pressure for the turn, and Wolf getting the timer on Aerodactyl already. I think a pretty successful turn for Wolf in the face of a lot of damage threat back the other way.
To the Regenerator point on the Toxapex, if it feels like a great opportunity to get this Toxapex out of there, maybe that's something that Alice can capitalize on, expecting the Toxapex to end up switching out, or even expecting it to protect here to try to get that leftover recovery. We see the High Dragon come in.
Rock Slide. Almost time for round 3. Let's go, Cole. You can do it.
Alex not afraid of the wide guard in this moment. Gets to land some
that's no problem. Yeah, this is okay because you have a faster Hydreigon, so you can defeat the Garchomp before he does double power stomping.
That much damage from Rock Slide. Wolf already capitalizing and getting more value out of Incineroar. Gets it in for a really valuable double Intimidate and gets it back out safely as well, so he can come in the future. Stomping Tantrum does get boosted up, but you have now the Choice Scarf Draco Meteor to suppress Garchomp for a turn. You probably don't have to worry too much about it swinging out, but Alex has to be very careful as well. A Draco Meteor into Aerodactyl may already be threatening a KO, and if it's not threatening a KO, it's probably threatening the toxic finishes the KO at the end of the turn. Dragon Claw may also not be a KO depending on how the Hydreigon is trained, especially if Incineroar were to come back into the Toxapex slot and set a second Intimidate down as well. So yeah, Aerodactyl doesn't like this position. Going to get off the field, trying to catch a Draco Meteor with Sylveon.
Sylveon, a fairy type, would be immune to that dragon type.
Protezione.
Garchomp is also going to save itself.
Draco.
The protect shield. So
into the protect, yeah.
From Alex, try to play it safe on this turn.
Infestation.
Like
Sylveon can switch for the next 5 turns. 4.
Since the Toxapex was able to land that.
Yeah, this is the way to make sure that Draco Meteor doesn't have any impact, and the way to take advantage of a choice item on the other side. You put a fairy in one slot.
Toxapex is healing a lot.
Meteor does nothing, and now you say, if you want to stay in, you're going to have to click Draco Meteor. I know you're not threatening my Sylveon, and I can just chase after the Hydreigon, and I can switch the Garchomp out to something in the back. But like you said, this is the
you can also bring the Charizard to the place of Hydreigon to take the fairy type attack.
Couldn't be thrown into Toxapex on that last turn because of the threat of Draco Meteor into that slot. Now I think it'll be really interesting to see if Wolf does commit.
Wide guard.
It does, yes.
For the Hyper Voice. I think Alex clicked Hyper Voice. His reaction is not great. Draco! We didn't switch! Oh, big damage. Another Trick Room. Just stop the Trick Room. Defeat the Farigiraf. It's Hyper Beam.
It's not going after the Hydreigon, it's going after the Toxapex. It's already
Huh?
a bit of trip, but look at how healthy that Toxapex sits even after this pick
He was expecting the Hydreigon to switch.
Now looks pretty vulnerable.
Sorry, he was expecting the Hydreigon to switch.
Leftovers recovery.
Totally.
The spin to turn recharging. It's likely going to get Regenerator. There's a reason the conventional wisdom is to fight everything and then fight the Toxapex. Because if you spin mid-game turns, doing things like losing Garchomp just in exchange for damage, not a KO onto Toxapex, that can just get mitigated. And then suddenly it was a trade of Garchomp for nothing after that recovery comes
true.
back.
Good point, Len. Good point.
One term ahead there, expecting that the Hydreigon wouldn't stay in and just click Draco Meteor, maybe looking for Stomping and Hyper Beam to double up into the Toxapex, but Wolf calls the bluff, says, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to throw the Draco Meteor into the Garchomp. I'm going to make you play honest. The worst case scenario is that you Hyper Beam me, have to spend a turn recharging, and I get Draco Meteor into like Farigiraf instead. There's always going to be some value because Garchomp had protected on the previous turn, so there's not that much to lose in that position.
Farigiraf, still pretty good. Into the Toxapex.
Pretty significant drawback, but Farigiraf being nice and healthy, do you really want to keep this Hydreigon in? Got this one turn to buy for the Sylveon.
But there's also absolutely no pressure this turn, right? You can just switch Toxapex and Hydreigon because
switch both.
Sylveon is going to have to recharge. The Farigiraf
Yeah, because Sylveon has to recharge. Yes.
Not really offering any
true.
Incineroar loves to come in here. Like the best case scenario for Wolf is catching Charizard, or best case scenario for Alex is catching Charizard with a Thunderbolt, but it's not going to be threatening a KO. It's just going to be a little bit of chip damage into Charizard. So this turn of passivity kind of lets Wolf reset out of that last position, or he can chase more damage. Hydreigon can just throw a Draco Meteor and Farigiraf. It won't be punished on this turn. Toxapex probably does need to be a little bit careful here. You don't want it to go down to a Twin Beam too easily, but Hydreigon's going to switch, undo those Draco Meteor drops, get the Charizard out onto the field. Toxapex is going to stay.
Toxic into the Sylveon. Well done.
Down on Sylveon.
But it's going to take a Psychic Toxapex.
As many Pokemon as possible are going to be toxic. There's a lot of
Roar.
on this team, but looking for Farigiraf,
Okay.
for another side Roar. Gets Sylveon out of there. Since it had that infestation, it wouldn't be able to move off the field by itself, but that's
Okay.
where the Farigiraf partner can help you out with that. Bringing the Mega Aerodactyl back in the face of this Charizard.
I think that turn is...
These are Sunroom teams in specific. Oh, yeah, with the Torkoal and the Camerupt.
Passive turn from Wolf to maybe double switch and thinking you're going to at least get Sylveon.
So you should be good with Sand, no?
Stays on the field. That could have been Twin Beam to just KO Toxapex and solve a huge problem. If Toxapex is gone, Wide Guard is gone, and then your Aerodactyl can come in and really threaten this Charizard. But now you at least have created a pin where if Toxapex wants to stay in and protect Charizard, then it's going to be itself vulnerable to Twin Beam. So this may force kind of one, maybe Charizard protects, Toxapex switches, but and then you can punish that as the Incineroar comes in, but it's not so easy for Wolf. I think that last turn is still very positive. You took a big risk with Toxapex staying on the field and got rewarded for it.
Charizard is going to switch out, so what does this Toxapex end up doing? Is
Hydreigon
back onto the field with that choice card.
Oh, switch. Regenerator, that's more HP. Insane. Hello, brother.
And Incineroar is also going to
Two Dark types versus Farigiraf is so good. Good damage though, still. That's very good damage. You are intimidated, keep that in mind. Thunderbolt though. That's alright.
Maybe also just looking for a Wide Guard.
I love Hydreigon's design, it's so cool.
Alex really showing hesitance to ever use a spread move into a possible Wide Guard. Was only punished for it once so far in the set. But yeah, if it had been Toxapex using Wide Guard and Charizard attacking, dual Wing Beat plus Thunderbolt probably would have been enough damage to pick up the KO. Instead, Hydreigon comes into it pretty nicely. Of course, gives up a lot of health, but is now threatening a Draco Meteor in one slot or the other. You've got to catch it with Sylveon right now. If you're Alex, neither Pokemon could protect, so Wolf knows he can land a Draco Meteor somewhere. Or
Dark Pulse, okay. Nice damage. It's nice. I mean, it's alright. Parting shot into Farig. Wow, it's gonna do less damage into the Toxapex now. Nice. Really nice.
Is it going to be that Toxapex that had a little bit of regenerator recovery as it was resting in its Pokeball, or is it going to be time to get this Charizard back in?
I think Charizard risk that it's Twin Beam coming into that slot is
Ooh.
Charizard coming in.
Okay.
Pretty healthy.
It's not much damage.
Oh.
That's significant though. Yeah. So the Thunderbolt, not much damage after the parting shot. Looks like a very positive turn for Wolf.
The speed drop there is very unfortunate.
The Draco Meteor there is able to throw a Dark Pulse. Makes it a little easier to stay in here as well, because now you can throw a Dark Pulse at the Farigiraf. But yeah, Charizard taking the paralysis is so important because I don't think we've actually seen the speed relationship. But if Sylveon would be moving first and Tailwind, it's moving over the paralyzed Charizard as well. If Charizard isn't paralyzed, then you just throw Heat Wave and Dark Pulse at Furgraf, and I think this game is over. There's no way for Alex to recover from that situation because Furgraf can't protect itself, Aerodactyl can't take the Dark Pulse, Sylveon can't take the Heat Wave. But with Charizard paralyzed, you can still throw that combination of moves. It's probably still very potent. You would get the Dark Pulse into either Furgraf or Aerodactyl, and then you would get the Heat Wave because Sylveon shouldn't be able to finish off the Charizard in this point. But you're going to have to let Sylveon attack in between.
Seen a lot of small chance things happen, but Wolf doesn't want
Eng-Pt-Esp is very healed now after the regenerated switch.
Sorry, Dragon can choose a new move later on as Charizard with this paralysis is hoping to fight through that, Mega evolving, setting the sun, hoping that it will be able to get through this turn.
Hyper Voice from Sylveon. No damage at all.
But I think this is going to end up being a Thunder
Twin Beam. Yeah, that's fine. Good read from Alex though. Big damage.
Sylveon's gonna end up going down to the poison at the end of this turn as Furgraf also gets a little recovery back with that Citrus Berry.
Wolf has been slowly grinding out a lead turn after turn.
Yeah,
even that turn,
slowly but surely.
Alex gets a couple things right. Really important that he catches, that was a Twin Beam into a Dark type to start the turn, but catches a little bit of damage.
Yeah, great run. Great read from Alex. Great read. Doing the Twin Beam into what was the Hydreigon slot is really good. Really, really good.
Can't be stopped from using Heat Wave on that.
Is it enough though? Hydreigon in the back should be super safe versus the Furgraf, but the Aerodactyl is a problem here. The Aerodactyl is a big problem. Big problem.
Hydreigon to threaten a bunch of damage here. I think you're really going to need speed control one way or the other for Alex. I think it's an important decision whether you go for a Trick Room
Tailwind now or Trick Room
against the Hydreigon or Tailwind here, which may not actually make Furgraf enough faster. I think you can get a Tailwind though on this turn and at least move Furgraf over both of these Pokemon and possibly threaten a KO. It's important to note too, with 2 KOs, you're never undoing that parting shot on Furgraf at this point, which makes it harder to actually break a Toxapex at the end of this game. So
yeah, Insane is still alive in the back.
Yeah, you can get Regenerator, you can get future leftovers, you can get a lot of recovery back in the future.
Yeah.
Incineroar loves to just come in here.
Intimidate great versus the Aero.
Wolf with 4 Pokemon remaining is going to have a much easier time.
Sacrifice the Charizard, I think that's fine. Trick Room? Trick Room is good for Insane and Toxapex versus the Aero.
If it comes back in, try to get some citrus. I was gonna say try to get like poison down or something like that.
Nice Thunderbolt. Why not protect the Charizard though?
Furgraf will suppress Fake Out on the next turn. Charizard though has done its job. It beat the Sylveon, took that off the field, has weakened the board down to just.
I guess to cover the Tailwind, if they Tailwind, you actually go for damage.
With both an Intimidate on the Aerodactyl and a Parting Shot in the Furgraf, and now you've landed Hydreigon.
Just left the Toxapex in the back. Bro, this game was so much under control from Wolfie. Masterclass of keeping things under control. Time is almost running out. Alex is 57 seconds! Bro, look at the timer of Alex! He's gonna lose! He's gonna lose! If he doesn't play quick enough! Bro, look at the difference. Wolfie's been thinking much faster than Alex. Wolfie has like 4 minutes, Alex has 50 seconds. He doesn't need it no more. That's true. That's true.
Every time land a pretty useful Intimidate has really made it a lot harder for Alex to break through this damage. At this point, it feels like Toxapex is lurking in the back, waiting to see which of these Pokemon it might have to beat. But Hydreigon's going to get its choice of what to deal with. For now, Incineroar, we're going to get out one more time, save one more Intimidate for the
second Intimidate coming soon.
Generator for the future as Dark Pulse.
Dark Pulse GG. Damn!
Clean knockout from the amount of HP that Furgraf has left, and so this Aerodactyl has the world on its shoulders to get Alex into this. Rock Slide comes out.
Hydreigon is still alive. GG. Great game. Yes, Wolfie won with double protect in the first game, but this second game was amazing. This second game was so good. This was so good. Oh, Farig and the Aerodactyl didn't have protect. Yeah.
And then all of the Intimidate has meant that Aerodactyl didn't have the damage to finish Hydreigon. I don't think it would have mattered if it did. It wasn't going to beat the Incineroar coming back in.
GG.
Another fake out.
GG.
Infestation, and the damage was going to mount. But Hydreigon staying alive means that Wolf can just throw a Dark Pulse there on this turn, can get more recovery with Baneful Bunker and threaten the fake out in the future. Wolf cleanly winning this game.
Hydreigon throws out that final Dark Pulse to finish off the Aerodactyl, and that is the game, set, match. Wolf Glick on the verge of moving into this top cut, maybe getting another international championship.
How can he make his chances as good as possible to take it all the way?
Yeah. I cannot express, though, how big of a deal. Like, I want to go back to that key turn of Alex trying to make that read, because I think if I'm in Alex's shoes, I would have made the same play, honestly.
What read?
Really? I think so, yeah. Because I think the switch in a Farig Hyper Beam Hydreigon's so obvious.
Yeah, I think
I just feel like if Hydreigon
Yeah, the timer was so slow for Alex.
faints, how do you deal with Garchomp, right? Because it didn't eat up a poison in this game.
Yeah.
Good
Wolfie, good boy.
If you have your Incineroar, right, you're going to be able to Toxic it. Or sorry, you're going to be able to like intimidate it, and that will give you the wiggle room that you kind of need. And that would have been like the risk that I kind of took. I definitely wouldn't have, because like the thing about Hyper Beam there into the Sylveon is like if you're wrong, or if into the Toxapex, if you're wrong or if you miss, which Hyper Beam can do.
Hyper Beam can miss.
You're just so far behind, and like losing the second turn as well. I just like it's so super dicey.
It's super risky here.
Wide guard, you know, like if there was no wide guard, that's just a free Hyper Voice.
Yeah.
To make progress.
Yeah, this was, I think, the turn. Like, so intense. I do think, I don't know, like, is Toxapex that important of a priority for Alex to knock out? Like, even if he gets that turn right and Hydreigon
Good question.
and you knock out Pex, is that trade worth it?
I mean, that's the big question, right? Like, you know, you kind of gotta weigh that out. It's really tricky, right? Because of the end game, and like in general, you should be taking the kind of end game that you got in game one.
Alex reaction.
Like, you should be trying to get there a little bit more often.
Yep.
I don't know. In like some ways, like Alex was like a little bit held back by his team, right?
By his team.
Like not being able to protect. The
Yeah.
Beam doing.
Like, yeah.
These choices.
No
like,
protect.
didn't seem
No protect.
really strong into meta things like Sneasler, right? Like and having Thunderbolt to be able to whittle down Charizard faster.
Yeah.
But then like, you know, in situations like this, they really hold you back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Heck of a set. Like, that
Good
definitely
read,
feels like I should have gone a 3. The end game of game 1.
Yeah.
It's showing you how strong double protect can be in winning games, right? And I think it's really I think like it's not, Alex did not crumble, right? I think he went with a new lead, even though he outled in game 1.
Yes, he didn't crumble for sure.
Really strong here. But I think Toxapex showed the value of Regenerator throughout this set, and then the key like dance was basically, will Hydreigon be able to knock out Garchomp, right? Because Garchomp feels really good into the rest of Wolf's team. Alex got Hydreigon so low as well, but such a crazy game.
Yep, great set though.
Great set though, I agree. Great set. Let's see how we're doing here. Round 13 is already about to start. Piopero won. Adrian won. Wolfie won. Eric Rios won. Justin Tang won as well, awesome. Samuel Pereira also won. Samuel Pereira, Espanol. Brendan Zhang also won. Shoma also won. I think Colin... No, Colin also won, awesome. Marco Silva also won. Dawei also won. Camporese also won. Okay. Some really good wins. Can you still go through with the 9-3 or like 10? No. Yes, because it's last round. Gotsukide versus Francisco Piopero. What is Colin's match? Oh, here we go. Colin will play versus Dylan Matthews. Okay, nice stuff, bro.
Or
nice
a
stuff.
Wanted poster somewhere. Still haven't seen that one on stream over the course of 7 or 8 games.
Yeah.
You know,
we want memo.
Surprise us all at the end. Alex is out of the field. His first appearance on the stream. Another really fantastic player. Similar to the team we saw the previous round. The Aerodactyl, Charizard stuff. We saw a lot of really cool plays at that Roar. I think that's one of those moves. When you're seeing that on a team from a player being piloted who's as strong as Alex is, it's just so scary, right? Where if you see it on ranked battles, maybe you're like, okay, if I click Trick Room, I can get cheesed. But it's so much better than that if you're creative, if you can see those really innovative plays. It really should have won Alex that second game, or the first game rather, where I think it probably took him to a situation where he immediately had at least a 70% chance of winning the game. Game 2 maybe didn't work out quite as well, but really fun to watch that from a player as creative as he is. He's just going to see plays that maybe some of the rest of us won't. Starting this one out, once again, we see some familiar leads on Wolf's side of the field with the Charizard and the Hydreigon, and once again, the Hydreigon kind of being forced out of battle. I think Toxapex has probably switched in on turn 1 about 2/3 of the game that we've seen from Wolf throughout the course of this set, or not over the course of the set, but the course of the many sets we've seen from him over the course of the last 5 rounds. But again, it's a different look from Toxapex coming in here where, a little more supportive coming in here, threatening the wide guard on both of these Pokemon, where Toxapex is kind of a carry in the previous regulation, despite it, involving those restricted Pokemon. As much more in the supportive role in the early game here, and then trying to be that hard carry late.
Give us Mamoswine Wolfie, please. Yeah, we want the Mamoswine, but it's hard to use without speed control as well.
Take too much damage, and we see a situation that becomes pretty tenuous pretty quickly where, okay, well, I got, this Toxapex in, but it's still not a safe position, and a lot of damage being threatened at Charizard slot. Charizard, very important resource for Wolf to be able to chip down his opponent, so going to opt to make a sacrifice here. And while Incineroar is going to be the hero of game 2 in a lot of different ways, here it's going to have to switch in, and Wolf's going to have to make a difficult choice about what Pokemon goes down. Incineroar going to get an Intimidate in, which does make a bit of a difference onto this Aerodactyl, but going to get critical hit by the second half of this Wing Beat. I don't believe this one mattered. I didn't take a look at the math in this one. Hyper Beam from Sylvia, it seems like it knocks out pretty much everything that it touches if it doesn't resist fairy type attacks. Even that poor Toxapex taking a pretty big chunk later in the match. So, Wolf takes a big knockout, but it's not like it's anything he can't handle, right? Game far from over here, even though trainers in Incineroar goes down. Who knows who that trainer could have been? Moving forward in this game.
You brought this game to game 3? Well done, bro.
There's a kind of a big call here, right? Is there a wide guard? Is there not? Wolf got the wide guard turn right on turn 3, and I think Alex got a little spooked by it, instead going for the double target onto this Charizard slot. The Dragon Claw going to do a lot of damage. Wing Beat going to not do so well. Weather Ball going to chuck the Garchomp, which again is a big difference in the course of this match. Toxic going to go down that Garchomp as well. Really critical throughout the course of this game. Again, we keep seeing these matches where Wolf's facing down with Garchomp, really needs to get all the chip damage he can on it. But Charizard critically going to still be around at the end of this turn. I believe it's the next one where we see the damage over time effects. If you haven't been bored of those yet, let me show you a few more. But Wide Guard going to kick in here. Same sort of play where Garchomp not threatening Rock Slide, but Aerodactyl is. So going to go for the Tailwind instead. And because Charizard in the previous turn was able to dodge the Wing Beat, you're going to just barely survive this Dragon Claw, get a huge Heat Wave at. And even though Wolf wound up behind at the end of this game, this move kind of boldly going for that Heat Wave when it could have been potentially targeted down by another Wing Beat Dragon Claw combination, going to keep Wolf into the game. Set this up in a position just a little bit later where we see one of the cooler plays that we've seen on stream so far with the 9 HP Garchomp is able to get an attack off and then get roared out by its ally Farigiraf. I think it missed during the game. It made a really great comment in the post game of game 1 where this is a huge play, right? It doesn't seem like it's too big of a deal for the damage trade, but Garchomp being still available on the back is really important because it allows Farigiraf to shed the Snarl debuff without that special attack drop. There is no Baneful Bunker at the end of this game because it doesn't matter, and Toxapex, unless it's been critical hit, has easily closed this game out. So one of those plays that maybe doesn't look too flashy, but beyond, the rareness of how often do you see players roaring their own teammates, but really critical play potentially. We wind up eventually in this end game between these two Pokemon, and I think we're all a little surprised to see this Farigiraf maybe trained to be a little smarter than your average giraffe, doing a ton of damage to this.
Great control from Wolfie though.
It ends up not being all for naught, because for the second round in a row, Wolf has a big moment to try to go for a double baneful bunker, and I guess it's a little more baneful than Protect is, able to hit this and lock up a win for Wolf from a 30-70 position. So a really fun match between two players in that first game, both of them showing how good they are, but I think probably both sides hoping, hey, I don't want the match to come down to something like this in game 2. So instead, we jump forward to the second game here, and we see adjustment from Wolf. Finally, Toxapex just coming out in turn 1, sick of having to come in to replace its friends after turn 1, seemingly every game that Wolf has been on stream. And there's just a lot of trading from here, right? I think kind of just to Wolf's advantage. I think what he wants early in games is kind of just get those damage trades, start getting the debuffs, slowly wear some Pokemon down, try to keep both sides at 4v4, because that's more to his advantage than the opponent's, right? Avoid those big knockout trades that we see so frequently in this format. I think the first key play comes at about turn 4, where Hydreigon enters the battle here with that Choice Scarf. It's threatening a potential knockout potential on either of these Pokemon, Draco Meteor. And at first, it seems like Alex has played this really well, right? He protects with Garchomp. He brings the Sylveon in, and now he's in a situation where it just seems too dangerous to leave that Hydreigon in, right? Surely you're not just going to let that get knocked out by Sylveon. Potentially, Garchomp could switch out to something to absorb that Draco Meteor. But in the following turn, Wolf's just like, you know what? Maybe I don't have to switch out this Hydreigon. Either you give me the Garchomp, or I get a bunch of damage on Aerodactyl. That had already been a potential positive situation the previous turn. I think the worst case scenario is he gets to do a bunch of damage to Farigiraf, which has been such a critical Pokemon to remove in this match anyway that maybe it's not all that bad. So we see the Wide Guard going down here to protect from potential Hyper Voice, though that's not what's going to come. But hey, the important thing is that Draco Meteor does come down here, picks up the knockout on that Garchomp, doesn't have to bother toxing it this time, just scores that knockout, and will be Laser Beam coming the other direction. This is a really critical trade by Wolf, getting an important Pokemon out of the game without having to start wearing it down and taking the damage, not on Hydreigon, but instead on this Toxapex. And while taking damage on this Pokemon is great, it doesn't have the recover that we saw Toxapex using in the previous regulation. It does have the ability for Generator, which
Generator is really good.
Each time it exits battle. Winds up not being excessively critical here, because Wolf is just kind of able to win this one without Toxapex needing to carry quite as hard as it did on previous games. But quickly looks like he's going to get endgame here, where we jump forward a couple of turns. Incineroar gets this big parting shot down on this Farigiraf, which lowers its special attack. And as we mentioned in that previous game, dodging the Snarl debuff is a huge deal. So getting this down on the Farigiraf, so opens up the win condition for Farigiraf later, but he almost didn't need it, right? With the Thunderbolt going down to Charizard here, going to easily survive it. If it hadn't been paralyzed, it would have been quicker than the Sylveon. And at that point, Wolf just would have had game, right? He could have just targeted these things down. Unless he went for a Heat Wave and missed it, he would have been able just to kind of click his way through this battle. But instead, the Thunderbolt paralysis going to extend this one, make things exciting for a little bit longer, and then we'll see on the subsequent turn. We weren't quite able to see earlier. It turns out, yes, the Sylveon is just faster than Wolf, when either its speed is doubled because of Tailwind, or Charizard's is halved because of the Thunder Wave paralysis, or Thunderbolt paralysis rather. But we also see the impact of the parting shot, where Toxapex takes it pretty well, even though it had previously been Incineroar at the start of his turn. Charizard still getting that big Heat Weight off, just barely missing the knockout, but it doesn't matter, because the Toxic earlier in the game going to allow it to be picked up. And we wound up in a situation shortly after that where once again Wolf has checkmate, where Hydreigon's damage being threatened is just too much. He's too far ahead. Could have potentially picked up a knockout on either of these Pokemon, and even then, the good thing to keep in mind, had somehow Alex been able to survive. The Your Time was also going to become a threat there. So,
yeah, Alex was running out of time as well.
By Wolf. The first one, a little bit shaky. You had to get a Baneful Bunker again, but really decisive second game. An incredible match by both players. Two of the very best players in the world, the best players in the region, and should be really fun to see them both later in the tournament. Perhaps Alex will be able to make it to the next stage. Wolf already there, but for now, we're going to go to Sierra for some more fun content.
Okay, I'll go to the bathroom real quick, guys. See you in a minute.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We are getting ready for our last round of Swiss at the 2026 North America International Championship. Joe Brown and Gabby Snyder on the call. It's been an incredible weekend so far, Gabby, and one of my favorite things in Pokemon, one of my favorite things with the broadcast is a win and in for Top Cut.
And that's exactly the stage of the tournament we are at now, as this is the final round of Swiss, and anybody with a 2-loss record should be moving on in this tournament. And if you look at the names of these trainers who are still left standing in this event, there are some incredibly strong trainers on this list.
Yeah, this is incredible to see how many of these people can become NAIC champion. World champions like Shoma Honami, Brendan Zhang, Junior World Champion, right? Fede Campo, Marco Silva, International Champions as well. Wolf Glick, a World Champion. Adrian Hurley being the first person to win a round over Ko Sakita this weekend.
So congratulations to all these trainers. Let's take a look at our notable matchups for this round. Every single matchup on this slide is a win-in matchup. So only 50% of the trainers you see here will be moving on in this tournament. And on this stream, we will be featuring Marco Silva versus Justin Tang, two incredibly strong trainers duking it out for their opportunity to move on to the top cut phase of this tournament.
I do believe at bare minimum, considering Wolf, who's not in a win-in, but won his last round this round, I think at minimum we have 4 international champions that will be in Top Cut. Could be more depending on what else is available.
That is absolutely crazy. I mean, talk about a top level of play at this tournament this weekend. I mean, we started off with how many trainers yesterday, and we're boiling it down to the cream of the crop.
Yeah, one of the biggest events, and VGC continues to grow and grow every single season. And with how great and exciting the times are here with Pokemon Champions, we can only anticipate the players and the interest in the game we all know and love to continue to be on the rise. But Marco Silva and Justin Tang, I mean, that is potentially one of the most exciting win-in-ins we can even imagine for the North Americans, the European players, for just the history of VGC. They are 2 incredible trainers.
Both of them are currently the championship point leaders in their regions. Justin Tang actually needs to get top 16 or better to even earn championship points from this event. Like, they're Titans, right? Like, they are the people that you would want to beat to have momentum going into the top cut of this tournament, and they have to eliminate each other essentially to move on. I mean, talk about a tough matchup to be staring down in one of the most critical rounds of this event.
Yeah, and I think one thing I said before the tournament started, Gabby, when people would ask somewhat brazenly, maybe somewhat sillily, someone asked me, who is going to win the event? Who's going to win NAIC? And I confidently said, this is Marco Silva's event to win. He's the reigning Turin champion. He's won so many international championships. He is clearly one of the best players of all time who has not won a world championship at this point. But if there's anybody that can take down my pick to win the whole event, it would be 3-time regional champion Justin Tang.
All right, well, let's go ahead and throw it back to Sierra on the floor, who has an interview with one of our day 1 competitors standing by.
Thanks so much, you guys. Let's try this one again. I'm out on the floor here at NAIC with Alfredo to talk about NAIC experience, everything else. How have you enjoyed NAIC so far?
NAIC has been a great experience. We're here at day 2, supporting a friend, and I think he's out of contention, but it's still good to be here to support a friend and be here and seeing everybody play.
Especially too, internationals are unlike anything else. I know you attended EUIC, NAIC. This is like the final competition before Worlds. Like, talk to me about like the energy out on the floor, because that's not something everyone gets to experience.
I think it's definitely like a much bigger experience, especially like from a regional. It's way grander, way bigger. The energy is up across all fields, from Go, TCG, VGC, and even having Unite here. So the experience is way more grand, and it's a lot more of a spectacle. It's really cool.
It has been so much fun, even just like watching, you guys can't see it, but from our angle, we're watching all the different broadcasts, all the different streams. It's just so much fun. And we're getting through, I mean, we're 1 match away from top cut now. It's competition. I mean, so many of these top names, they were just saying we're seeing Marco versus Justin next on broadcast. I want to know your predictions, how this one's going to be turning out. I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, thank you. Well, you know, I've been watching throughout the years, and Justin Tang has really made a name for himself. So I think I'm going to go towards that route of Justin Tang winning this one.
Instead of our multi-time international champion in Marco?
As much as I love watching Marco and kind of the teams that he takes to tournaments and plays with, I'm really hoping that Tang kind of pulls this out for the U.S., you know?
Okay, I understand. North America International Championships, we're rooting for USA here. Now, I know for yourself, you said you started in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, so going to Pokemon Champions now, how has that experience been? Because this is still such a new game, but of course that has been the talk of the tournament.
Scarlet and Violet was a really cool game to kind of get into the VGC scene, and then seeing them pivot into Champions has been a really easy experience, and I think it's way easier for a more general audience to be able to tap into the game and to be able to get into the play and understanding how Pokemon works and building teams. So it's definitely a lot easier and a lot more fun, and the graphics upgrade is really cool too.
And I know before, while we were waiting for, interview to start, we were talking about like our own Pokemon journeys and everything else, and like kind of where we started to see where everything is now. Like, talk to me, being able to attend an event like this with just people from all around the world who all just love Pokemon.
I think it's really cool to see how far VGC has grown, especially like in numbers, growing from like the 200s up to now we're at over 1,000, which is really cool. Getting to meet people from different countries and seeing competitors that you see online from different countries and how well they've done, and bumping into them, being able to have those conversations about what Pokemon is like and the competitive scene. So it's a really great experience.
It has been so much fun. Now, before we get into the match, last thing, because we always love the shout-outs for the Pokemon broadcast, right? So if you have anyone you want to say hi to.
Oh, yeah. All my friends who are here, VGC Kingdom, my husband Darren, Waleed, Mocha, Blake, Logan, who's still playing right now, Zane, Alex, all my friends who support me. I really love them, and I wouldn't be here without them.
And good luck, Logan. As you said, he's the one competing still, right?
Yep. So good luck to him, and hopefully he pulls this one out.
Best of luck. As for us, we have a competition to get back to, so let's go ahead with that.
Thank you very much, Sierra. That's what we love about the Pokemon community, coming together, friends supporting friends, Gabby.
And not only that, I mean, to look back, I mean, look how far we've come, right? Like, from those days where we had a world championship that was just like the size of maybe a third of this convention hall, to all the way here where we're at the North America International Championships. We're taking up like what feels like a half-mile worth of convention center, and we're just growing bigger and bigger from here. So if you want to get involved starting next season, you can go ahead to the Pokemon website, find some local tournaments near you, find your local community, get connected, get started. And if you don't want to wait till the fall, you can always just jump online. I mean, we're less than a week away from Pokemon Champions coming out on mobile. And if you're like me, you can just download that on your phone, maybe sneak a couple games in between meetings at work. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, it's just a really exciting time to be a competitive Pokemon fan. There's so much out there. Find your local community, find some friends, get started, and I trust you, it'll be the best decision you ever make.
Yeah, absolutely. Head to your local league nights. Go on using the store locator to find events near you. I know my community that I'm a part of in Jersey, we meet up every Tuesday. We're trying to break the meta in Pokemon Champions, and then we lose to Charizard anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're trying, which is pretty cool. And I know last time I spoke to you, you were trying to get the VGC League started over there. So it sounds like you succeeded.
Yeah, we got a great group of people
awesome.
Always showing up every week, and we're growing, we're learning about mechanics. There are players that have been playing for over a decade. There are people who have never even touched competitive Pokemon before showing up. So that's
cool.
The beauty of Pokemon Champions, especially with the mobile release, right? You can get people from a wide range of skill and experience all loving Pokemon together.
Yeah, and you don't have to show up with that experience too. Like, I know with my locals, people will come in, we'll do like our league hour before our championship point events, and people will just show up being like, I want to play, I don't have a team, like, how do I get started? And because we have that buffer time, we can jump into, well, now it would be Champions and or Pokemon Home, but previously it was Scarlet and Violet. Be like, well, let's catch you some Pokemon, like, let's train them up, let's help you get started, so you can play, so you can have a good time, and then hopefully come back and join us for the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and that's how you get started, and then you're hooked, and it's great.
And think about how many locals that Justin Tang and Marco Silva attend every single year. That will be the focus of our final round of Swiss. They're getting set up on stage, so just circling back on that conversation.
Yeah, of course.
Gabby, these are clearly players that are comfortable in this environment. This is not their first rodeo in a win-in at an IC.
For sure. A lot more pressure on this stage compared to your local card shop, right? Though there are are some really cool venues that have their own little stage setups. I will say.
Okay.
But no, you're absolutely right. I mean, if there's anybody who's used to competing under the lights, the sounds, the crowd, the pressure, it would be these two trainers. As Marco Silva has won multiple international championships in the past. Justin Tang, multiple-time regional champion winner. If you think back, he actually won the first tournament I believe he ever competed in.
That's right.
Which was very exciting to just have that kind of accomplishment, have that zero to hero story under your belt. So to be here, to be playing against, who is a very accomplished player in this win and in matchup to move on in the tournament. I mean, the pressure's on.
And on Marco Silva's end, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe he started 1-2 yesterday. It might have been 1-1, and I might be misremembering. I apologize, Marco, if that's the case. But if it was a 1-2 start, everything since round 4 has essentially been a last chance effort, having to keep his chance or his hope at winning an IC alive every single round.
I mean, even still, just taking a loss that early on in the tournament and just keeping the dream alive. Not just throughout phase 1. I mean, remember we had phase 2, round 1 of the tournament last night. And I mean, that's something that he'd be used to as a European player, as that commonly happens at their regional championships throughout the year. But, that's just a stretch, right? That's something that you have to reach deep in the pocket for, to get that extra hour, that extra round of thinking. But thinking of that, it looks like our players are on
Hi everybody, I'm back.
Headsets on,
And apparently right on time
And speaking of stretch, Gabby,
for a great match. Justin Tang versus Marco Silva. Awesome. Awesome. I love it. I love it. It's a great match here. Sunroom is ruining me. What happened, bro?
Here we go.
What happened?
Teams on the screen. Marco Silva pivoting from
Chinese Art Slop on one side, Delphox Innovation on the other. I love it.
He's gone from Marco Cone Parish to Marco Sin Parish, running that Charizard Aerodactyl core that we've seen do very well throughout the metagame.
Yeah, the Charizard has just been absolutely dominant throughout the entirety of this weekend at NAIC. Even though technically Mega Floette has a higher usage in day 2, seems like the teams performing the best have Charizard involved. And Francesco Piapero, another Italian, using Charizard and Aerodactyl just like Marco.
And of course, Justin Tang.
So far, my only losses were to Sunroom. But why? Why were you struggling to those teams?
While there is that.
Oh, oops. Sorry, guys.
It's going to be holding a focus sash, so it can guarantee.
So it's only Mega Char, it's not Mega Dactyl. It's the same team that Alex was using, not the same team. Similar, because Dactyl is Focus Sash, but Garchomp also not using Rock Slide. Sylveon, Fairy Feather, Easy and Charcoal, very important.
This is very crazy team building for Marco when we compare it to his LAIC championship with regular Charizard. Incineroar somewhat taking on a pseudo Charizard role.
Because of Vino.
Was setting the sun on that LAIC team. And
under Trick Room, or no, under the sun, to be fast.
Doing the damage, so it's like Marco has multiple Sun abusers on the squad.
Yeah, and that's the kind of comfort you want to fall back on when you are.
What about Harley?
These high stakes tournaments, because it's
how is he
like
doing?
Muscle memory at the end of the day. You're comfortable with these weather mechanics. You're comfortable with these teams that are meant to pivot in and out with parting shot and intimidate, cycle those fake outs so that you can be able to, stall your opponent out for a turn, get another heat wave in, get another stomping tantrum in with your Garchomp, and slowly wear down your opponent's Pokemon. But if you take a look at Justin's team, yes, there is going to be that Mega Delphox, which is known to be very fast and have that Levitate ability, so it cannot take damage from ground-type attacks. There's also this newer core of the Incineroar, Sneasler, and Sinistra. And what's very unique about these 3 Pokemon is that you have this double fake-out hospitality cycling that a lot of trainers like to use to keep these more frailer Pokemon like Delphox around, so it can take advantage of a nasty plot, or for what it can take advantage
I'm not finding Harley there.
Yes, the Mega Floette, Mega
Cole,
Delphox option.
One win, one draw.
Inspired a lot of trainers by Sejun Park qualifying for the World Championships a few weeks ago. With
Harley's not there. Ah, I thought he was.
Now the team's opting for double.
Oh, here we go, here we go. Here we go.
final round of Swiss is under.
I really like Justin Tang as a player.
Two of the top trainers in the world, only one of them will make top cut of NAIC.
And both of them
Only one of those will make top cuts. That's crazy. Yeah, because they are 10-2.
For both of these trainers. Now you did see the order of the Intimidate abilities fire offs, which could give us a hint on how these Pokemon are trained. So keep that in mind as we go through the first stages of this turn. I think what's more interesting to me, though, is seeing the Sylveon and the Floette across from each other. As if Justin decides to Mega Evolve the Floette this turn, it'll boost his own Fairy type attacks, but it could also boost the Fairy type attacks.
It will boost the Fairy type of Sylveon plus Fairy Feather. It's gonna do so much damage.
Potentially benefit Justin in this spot is the addition of stat alignment.
Please don't be Zardwai. It is on Marco's side. It is.
An option on the team. Sometimes you often want the slower parting shot as well. So that can inform Justin's decision on this turn between these two Incineroars, and that's why he fakes out.
Fake out.
Incineroar. Now Incineroar cannot flinch.
Dazzle.
Justin Floette here gets some
big damage.
Dazzling lean damage even without
Hyper Voice.
boost. But Sylveon will
Ooh la la! It was a lot of damage into the Floette.
Yeah, the combination of
Sylveon is a bit more bulky than this Floette.
and the stat alignments, like you've called out, I think pretty confidently establishes Justin's own Incineroar as the faster Pokemon in this position. But given how much damage that Floette did in that turn number 1, does look like Justin has the momentum in that favor as well. Floette's just such a strong Pokemon.
Yes,
and
it
Marco's
is.
Gonna have to find a way to pivot if he wants to get that momentum back.
Char! Nice. Dazzle! Big damage on the Sylveon. Is this in faster than the Sylveon? Oh, parting shot. That's really good into the Charizard. That's really good.
Playing it more passive, wanting to get a stat drop, and Marco Charizard already -1 special attack before it even gets the chance to Mega Evolve.
But he has
Nice healing.
Sinistra here to give some hospitality
Beautiful.
to Floette in case the Sylveon goes for a big
Yawn.
Yawn from Sylveon.
So Floette forced to switch.
See Hyper Beam. This Yawn, if Floette does not switch out and locks an attack, it will immediately fall asleep.
So again, the Sylveon.
So yeah, Marco could just protect here with the Charizard and maybe double protect.
Supportive set in this matchup compared to some of the other Sylveon we've seen in the game, and essentially getting that Charizard in for free. Now, even though the Sinistra does provide redirection in its kit with Rage Powder, that's not going to stop Floette or a Pokemon switching in from taking a little bit of chip damage. Of course, with the Incineroar at the back of Justin's party, that can come pretty safely in on a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball, but you do have to worry about that Sinistra now taking damage.
And one thing Marco might have to kind of account for here is who is Justin's 4th Pokemon. Not very often will you see Delphox and Floette brought to the same game since they're both Mega Evolutions. So you can probably assume
It's something else. Okay, nice.
on the bench is a King Gambit.
Charizard Y, here we go.
We'll find out later on as Marco will Mega Evolve his -1 special attack Charizard Y. With
Still will do a lot of damage.
that fire damage.
Protectione. Okay.
And Marco. Sinistra does not want to take a Heat Wave even at -1, so Justin forced to protect on this turn as Incineroar swaps in. Will resist that hit, takes that actually very well here, and with the Citrus Berry, going to recover 25% of its HP.
It's Zardway plus Floette, but it's something else. How so?
There's no Fairy Aura boost anymore, so it's not going to do as much as the first one.
Insane survives. Nice. Okay. Insane now has fake out access.
Because it was not targeted by a parting shot of that Incineroar, and as a result, Incineroar will have the opportunity to go for one attack this turn if it opts for a fake out. But overall, that fake out is almost forced to choose the targeting here is rough, right? Because you want to target the Charizard so it can't go for the spread Heat Wave and target down the Sinistra, but then you also have to worry about the threat of a quick attack from the Sylveon. So Marco,
It's not Sunroom. Okay.
Sylveon swapping out just
Very garaffe.
There we go.
And now no fake out will work. As
Protect
Sinistra-
again. Nice.
That's a double protect.
That's really good.
What is going on in New Orleans? Everybody is landing 30% double protects this entire day.
Insane goes down. Okay.
Those last few hit points on the Incineroar and no more fake out from Justin.
To bring the Sneasler can't fake out, but can still do a lot of damage. Floette is back. I guess you Rage Powder to avoid taking a Weather Ball on the Floette.
Even lower, and then all of a sudden maybe Sinistcha could take an attack, or I think more importantly, the Floette would take less damage and could fire back some, you know, a Moonblast or maybe even a Dazzling Gleam here to even up the score. I love the Farigiraf reveal from Marco in this position, as, like you mentioned, you know, that really shuts down the priority moves on Justin's side of the field. But now that the Incineroar is gone, and we know that the Incineroar is gone, and if it's not the Sneasler in the back of the party, the Farigiraf has essentially done its job. I think this is a great opportunity for Marco to start doubling down on the damage from this Charizard with a helping hand.
It's King Gambit in
Calm Mind. Okay.
Calm Mind from Mega Floette, boosting its special attack and special.
It will resist much better the Charizard. Oosh! The Charizard is -1. Psychic into the Dark type. Nice.
That could have been a read from Marco that it was going to be the Sneasler in the back, or it could have just been an attempt to get a little bit of extra damage onto that Sinistcha on the case that Heat Wave missed. But now all the information is out there. We know all 4 of Justin's Pokemon. We know all of Marco's Pokemon. And it's time for Justin to go to the drawing board to find his outs for this match. The nice thing about the King Gambit for Justin is it does have Protect, so he can buy himself some time, but he has to do some pivoting and get some health back real quick.
Then it's just swapping in with its Hospitality boost, healing Floette for 25%
Helping Hand.
of its HP. Now Marco clicks the Helping Hand.
That's going to be a lot of damage.
He doesn't want to risk a swap.
But Floette, faster, +1. Not enough. Not enough.
Charizard, bringing it down very, very low. Here's a Heat Wave. Remember, Calm Mind gives a
Ooh, City goes down immediately because of the Helping Hand.
But Floette was able to benefit from one last turn of Hospitality before it went down, and that natural speed that it gains with the Mega Evolution really paid off there too, as the Sunlight turns are ticking down as well, so Charizard's about to lose that boost to its firepower if Justin goes for the double Protect here. That could mean that Marco could consider switching it out here, but also look at how low of health Justin's Pokemon have. I don't necessarily think he needs the Sun to close out this game.
Yeah, any amount of chip onto King Gambit will be more than enough, and Marco does not out his Charizard. He still has 4 Pokemon.
Dazzling Gleam. Oh, Dazzle.
So feeling very
Is that enough to pick up the knockout?
with the Dazzling Gleam into
It is.
with the boost, even though
Nice.
it's resisted, Charizard gets KO'd.
Identifying that the Farigiraf is blocking Sucker Punch. So as long as the Farigiraf is sticking around,
King Gambit can do much, yeah.
Charizard, if it was targeted by a Sucker Punch that turn, you know, would still be able to attack. However, it was just taken out by Dazzling Gleam. Now it's just going to be the Sylveon and the Farigiraf remaining, and the Incineroar as well.
I was gonna say, Incineroar is one of the 2 Pokemon in the back. Marco has to get rid of this King Gambit before you bring Incineroar in, giving out free Defiant boosts.
Exactly, but King Gambit is, again, at such low health. Sylveon is at low health as well. The speeds really are in Justin's favor at this point in time. Marco, it almost looks like you want to try and set up a...
But Sylveon will go down unless it goes for a quick attack.
Well, there's the first part. It's Helping Hand.
Yeah. It's enough. Nice. Floette is alone. Floette is alone.
Pokemon in usage in the format. Sylveon does get knocked out for its troubles though, and smart play by Marco.
Good quick attack.
Was not making it
Good quick attack, bro.
KO for a KO.
I like that.
And again, now with
I really do like that.
Incineroar remaining for Marco. All you have to do, you can go for Fake Out this turn. Maybe Floette protects, maybe it doesn't. You do have to worry a little bit about the targeting from the Floette on Justin's side of the field, but you have to wonder, could 2 Psychics pick up the KO there through the special defense?
I think so. Plus Fake Out.
Not going to be able to attack this turn.
Oh. Well played, Marco. Well played.
Justin will not attack this turn. Now Farigiraf Frigoraph and Incineroar outspeed.
Exactly. So Marco just playing this end game super safe here, and Justin really has to think through his strategy going into game number 2. I like how he tried to bring the Mega Floette. I think that it was the better Pokemon on paper against the team that Marco has, but ultimately it just didn't quite find the alignment that it needed. Was able to sneak in a Calm Mind, but it almost like it needed 2, right? It just needed a little bit more damage to lock in those knockouts.
Well, that first turn of the game, Gabby, when it clicked Dazzling Gleam instead of Calm Mind, I think Justin was potentially worried about a yawn on that turn, and Sinister was not on the field to redirect it away.
Exactly. So going into game number 2, it does make you wonder, okay, another double protect.
Oh.
Viewers, I promise you, it is not a guaranteed chance to get 2 consecutive protects. In fact, it is a 30% chance, but Justin has done it twice today. Wolf has done it. Francesco has done it. It's crazy.
I think he's going for it. I see him crossing his fingers and shrugging.
I mean, he's going to
It's an out, right?
Did he rage quit? Yeah, sometimes people just don't show up.
Hey, you play to your outs, right? You always play to your outs. Unfortunately, there is no triple.
No triple protect. GG.
Saw triple protect today. That's what's going on down in New Orleans. The craziness of the odds, and against those odds of a double, because of Trick Room, Frigoraph securing the victory for Marco. 1 game away from Top Cut.
A previous international champion getting 1 step closer to Top Cut and another shot at the title. And just played that game really well. You know, we saw that Charizard initially go on the offense there with all those heat waves, but I think Sylveon's yawn was really the star of the show. We saw it put a lot of pressure on the board just by having it there. We also saw that Helping Hand Quick Attack take out the King Gambit. That was also really huge in the end game.
Yeah, and even the Fairy Aura boost, right?
Yeah.
Being on the field to see it, 2 modifiers helping the usually special attack from Sylveon. But I love this Frigoraph on Marco's team. This is different than many of the other, say, Sinister 6 Charizard teams out there. This is a Tail Room version. You can have Tailwind on Aerodactyl. You can have Trick Room on Frigoraph. It allows you to play in many different conditions in the matchup.
And even just the ability to block priority attacks with Armor Tail, it's such a valuable ability to have. The threat of being able to switch in to stop Fake Out, the threat of being able to switch in to stop Sucker Punch is something that Justin really has to be mindful of as we go into this game number 2. Now, fortunately for Justin, I think switching is something that this team is normally very comfortable with. Like I was mentioning, you know, the Sneasler, the Incineroar, the Sinistcha really do love to switch around. It's just they couldn't quite find that alignment in game 1. Let's see if they can find it in game number 2.
Justin Tang, 1 loss from his dream of becoming NAIC champion. No longer happening this year. Will go for the same leading game 2, Incineroar and Floette versus Sylveon and Incineroar on Marco's side.
Game number 1, we saw Justin go for the Fake Out onto the opposing Incineroar, and then we saw these Fairy-type Pokemon.
2-2 now, well done. A win is a win, Cole.
Fake Out into the Sylveon. It was
Fake out. You fake out, I fake out. Everybody is fake outing. Yeah. Everybody is fake outing.
Which I love here from Justin, making an adaptation to ensure that Marco's own Sylveon is not powered up yet.
That's a great call. You're accidentally boosting the damage that a Pixelate Fairy Feather Sylveon can do with Hyper Voice once you Mega Evolve.
But it will be boosted this turn as Justin is opting to go for the Mega Evolution, which is fair. You know, you do want to do more damage yourself, of course.
And now will Justin Calm Mind this time around, where last time it just went for
Moonblast?
attack? No, it's just Moonblast.
Into the Sylveon, big damage. Flare leads. There we go. GG. Bye, Sylveon.
Sylveon never gets to attack this game.
Nice, Justin.
No more boosted Hyper Voices or Quick Attacks. That Pokemon just goes down, and while Incineroar tries to fire off its own flare,
Big damage on the Floetchi.
that little extra damage, it's not enough for the KO.
That's the Charcoal boost coming in clutch, doing so much damage to Mega Floette.
That is a incredibly powerful Incineroar. You have to wonder with the Sunlight boost as well.
Oh, yeah.
I know, if that would be a one-hit knockout. So maybe we should file that one in the memory banks for later.
Yeah, that's for a potential game 3.
Yeah.
Charizard.
Marco doesn't want there to be a game
Easy.
3. Marco wants to close the set out with his Mega Charizard Y.
Which is a great Pokemon to have on the field to boost the amount of damage this Incineroar
Yeah,
is doing
Floette can do
for
much here.
Pokemon that aren't really Incineroar. So hopefully Marco's trying to maybe align the Incineroar up with something again later. You know, we know that Incineroar likes to pivot in and out and get those parting shots on the field. This could be a good opportunity for Marco to try and go for that. But for now, just going to set up the Sunlight with his own Mega Evolution.
Yeah, so the Drought ability from Mega Charizard Y will boost the damage of all Fire-type attacks in the field by 50%, including his own Incineroar that also has a 20% damage boost from the Charcoal-held item. So it's a lot of damage, even if it is resisted into Justin's Incineroar on the other side. Floette will protect itself from all damage.
Okay, nice damage into Justin, but Incineroar is staying around. Parting shot
and now Justin with that speedy Incineroar
into the Incin. Why into the opponent Incin?
last game of Sinistra and King Gambit, neither of them want to take a fire attack from Charizard next turn.
It is at -2 now at least, so that will mitigate some of the damage. And of course, Hospitality will also heal up the Floette in the meantime, but that is going to be another Flare Blitz, and at -2 with the Sun, it
Sun boosted, Charcoal boosted. But it was -2, it almost picked up the knockout, that's insane.
Incineroar takes Flare Blitz, recoil, and not even just for Justin to use Sinistra with helpfully with a Rage Powder or something, but it's able to swap out so it can then swap back in for Hospitality.
And that is the
True, extra Hospitality value. But with Heatwave, Flare Blitz, the Floette goes down. I don't think there is way for the Floette to survive now. Unless you Calm Mind, you take... No, the Floette is going down here. Tang is in a very difficult position.
Now Incineroar on Justin's end will swap into that position. Justin really
-3.
against these double fire types. Sinistra's not here to do damage. This is here to show a little bit of
Okay, Calm Mind, did he survive?
to the rest of the team, healing up Mega Floette above
Moonblast, big damage.
Swaps in though and eats a Moonblast, doing just over 50%.
With the Calm Mind, he could survive the Heatwave. Without the Calm Mind, yeah, you had to Calm Mind there. GG. GG.
Mega counterpart, and Incineroar eats its citrus berry.
The Farigiraf switch in here for
And
Marco
Incineroar
pushes
from
a couple of
Justin
things.
is a good matchup into the rest, into Incin, Charizard and Farig. So maybe the Incineroar can carry this game too. Hold on, it's not over. And I guess you have the Sneasler in the back?
And it will prevent a fake out on the Charizard.
King Gambit would be kinda bad versus Incin and Char.
Stopping this Charizard for going for another
Dang it!
wave right
What's cool?
And after the citrus berry and hospitality, Incineroar is effectively back up to full HP.
Protezione.
Other side that can with one hit knock out
Protect on the Cini.
Sinistra as Marco protects Charizard and Farigiraf
Ah.
protecting as well. So
Okay.
nothing happening on this turn.
Nothing happening except Marco scouting out the protect on the Sinistra, wants to make sure that Justin either has to take the attack or switch it out and, you know, have that thing take the attack.
Or go for his third double protect of the set.
Double protect, let's go, Cini.
Pretty Justin.
Yeah, very tough spot, especially if King Gambit is the final Pokemon in
Switching to Incin, dropping the attack of the opponent Incin.
Incineroar might as well swap in now while there is no King Gambit on the field, so you're not giving any defiant.
The double protect doesn't come through. Heatwave.
Finally fails. It's only a 30% chance to happen once. Very, very low for it to happen 3 times in 2 games. Sinistra knocked out.
Incineroar, though, still sitting pretty healthily on the field.
Parting shot. Oh, nice. It will refresh Intimidate. And will shake off its own Intimidate.
Also, the Sun turns are starting to wind down as well. So there is going to be a limit to this Charizard's power. The big question, though, is has the damage...
It was the King Gambit, yeah.
...slow down Justin? We get the reveal of his final Pokemon being that King
I gotta set realistic standards. This is my first tournament after all. True, bro. True.
And King Gambit might be
Playing best of 3 is very, very, very different from a ladder. Open team sheet, very different. Because the enemy, because you also know what the enemy has, but the enemy also knows what you have. So it's not like, oh, I know the enemy, it's easier. No, because the enemy also knows you. Frebritz. Ah, not bad. Not bad. Low kick. Oh man, I like Justin. I think he did a great run. Justin was kind of doubting himself because he only played with Terrestrialization. That's where he started his career. He never played with Mega Evolutions. And he thought maybe he was a one mechanic merchant, but no. Going 10-2 at North American International is really good. He's out of the tournament, but he should be proud of himself. He should be proud of himself.
Will be super effective against the opposing choreograph, but in a 2v1 situation here, I do think the damage favors Marco. You do have to be a little bit careful about heat wave misses. Probably want to rely a little bit heavier.
I guess you had to use Delphox instead of Floette. Because Marco does not have King Gambit, and he's only Mega's Charizard. I think Delphox was the better choice. GG. Justin Tag, one of my favorite players. He did super well though. Marco, one of my favorite players as well. He keeps going through. Well done, lads. Well done, lads. Well done, lads. Everybody, I'll be finished my stream right now. Tomorrow, I want to watch the finals. Hopefully it's not super late. And later today, I'll be watching some football matches of the World Cup 2026 being hosted by Mexico, Canada, and the United States. Great matches today, great Pokemon action, a lot of Charizard slop, but we're seeing some Floette slop as well. Thank you for watching. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings, and emotions, and a whole bunch of individuality, creativity, and responsibility as well. Believe in yourself and all possibilities, and keep it cool, keep it healthy.